right, hello everybody. Welcome to the Paidia Cup Valorant matchmaking season sponsored by Xbox. This is a 9-week long session or season, my apologies, hosted by Esports U that allows women Valorant teams to compete with other teams who are online and ready to play. All teams who play in 5 or more matches at the end of the season will compete in a double elimination and final bracket for their shot at securing a spot in a show match during the CECC weekend from May 5th to May 7th. I'm Gompers. I'm going to be your caster today. My co-caster here is, of course, going to be Sock. Zach, how are you?
I am really excited, and thank you for explaining and breaking that down so much, how the season works and everything. I think it's my debut here. I'm sure you guys have seen, everyone here has seen Gompers before, and it's really cool to be casting with her, one of my idols, so as to speak.
I wouldn't say I'm your idol. That's crazy.
Nah, I'm a big fan. I'm always
Awesome. All right, we got some Gompers in the chat. That's great. Yeah, but I mean, of course, I'm excited. We got two teams here that honestly have battled each other before, right? Obviously, Houston Scarlet versus Powerpuff Girls. So, I mean, Zach, when we're looking at the history here, what are we expecting?
I mean, historically speaking, Powerpuff Girls, they've looked like one of the strongest teams over the weeks that they've played so far. However, I think that they already have lost once to Houston Scarlets. So I think that it's going to be a really intense match. And of course, I believe that just before we got into the live broadcast, we were talking about how the teams have performed so far. And I believe that Houston Scarlets, the last time they did play in this particular event, they managed to walk away with a clean 2-0, not just a 2-0 in a best of 3, but both maps were 13-0. So I definitely say that they are the best of the best when it comes to the competition, both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you're wondering, well, how do these teams even get to play in this tournament? Of course, from now all the way up until April 11th, you can compete against other teams within this matchmaking season. So every time your team captain clicks play match, you will be put into a queue until you are matched with another registered team in the Paidia lobby room. So from there, you can exchange a lobby ID, play the match, and then come back to Paidia to report your score. So they can, of course, be played anytime throughout the season, but we very much encourage teams to be online every Tuesday from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. EST to guarantee matches and to be a part of our weekly broadcasts. But overall, sorry guys, I'm going to read a lot to you here. We have something else here. So this tournament is, of course, being powered by PaidiaGaming.com. Anyone with a free account on PaidiaGaming.com is able to sign up for tournaments, host tournaments, play in matchmaking seasons, and much more. We definitely encourage you to check that out. Again, it is PaidiaGaming.com. But, I mean, overall, right? We've introduced the matchup. We know what's going to happen. But map picks in bans is going to be the biggest thing that is going to control the game here.
For sure. I mean, if you look at the map video, we do have it on screen right now. We're going to be starting off on Pearl, one of the newer maps and one that I'm personally very excited to see. Also, the second map is going to be Fractured, chosen by Powerpuff Girls. And I'll tell you why this is interesting, because this is one of the maps where University of Houston Scarlet got that 13-0. The fact that it was chosen by Powerpuff Girls, is it like a move for them to assert their dominance, or is it just like them having prepared for it? You never know. And if the series does run to all 3 maps, which I'm pretty sure it will, we're going to be concluding on Ascent. Again, one of those maps which has really seen like a little bit of a shakeup in meta when it comes to agent picks and everything. Thank God Chamber got nerfed. That's all I have to say. So now we're actually seeing some love for Cypher, Killjoy, and basically every other agent that isn't just point your French gun and shoot. Boom.
Yeah, it is pretty much a relief. I'm excited to see some of that Pearl. I know we've been seeing Pearl a lot more within the map pool. Honestly, a little bit sad that Lotus is gone. That's one of my favorite maps, to be completely blunt with you. But overall, right, the map picks, the map pool is looking good. I think the biggest thing here really is Powerpuff Girls using these map picks to their advantage, just because, right? You're pretty much, you've won every game other than the game you've went up against with Scarlet. Scarlet is doing completely fine. I mean, they don't even have a loss streak going on. They haven't lost a single map. So, when you're coming into this, actually they have lost 1 map, but they haven't lost a single game. So when you're coming into this, your head is held high. Powerpuff Girls, they're really going to have to shut that down.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a really contentious matchup because, like you mentioned, it is basically the 2 best teams so far that have registered that are going to be facing up against each other. And like you mentioned, Powerpuff Girls, they have that history of a loss before. The question is, have they learned from it, and are they going to like really put whatever they have come across over their time here into our games today, or will it once again be a domination attempt at domination coming through from the side of University of Houston Scarlet. That's what I'm really excited about. And like I mentioned, I also really do like the maps. Pearl, for example, there's a lot of flexibility coming in. Like in the recent VCT, you saw quite a few teams around the world pick up Harbor on this particular map. I really like that double controller playstyle that seems to be evolving for this particular one. Fracture as well, you know, you do see a lot of teams going in for that double duelist, that excessive aggression. And personally, I just like the variety that's come to maps these days when it comes to agent picks, because, you know, it used to be just like Jet, Chamber, or just Chamber, maybe a Sage, a couple of Smokes. But now it feels like there are so many different agent compositions in the meta that it's just really, really fun to watch and cast.
Yeah, I agree. I think especially with the metas that are coming along in Pearl, it's been pretty different with the chamber meta, like you said, going away. There hasn't been anything repetitive, right? Some players tend to play Neon as that main duelist, but then others prefer the Jet, right? It's very 50-50 in terms of what people prefer, and I feel like that's exactly what we're going to see today. But of course, we have the game ready. We're ready to go into it, and we're ready to see what agents are we really thinking about here, and are we going to see that current meta that we're so used to?
All right, heading into Agent Select, it does seem to be Killjoy winning out the battle for Sentinel supremacy on both of these sides. I also do see an Astra coming out, which I really like. The Fade, of course, the initiator of choice, I would say, on this particular map, considering how our Prowlers can be really valuable around that mid area, whether you're on attack or defense. The Breach is an interesting pick, especially considering that they're not going for a Raze or a Jet. It's going to be Melanie on the Phoenix instead, if they do decide to lock it. So definitely a very interesting, very aggressive team comp that the side of Powerpuff Girls is going for, if that's going to be their final comp. But, you know, for the side of University of Houston Scarlet, what are your thoughts, compers?
For the side of Houston Scarlet, I really am digging it. I like the KO pick. I think the KO pick is going to be huge for that attacking side, and really just allowing them to get themselves onto site, especially with the Astra util. So canceling that, making sure they can shut it down as early as possible is definitely going to be one of those key factors that is going to push them even further into the game, especially even, you know, committing to countering that Killjoy. So yeah, I really like what's going on here. I honestly really enjoy the Phoenix. Melanie tends to like to play that Phoenix, so this isn't really too much of a surprise for me.
I mean, I like Phoenix as well, because just the fact that of all the duelists, he has the easiest ult to get online, and especially with the buffs that came in like a couple patches ago, I think that he can be incredibly strong. You know, if you want someone to just tank all the Killjoy utility or run into sight, and you know, the thing is with how the ult orbs are like very attacker-sided, I would say, on this particular map, I think that it's going to be on attack. Melody is going to find a lot of value if they can get that ult orb, farm up that ultimate, and just, you know, run it back every few rounds, if you see what I did there.
Oh, yeah. I agree. Yeah, I think the Phoenix, just collecting some of those orbs. The nicest thing is that majority of these orbs are very attacker-sided. So, you know, once you're hitting that attacker side, you can pick those up and really find your way onto the site. But, you know, biggest worry, obviously, going against that Breach. More so just a battle, right? To get that redemption here for Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit rough. This is, if I'm not wrong, University of Houston Scarlet's map. So they definitely put in some work when it comes to strategy. I feel like Pearl is one of those maps which really lets strategic attempts shine through because of how the map is positioned. You can't just run it down mid most of the time. And considering the kind of lineups that both of these teams are running, that's a lot of utility that can be used to oppress their opponents, whichever side of the map you're on. Like, for example, Killjoy can single-handedly lock down a site with their utility, or just use it for mid, hold down the ground there. And the fact is that on attack, it's going to be a little bit difficult, to say the very least, for these players to try and make it through. I know that, like you mentioned, they do have that KO, that additional initiator for better information and just more flashes and to set up Orchid for those fights. But overall, I think that that's a lot of oppressive utility that these players have to go up against.
But already moving up towards that B side, right? You got so much util already kind of being expended out. That Astra util being placed down here on the defending side to try to push this team back. Really gaining any ground and getting that entry in. And already seeing as it is, right? Some picks coming down. Seems like Scarlet already taking some of that advantage.
I like how 4 people were tagged by the Fade Haunt, and it didn't even phase them. It didn't even stop them. They just went for the side, were able to get those 2 entry picks like you mentioned, and now immediately the discipline coming out is insane. They're just set up for post plant right now. Alarmbot giving away information as to the Killjoy's position. Melanie's still able to find one, though the trade is good. And just like that, the round is going to come to a conclusion. Pistol goes in the favor of University of Houston. So yeah, that's going to be first blood drawn by them. But you know, talking about that particular round, first of all, the speed, it just seems like University of Houston, they don't want to give their opponents any time to react, really. They were forced to go in for like a post-plant setup, but even then the 2 players stuck on site, they just had no backup. It was really unfortunate.
Yeah, it seems like just really fast and heavy push coming down, and Powerpuff Girls didn't have anything to really counter that, especially in the first-hand round. No util or anything, which makes it a bit harder on that defense, but again, all right, it's the same thing. The Prowler seeking out. Orchid is going to be the one. I said Orchid. Orchid is going to be the one. Try to get themselves to dash onto the site. Some of that information given towards that right-hand side, and a nice first pick. Again, right, Spectre's coming out, so, I mean, the chances are high.
Yeah, the weapon advantage definitely playing a role there. Orchid able to pick up 2, opening up sight. It is going to be Altier as well, pushing alongside, and a flawless round again. I think at this point, University of Houston are just trying to like set a record as to how fast they can really run these rounds down. That was the anti-eco. They didn't have the economic advantage, but this is the round which the side of Powerpuff Girls really have to make count, because it is going to be their fill by kicking in. Ultimate economy on both sides sort of weak right now, though of course understandably University of Houston Scarlet is looking a bit closer, especially considering that Altier, who has gotten 4 kills so far, no deaths, was halfway to that null command. So these initiator ultimates, they're shaping up really well right now for the side of University of Houston. And on this round, with arguably the weaker buy, they look like they're going to take contact in some of these closer spots where the weapon advantage doesn't really show up as much.
No advantage here except, you know, a really slow push-up coming up towards mid, trying to take some of these close angles to ensure, you know, a certain type of possibility there. There's a Vandal for some pickup. It's good off of Orchid. So, yeah, you know, there is a lot of potential here to actually take this round in. Although with the sandwich coming in, 3 players kind of surrounding themselves towards each and every site, it's going to be hard.
Player advantage is definitely towards Powerpuff Girls right now. They're just trying to like hold down the fort, but they're all playing super separated. So if the side of University of Houston can really isolate this 2v1 fight, it might be what they need. Ara on site, on that B side, not exactly sure where the hit is coming and has to watch for both mid as well as this long push. And Ara will have to somehow isolate a kill on this particular angle if they want to make their jobs easier, or they could just hold it down. But there's going to be no utility committed as of now, as these 2 players just try to walk on the side with 40 seconds left. They're going to be walking right into the crosshairs there, and Ara will clean things up. The first round for the defense, and they do it without too much of a cost either. They only lose 2 rifles, so all things considered, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, a really good round, honestly, there. It was the hold that we saw out of Ara. Just making sure they had the crosshair placement, making sure that they were ready and prepared, and the patience out of Powerpuff Girls definitely paid off in the end.
Yeah, side anchor reporting for duty there. But, you know, talking about ultimates, Melanie already is going to be the first person to have their run it back ready to go. That ult is going to be super pivotal, either in a retake or in, like, a little bit of aggression right off the bat. And now that they have the weapons to work with, it does seem like B is going to be where the side of University of Houston set their sights again. In the last round, they couldn't really do it with those Spectres, but now that they have Vandals online, I think that they will be more confident in taking these head-on fights.
Yeah, the confidence already 100% showing. Of course, my only worry is with the amount of players sitting around down mid, you know, there is some scare there for Scarlet. Maybe if they can try to molly this off, looking good, holding these players back with the leader, taking the flank along and getting one. So that one is going to change things up a bit.
Yeah, that's going to be the Phoenix offline, which means that running back is no longer available. They do still have the Astra alive, though, so that's definitely huge. They do have some smokes to work with on this particular retake as they desperately try to go forward. Sasha gets the turret back, puts it out for some additional information. It's going to be still a 1-for-1 trade, though. Sasha able to pick up the advantage there. Binks trading it back quickly. It's all down to just the fade here. They know exactly where Binko is playing right now. Has to somehow try and peek and get these fights. Just managed to get one through the smoke, but Ara will still be the clutch player for this particular team. 4 kills on the round for the Astra and the defuse as well, as Powerpuff Girls tie things up 2-2.
Yeah, this is huge. Their economy going up. They're slowly diminishing what Scarlet was trying to build up in previous rounds. And now, you know, with that 2-2 coming in, are making a mark for themselves. They got 2 ultimates on the board. And, I mean, these 2 ults really going to change the game here.
Yeah, for sure. On Pearl, that Cosmic Divide is really, really good for those retakes. Also, the run it back still online is pretty important. This particular round, though, the ult that I have my eyes on is going to be Orchid's Bladestorm. The economy not quite in the best spot right now for the side of University of Houston Scarlet. So it's going to have to be Orchid with that Bladestorm to try and open up these sides, create some space for the rest of the team. They also do have some other ultimates available, but on this Eco, unless they have like a bit of an advantage, it's going to make things very difficult.
Oh yeah, Orchid taking an aggressive approach. One blinded, but still nothing. Not able to retrieve one. Pauline making sure that they can at least frag out for the time being. But you know, as we see things, Powerpuff Girls, they have a very, very big advantage. Unfortunately there for Pauline going down. But at the same time, Melanie for the refrag. So you got that 3-2 really settling in.
Yeah, they do manage to expand on their lead here. Right now, 3 ultimates available for the defense. That Rolling Thunder and that Cosmic Divider are going to be huge in a retake. And so far, it just seems like the side of Powerpuff Girls, they're happy to play for mid control, really fight for those angles while letting go of the sides because they have so much utility and ultimates ready to try and retake with. It seems to be working for them so far. As for the side of University of Houston, though, they looked really strong in those first couple of rounds. But right now, going up against the kind of dynamic that Powerpuff Girls are running, they seem to be struggling just a bit. They do have that Nightfall and Null Command available. That Initiator utility should be really valuable heading to this particular one. And again, it seems like they want to go and fight for this B side here.
And closing down on it, you can already see some of that information being given down towards back of site. Aura having to be careful. They can't utilize any of that utility. And the moment you see somebody peek through, it might just be game over.
Really dangerous game here. 4 of these players right now stacked up, waiting for a peek from three of these players. I'm sorry, stacked up, waiting for a peek from Powerpuff Girls. Melanie just venture into mid for a little bit more information, but it is going to be no kill, no gains ventured. Talking about gains though, this breach flash is impeccable. Immediately doing a great job at stalling this push through coming in. The Jet blinded, desperately tagged up, drafting to stay alive and manages to do so. And these last 4 players right now, one of them is going to be super tagged up, and they might just reconsider the decision to go towards this particular site, knowing the amount of opposition that awaits them on it.
Already starting up, making sure Pauline has that util to shoot forward into the group.
30 seconds left.
But also with the patience that this team is committing to, they're actually at the same time trying to slow down any potential usage of that utility. Already getting something down, making sure that they can hear and listen in. But as that flash comes through, so do these players. You can see the run it back come down, and Pauline perfect on the timing here. Although the biggest thing is Aura goes pretty much stunned up, and Powerpuff Girls are on their way to that success point where, you know, they don't want to be taken down by Scarlet anymore.
Yeah, I think once was enough for them. Really lovely hold coming out of them. It seems like they've decided to, you know, if they can fight for it, especially if they do have the numbers advantage, to go for it. Of course, just a beautiful usage of ults there. They managed to bait the Nightfall out. They do invest the Rolling Thunder and the Run It Back, but for that, they managed to win the round. So definitely a worthwhile trade. And of course, Melanie's ult is pretty easy to get back online. Just needs like just needs a couple of kills and a couple of deaths. So that Run It Back is going to be online pretty soon. I give it another 2 rounds. Overall, though, once again, the economic situation not the greatest right now for University of Houston Scarlet. Just a couple of sheriffs. I think I saw a Stinger as well to work with. Again, they want to try and work mid, but just the way Powerpuff Girls are playing this, it's making it so difficult for them right now. Again, Melody in mid, able to find that first pick.
Sounds like util already going on. Melanie, nice with the flash, but unfortunately, Binko, I mean, really just quick with the spray down. So having one of your teammates go down towards Art really gets you scared and worried. So Leo is going to have to back off for a little bit here.
The nice thing is that Sasha is still going to be anchoring down this side, so all of that kill utility is going to be helpful. And through the smoke, I think Leah manages to find 3 before finally being shut down. It's all down to just a fade here. Binko in a 1v3 situation, hit by the stun, peeks out at the right time, going to be blinded as well. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at this player right now, and Pauline will finally clean house. It was an eco round, so all things considered, the fact that University of Houston did manage to take down 2 players there is going to be nice, but it's hardly going to make a dent in the economy right now for the side of Powerpuff Girls. They've won about five rounds in a row, I think, and that's just going to like set them up to have like a really nice well-padded bank account that, at least for a couple of rounds, they don't have to worry about what they're going to be buying. But I think this might be the round which the side of University of Houston really have to win. They do have that lockdown to try and enable them to get onto site. They also have that null command. So if they can combine these two ults, it's going to be really what they need to try and bring it back in their favor.
Yeah, Powerpuff Girls is going. They heavily strong. If they can get this round as well, I mean, again, completely diminishing that economy once more from Houston. Already slowly peeking through. You can see these lines of fires coming out. And here it is. I mean, there's complete suppression going over. Melody having to back off with that Phoenix because no flash is left available.
They do manage to get their way onto side for free here. That's definitely huge right now. But they aren't really fighting for control of flowers or anything. Orchid, though, still going to be able to find that crucial first blood onto the Phoenix. That's going to be the duelist offline. Pauline finding a trade of their own, though. But Orchid is able to pop off there, getting 3, getting 4. Not quite, as Sasha finally shuts them down. But the Cosmic Divide is invested right now by the defenders. Last 2 players, they have to try and make this work. The spike planted, they might not hear the sound cue exactly, but they still managed to buy enough time for it. And already look at the positioning of this Astra and Bingo. They managed to sneak their way over. It's all down to just Ara gets 1, but the trade is perfect as the numbers advantage was in favor of the University of Houston there. So they managed to finally win a round. It was a really expensive one though, so I'm not sure how exactly their economy is going to be. It seems like they are going to be able to buy up, but it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you as well. That was one of those rounds where it could have been won out by Aura. Unfortunately, Aura taken on too much at once. So really just opening the way there for Raven to be able to make sure that win was left in their pockets. But, you know, 3 ultimates left ready up on that board. And they can use that to their advantage here for Houston.
For sure there. Once again, Orchid with the Blade Storm. Last time, not quite able to do as much damage as was desired for. This time around, though, it is going to be Melanie more than ready to be dealt with here towards mid, as it's not going to be just a turret, but an entire firing squad waiting for that flash peek through mid. A really good kill. I think that's also going to be a gun that if Jet wants, they could pick up Orchid, though. Still opting to hold with the Blade Storm here. Not exactly super psyched about the gun. Numbers advantage in favor of the side of University of Houston. And Orchid, they've been instrumental at really opening up sites for the rest of the team here. The rounds that they went down first without a trade, those were the rounds that kind of seem to fall apart for University of Houston. So the fact that Orchid is still alive and kicking might be a huge difference maker as they re-gear to try and hit B, I believe.
Yeah, again, just really big on that patience. Seeming like, you know, you're looking at the Astra there from Scarlet, just waiting around down towards mid for that flank and dividing up the site for this team. So that quick rotation already coming down from Powerpuff Girls, allowing Aura to sit back down towards holes. They're not going to do anything just yet, but a nice flash out, and I'm liking this teamwork. It might allow Orchid to get something, and it does.
3 players left alive right now for Powerpuff Girls. As the Cosmic Divide is still up, they have to go in for a retake right now. The post-plant setup is almost immaculate for these players. Orchid is going to be detected by the Haunt, I believe, but there's still going to be 1 player towards this backside that they have to deal with that they might not expect. This KO will have to be cleared out. Just spot the shoulder though, so that's going to be a huge kill if Pauline gets somehow connected, but the flash is going to be out at the worst time possible, and in the meantime, Binko will get the other 2. So that's going to be an almost flawless round coming in for the side of University of Houston. They did seem to lose a little bit. They did seem to lose a little bit in the previous couple of rounds, but now they've gotten the momentum back in their favor. They found something that works for them. A really quick hit wasn't shaping up the way they wanted, so now they're playing for picks. The fact is that the way they're calling these mid rounds is just really, really good. They're able to adapt. They're able to like really have a game plan and put it into action towards the later ends of the round and have enough utility stored that it actually works out. So that's really good coming in from them. What's not good right now, though, is going to be the economy for Powerpuff Girls. Despite having that lead, they have reached the bottom of the bank right now, so they're struggling a bit.
Spike's just kind of sitting around in spawn, so obviously not wanting to commit to this A side, instead trying to get a pick. That pick's gonna be able to tell everything here, but listening in and noticing that some of that Killjoy utility might be surrounding down towards A. I mean, at any moment in time, if they want to peek this, they can, but the biggest problem is getting themselves on, so they're gonna have to use a very, very wide amount of utility here.
And the smoke coming through, gonna make things just a little bit more difficult, but with the investment of that 0 point, they're gonna know that there's at least gonna be some presence towards this particular side. The Killjoy not being tagged by it either means that the utility is still going to be active. Tasha able to get 1 kill before finally being taken down, but the initiators are singing right now for the side of University of Houston Scarlet, getting the spike down as well. And these last 3 players, once again, they're gonna be in a position where they have to somehow retake this site from the kind of post plant that these players are happily running. You see how the spike goes down immediately. There's gonna be a player that backs around towards main. There's also 2 players lurking towards this area here of court. Leah, aware of the possibility, will have to try and clear it out, but that frenzy isn't going to do much in the face of a phantom. It's all down to just Ara here. Has been the hero of the team in the past, but right now...
Last player standing.
Yeah, still Ara left alone. Nice headshot. Tons of players just sitting around towards that extremity, and the biggest part is that Molly's blocking off a lot of that. Spike. Nothing left to play with. Bullets left. Up to the Phantom and not wanting to lose their weapons, so they're gonna take one out and slowly walk their way away. I don't even think they made it. Okay, actually they did. So, you know, just keeping up the Phantom. Yeah, I mean, this is a close game, and we said that there was that possibility that we were, of course, going to head over towards, you know that 3, maybe 3rd map. But overall, just keeping up towards that 5 and 5. You know, with those 2 ultimates left on the board, Melody does have that potential to kind of keep that rotation nice and easy for the defense, and honestly getting that retake in quite nicely. But you know, early information is going to come out for the side of Scarlet, slowly working their way up. I feel like in this situation, yeah, putting that lockdown is definitely going to be the biggest factor for this team, because with that run it back that we're going to see out of that Phoenix later on, it's going to be one of those things where the difficulties lie. But Alita starting to get some of those picks down with the Phantom. It's going to be big on Scarlet, but they need to continue that even further. And Spike being planted, only 1 player being detained to push back and make sure the defense takes a bit of time to come back onto that site. Prowler not finding anything yet, but still the potential here is huge for him. The amount of players sitting down towards the extremities and finding out that Orchid is just sitting down towards that whole side. That's the first one. The second one cleared. It's good for now. There's still so much to handle here. The lockdown coming on it. Orchid does in fact get detained, but that might be the distraction that was needed here for the attacking side to continue on their reign. Aura just better, but down towards the left-hand side, not noticing what exactly there is to watch. I mean, in a round like that one, definitely something big, especially for Scarlet, you know, as they've taken the lead before in prior games, you know, wins as well. That could honestly drain some of that mental air from Powerpuff Girls. But Aura definitely trying to haul with that 14 and 6. It's going to be a very, very long, is all I can say right now. But, you know, setting down that turret for some of that mid information. If somebody peeks, then that Molly comes out. Seems like Molly just there to stall for time now. Yeah, with Prowler coming through, it's nice from Leah. There. Trying to cause a bit of havoc here down towards mid side. More so a distraction, right? With Spike not even leading towards these fights. And where the action is starting to lie, that's going to be big. But now they actually have a sight, and they're wondering, where is that Spike? Killjoy trying to go down towards the back to make sure to pick up that Spike, and Alita manages to find that pick. Put off Forest. Around the back, Halls is gone. And Orchid is doing their absolute best. This is big, because that 7-5 gives the lead over to Houston. And it is going to be that flawless round that we love so very much. Yep, overall that 7-5 coming out from Scarlet. That's going to be big. Because all they need to win at this point is that pistol to lead them even further into the bracket. So, my apologies, into that point system. So if anything, you know, maybe going that 9-5 would definitely be the ideal right now. And the numbers are definitely counting on their side. Overall, though, yeah, with a 7-5, pretty much taking place. We're going to have to see what exactly happens. I mean, the tons of players split up towards A3 there for Scarlet that can't really play too heavily on that defense side. Because everybody's surrounding down towards B site. Yep, you get some of those marks. At least maybe 1 or 2. But not expected to hit this, and that's interesting. No quick rotation coming down over towards B, especially with the information given, but Orchid still sitting down towards back of halls. And the molly commences. There it is. Orchid can't peek, leaving... I mean, Ulti are there to take everything down in their pockets. A nice right click to be able to take the 1. But that's not enough, right? You got that player disadvantage. You have to try to push yourself back up in a position that is 100% reciprocal. Especially in terms of winning. Seems like Binko having some of that information, utility to push down towards that hole side. Doesn't seem like they're going to use it. Leah trying to get some information on their own without that utility. A nice jiggle peek coming down on it. And still already, as it is, Aura doing a great job. Down towards back of holes. And the attack inside might just be able to win out this pistol. And it's big on their part. Because all you need is that 6 to 7 to bring you up towards that 7 to 7. Yeah, but trying to understand the team and understand his tendencies is going to be the biggest thing here. So I think this bonus round, you know, creating a bit of that leeway, allowing them to be able to take that 7 to 7 to go that halfway. And meet each other halfway as well. Especially at the way that things are going right now. It's good off the Powerpuff Girls. They will chance that they get. Maybe farming some of these orbs here would be very good for Melanie. Not going to pick something up. Instead, just going right in. Flash is available. Wall is available as well. And it seems good here for now. But Melanie slowly getting closed out. Always peeking along, getting that damage. But the Spectre, that's going to be the biggest thing right now. Is they lose that. And give a bit more potential over to Scarlet to try to win this game. Pauline walking right into the trap that was set there for them, and the Bulldog down as well. So this is the redemption arc for Scarlet. Slowly peeking through. A nice headshot off of Aura, not wanting to give this away just yet, and it's good for now. At least it's 2v3. Lita's still watching. Low, very low on that damage. Binko down towards the right-hand side. And honestly, no utility used here for that information just yet. Sasha is early to take her end of that fix. So,
Careful.
I mean, leading towards that victory, keeping themselves well intact here. Powerpuff Girls are fighting to take that victory spot. Honestly, that clutch up was huge because they needed that, especially after the amount of weapons that had been dropped down in that round. So, you gotta start to ask yourself that question as to, you know, what are we doing wrong here, and what can we do down in this bonus round to make sure we can guarantee ourselves a round. They need to, if anything, they need to get that Phoenix Ultimate ASAP. Not sure if Melanie's gonna actually farm this orb yet. They got 3 more ticks left in order to get that, run it back. Down on A site. There's some information being completely set down. Melanie puts the wall down, but instead gets some of that decay and slow, and they are stuck in a terrible position. Surprisingly, Melanie's teammates were the one that actually got downed, and Melanie stayed alive. So just tucking themselves into a corner, waiting for the worst to happen. And the worst does commence. Raven taking that 3K down inside of their pocket and saying, hey, I'm pretty much rich at this point. Let's just keep it going. And Binko comes as flawless. As the team starts to peek these angles together, you can see that coordination really start to shine. So, yeah, I mean, Scarlet not losing to anybody that round, which is huge for them. Because they didn't necessarily give away any Vandals or lose any of that economy that, you know, they really did need this round. So, overall, just for getting that bonus round and moving on to the future. Cosmic Divide to utilize here, which is going to be nice for the retake. And honestly, a super big win condition for Scarlet.
I'll find you.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands right now, Already gathering some of that utility information. Nothing coming down towards mid, but Raven actually not putting themselves in the position to be caught off. Which is good. They hide. They make sure if they need to see something, they will see it. But unfortunately enough, they get shot down just a bit down behind that box. They gotta fight for survival. Nice mid touchdown for Orchid. Another one possible there, and dashing out, making sure that they can reposition. With 8 bullets left, there is the possibility. Okay, it was close, honestly. At that point, if they had kept shooting, they would have been able to pull for something. Still Orchid. Dash completely gone away. They can't even get themselves out of any dangerous positioning. They gotta take the fight that's coming to sandwich in slowly but surely. Leo goes down, turning back around. That's a nice first, and the ace coming down for Orchid. I mean, that's huge for Scarlet. They needed that one as much as possible. Overall, I mean, not any other way that you could have gone down in that situation. Orchid did the best that they could, and honestly, the best was amazing. I mean, look at this, right? The slow peek out. They made sure not to overextend and leaving their smoke to make sure that if they were going to dash out, nobody would catch them. Black in there. Oh, and this is beautiful. The headshots, the aim, everything there for Orchid. Pretty much helped them complete that round, but the timeout coming through. I mean, I'm not heavily surprised here. Powerpuff Girls, they were at such a heavy disadvantage there, and the one round that they could have possibly won, it was one person, Orchid, that actually had completely stopped that run and made sure that nobody had that advantage. So, kind of just leaving things to that timeout to take into discussion as to what's going on here. But overall, I mean, a nice to 7 lead in once again. A complete shattered economy for Powerpuff Girls. You know, gotta just wonder.
All right, we are back from tech issues. Thank you for that, Gompers. And it seems like it's still been a neck-and-neck match from the time that my internet decided to crash.
We're starting up again. Another round that might go down in the books. B-side completely being preoccupied with some of that Killjoy utility, which is big. Because Killjoy reading into this very, very nicely for Scarlet. I mean, slowly reaching into their back pockets for anything that could work out for Scarlet's side still. So much utility just waiting around. Move it down towards back of holes. Melanie able to catch out. One pick is all Melanie needs to make sure that they can push for something.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that little bit of an internet malfunction. I hope everything is working now. And yeah, I think after seeing all that smoke and that amount of utility really coming through, they're just going to be falling back. They make the time to re-clear this out though. So Orchid is going to only be able to get one. They're aware of the presence and are able to get that kill. However, there's going to be no weapon that can unfortunately be retrieved by this particular team. And the cat is out of the bag now. They know that the rotation is going to be materializing. And already you can see Binko having rotated over to that particular position, trying to hold on to it. The turret tagging up Melanie quite a bit as they try to go forward. And Binko will be the first person to take this fight. Gets 2 for their troubles though. The Phantom Spray proving to be superior, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, they have to go in for the execute. It's all down to just Binko here. Binko is all they need as they get 4 on the round and manage to get the side of University of Houston to double digits here. What a hold out of Binko.
Yeah, absolutely massive. And we've been seeing stuff like that. Like in the previous round, you know, we got a nasty ace from Orchid. Just at moments like these, it seems like Binko, Orchid, all of these members of this team just know how to please.
Yeah, for sure. They've definitely putting up some kind of numbers there. Orchid in particular having that upgrade on that operator now making things even more difficult for the side of Powerpuff Girls, who are really struggling, I would say, in this particular half. They do have some ultimates to work with, though, that Rolling Thunder as well as that Run It Back, both enabling them to really try and make their way on the site right now. They're going to open off with the Run It Back here. The Phoenix utility trying to push through, but that beautiful siege from that Fade is going to catch the player and prevent them from finding too much space. They still manage to tag up the Astra quite a bit, but aside from that, it is going to also be the lockdown investor to make sure that they retain control of site and manage to get the spike down. We're looking at a full 5-1-5 retake here, golfers.
Yeah, latest location being completely given away, so we're going to have to rely on our teammates to work up. Secure a dub. Already Prowler coming through. Pauline flashing down towards back of site. That's going to be huge. A dash in and listening to that utility, allowing Alita to sort of back themselves out of that corner that they were put into. It's going to be a big stun on the side of PPG, although now this is what I like to see, but no! They're not even securing it. They used that to stall for time, but time wasn't even needed to be stalled. Nobody was trying to get the defusal. And an ultimate completely wasted out of their pockets. And that 11-7 coming down for Scarlet.
I think they didn't expect the ult to perhaps hit all three players stab, but really unfortunate. If they had swung off of it, they would have gotten not just a round, but also a lot of those really crucial kills. In that 2v3 situation, you really want to try and find the advantage once again. But talking about advantages, it does seem like for the side of Powerpuff Girls, there's almost nothing left in the tank economically. They're going to be forced to go in for a half buy, even though the score is 7-11 and not in their favor. No ultimates really to work with either, apart from the one on Ara, which can probably let them get the plants down. But aside from that, things are looking quite difficult for them right now. And contrast this with the thriving economy that University of Houston has built up. Also, just the fact that they have money for days as well as ultimates online. So it's looking really, really challenging right now. They're going to be rushing in through this mid area to try and do some damage. But the crossfire between the Killjoy and the KO is just too powerful. It is going to be Orchid chiming in as well with that operator. Try and hold if necessary. Ara finding one towards Art. Not going to be able to quite retrieve the gun though, unless they want to venture and into the unknown and possibly get shaded out. And these last two players, I just don't know how much more they can really find. Oof.
Ooh. Yeah, especially with the operator coming out. Powerpuff Girls, they're stuck in a really tight position. With the spike being left alone down towards that offside. All Orchid needs to do is really just watch this. I mean, R is going to have to peek that eventually, especially with the players coming up behind, trying to sandwich this in. Yeah, and a slow peek is not the way you want to move. That match point comes through. Orchid and Alita making that peek at the same time together. Again, that cohesion comes in, and, you know, it just makes this team incredibly strong.
Yeah, they definitely look way more coordinated, especially on this defensive half. They just seem to leave no holes for their opponents to really exploit in the map. You know, you did see a little bit of negligence towards the art area sometimes when PPG were on that defense. But now it just looks like it's an impregnable defense. They just can't get through. They have to use every bit of utility they have to even get into sight. And even then, it just seems like University of Houston are more than prepared for that retake right now. They're going to be trying this is going to be the last fight that comes through unless they win this round and keep as many guns as possible alive. It's going to make things very difficult right now for the side of Powerpuff Girls. This operator is still going to be online. The dry peak, though, is going to pay off as Melanie stays alive and manages to push them off the side. However, though, that 0 point is going to be instrumental along with the null command in completely stalling this push out once again. And just like that, with the use of one ultimate, it is going to be the execute stopped in its tracks from the side of Powerpuff Girls here.
Yeah, still sitting towards main. Again, the patience from Scarlet, like we've seen it time and time again. They're not the type to peek anything really. I mean, we're noticing that right now. Good not to peek anything as well, knowing that there's so many ultimates coming down towards that site, just based off the information they had towards on that leaderboard.
At least they get the spike down, but as I say that, Melanie is going to be paying for that with their life. Altier just popping off at this moment, being able to just consistently get kill after kill after kill. Sasha is going to be the last line of defense, stuck on the side, sandwiched between three players, pushing towards them, and it's all down to just the Astra here. We've seen Ara come up huge before, clutch out some of these 1v2s, but in the situation with three players waiting for them to peak, it looks impossible. And just like that, it is going to be 13-7. Map number 1 being taken by University of Houston Scarlets. Pearl going completely in their favor, and what a game it was.
A 13-7 already starting off, and that's going to be a bit rough, but this was Scarlet's map pick, sitting on Pearl, I believe, so Once we head over towards that map Comfort of Fracture, which, to us was a bit of a surprise of a pick, I think that we'll be able to see maybe that come up or that come back, as we would like to see. But again, the biggest thing being what can we expect coming from Powerpuff Girls?
I mean, they certainly look a bit down there. They're lacking in that cohesion that really makes the team University of Houston shine. I like that you brought up that point, because they just on attack, they seem to lack lack coordination to be able to trade each other or just work together.
Yeah. And I did want to say, of course, before we head over towards that break, so Riot Games is now on Game Pass, of course, which is exciting. Play legendary titles from Riot Games with premium benefits for PC Game Pass members. Just link your Xbox profile to your Riot account and unlock agents, champions, little legends, XP boosts, and more. Join now at GamePass.com and get your first month for $1. That's exciting as it is, and I know we all love to get some Xbox Game Passes, especially when it involves Riot. But of course, we're going to be heading over towards that short break so we can see that second map and see what exactly is going on with these teams.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game. Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
We'll turn this around. Gotta turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad. Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
Enemy remaining. Defenders win. Standing. One enemy remaining. Remaining. Defenders win. Standing. One enemy remaining.
All right, what's up? Welcome back, everybody. I know you're excited to get into these games, as am I, and I'm 100% sure Zach is excited as well, guys. But before, again, I got something exciting to tell you. Our Paidia portal is, of course, designed to be, my apologies, they have designed a tournament feature accessible for all levels of tournaments. Whether you are looking for a quick bracket with friends or hosting a big tournament with a prize pool, of course, PaidiaGaming.com allows you to to collect tournament signups, manage a bracket, communication with players, and much more. Take a look at PaidiaGaming.com to be able to, really just look at what we got going on behind the scenes. But of course, heading into the game, what we're looking at is, of course, Houston versus Powerpuff Girls. So Zach, from the game that we saw before, it was, of course, a victory from Houston. But what are we expecting going into the next map of Fracture?
I mean, first things first, Houston did manage to win. I think it was 13-7 at the end of it, and pretty dominant showing, especially once they switched sides to defense. However, like we mentioned, that was the map picks. So of course they're going to be much better prepped for it. We're going to be heading into map number 2, Fracture, which was chosen by Powerpuff Girls, a map that they have to win on to be able to push this to a third game here on Ascent. But talking about Fracture, what can we expect? I really like that there's a variety when it comes to duelists being picked on this map. You are going to be having, you usually see a lot of Rays in this one, especially if you're running that Fade in Conjunction. I think when it comes to controllers as well, there's a decent variety. You see that Astra, the Brimstone as well, getting a lot of love depending. But I think that the agent that is almost a must pick for this particular map is none other than that Breach, because of how a lot of these channels are positioned. Like if you want to push towards B main or A main, there's just so much value that you can find with the help of that Breach utility. Again, which has a lot of synergy with that Raze as well as that Fade. So really, really powerful agent, and you can already see that both teams are picking it. And Powerpuff Girls, they're again going for a pretty similar team comp to what they were running on Pearl. They're just switching out some initiators. Melanie's still retaining that Phoenix as well, but Leah's going to be on Viper, which personally I think is really cool.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Viper pick on Fracture. I feel like a lot of the time, we get to see. To be honest with you, I would love to see a Harbor. I think Harbor would be so perfect on a map like Fracture, especially when you think about the wall, when you think about the, the extending features of the ultimate. I honestly think that ult is probably the biggest factor of pushing players back off the site, but it seems like we're not getting that today. Instead, we're actually getting a Brimstone, going over towards the site of Houston, which is great. But a Phoenix again back on Melanie, and the Phoenix was amazing before, but I'm more so excited to see how they're going to utilize that here on Fracture.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really seen the Phoenix before in Fracture, but hey, just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it's bad. And of course, I'm looking forward to this duelist versus duelist head-to-head. Once again, last time around, I think that Orchid got a little bit better off when it came down to the stats there. But hopefully this time around, Melanie can try to make more of an impact for the team. They were having a pretty good time on attack, but on defense, they just seem to struggle a bit. They tried going for those flash picks, that early information, but aside from that, it is looking a little bit rough. We also have some news when it comes down to the rosters. We are going to be having a switch out coming in for the side of Powerpuff Girls, if I'm not wrong. I think that instead of Sasha, we're going to be seeing Nozomi coming in on that Killjoy. Same agent, just a different player. So yeah, that's a little bit of a change that we're going to be seeing heading into this particular map. But aside from that, when it comes to Fracture, Gompers, what are some of your expectations and what do you think is going to happen?
I think on Fracture, oh man, with the playstyle of the Powerpuff Girls, I'm expecting some pretty heavy pushes outward, to gain early information here, especially on the defense. So definitely looking forward to that one. I'm expecting a lot of patience out of UH, but here seems like a pretty heavily aggressive push down towards B.
Yeah, that's definitely there. And Fracture it's one of my favorite things about it. The map is so attacker-sided that even defenders like to attack. Like a lot of those times, like you mentioned, you do see that push out coming in for some early information from the defenders as they try to, cast some things. However, for the side of Powerpuff Girls, they're just going to be sticking to their guns, playing it a little bit patient. They do have quite a bit of utility to work with. It's the opening battle is going to be Orchid versus the Turret, which Orchid manages to win out just fine. That is going to give away news that there is going to be at least one player towards side. They're gonna go for some early tower info, but are immediately stalled by that beautiful concussion from the Breach, and now they're going to be trying to take this fight to this Melanie there, but the right click is just too powerful, and it is going to be once again first blood, though it's quickly traded out by Pauline.
Yeah, incredibly well played there, coming up towards tower, but Nozomi, waiting for the team trying to get into that rotation, and we're expecting some pretty heavy utility to come out to try to get that retake. Already sitting down towards that back of sight there. Everybody on the extremities waiting for the peak, playing together off that contact. Nice from Orchid. Orchid looking good, playing with the team. That's all you really can expect. And I said the patience here is really going to pay off for the team of Houston, and it is so far. Look at that. The util combination in Orchid again has been proving incredibly useful.
Yeah, the Rays just up there when it comes to being able to get those kills. And of course, the fact is that every 2 kills you get, you're going to have that paint shells back online. So Orchid just really having fun. They're already halfway up, farmed up that ultimate with those kills as well, able to afford a Vandal on this anti-eco round. Not much in the tank, understandably, for the side of Powerpuff Girls. But, talking about the way they executed their round, more than how efficient they were getting onto site. I have to commend them for one of the most disciplined post plants I've seen. 2 players holding towards arcade, 1 playing on a crossfire towards main and tower. It's just really, really fantastic overall, and it's a pleasure to watch. But yeah, on this anti-eco run, I think it should be pretty easy for them.
Really putting up some of that breach util to try to push back Orchid. I'm not sure how they survived as long as they did, but they did that. All right, Aura, up to them to try to take something back, but Powerpuff Girls getting taken down left and right. I mean, they did a good job at taking out 2 players, but overall, right, it's just a 1v3.
That Vandal was dropped, but I think that they managed to retrieve it, so that's definitely not going to be a huge loss right now. 1v3, like you mentioned, it is going to be the substitute kicking in for the side of Powerpuff Girls here. Spike planted as well. The turret not quite catching them, but I think they might have heard the drop down. You can already see the breach more than ready for it. They go for the concussion, but nobody really able to catch this player off guard. Utility, though, again, just is being used in such conjunction, and off the back of that giveaway, it's going to be the double peak coming out. And unfortunately for Nozomi, not much that they can really do in that kind of situation. 2-0, but like you mentioned, a really good anti-eco for both of these teams. They do manage to get the plan, so University of Houston Scarlet are still going to be able to have quite a bit of economy left in their pocket, and they retrieve that Vandal as well. But for the side of PPG, it has to be said, like, the fact that they managed to get 2 of those Spectres offline is going to put a bit of a dent in the economy. You can see Binko struggling exactly, you know, what they're going to be buying, a Ghost or Sheriff in the hands of Alita as well, so definitely nerfing them quite a bit. In fact, it's going to take away those 2 Sheriffs and, 2 Spectres and give them Sheriffs instead, so a little bit of a loss there. And this time around, instead of just 5% pushing, they're going to be going in for a little bit of a split, a little bit of a feeling out for the information on both of these sides.
Feeling out what's going on. Unfortunately, there for Powerpuff taking 1 down. It's going to be huge. Orchid is on a roll. That's somebody that you got to watch out for towards the middle of the game, but already sitting down towards site. The biggest thing is that the weapon is there for Powerpuff Girls.
These 2 players on site, though, they have a lot of work that they have to do. They're going to be like stuck between 5 players converging on both sides right now. It's holding down that drop area, but as Orchid makes their way onto site, it's going to be Ara who stands up strong, switching over from that Astra to that KO role, able to play a little bit more aggressively, has some more utility to work with here. Just like that, it is going to fall apart right now. 2 players remaining. Raven, though, able to find one. It's all down to just Alita here. Has to get that final kill, but Ara will stand strong, not even taking a lick of damage as they manage to get a 4K on the site. One of the best holds I've seen from a player, and this is the same Ara that did the same in the last full buy on Pearl as well. So nice to see that despite the agent switch, they're still feeling it up. But the economic damage is so high there, Gompers. They lost 3 players, and look, they're struggling to buy up now.
Yeah, super fortunate to be able to get some of those picks. Powerpuff Girls, I mean, they needed it, right? They were stuck at a potential to lose, but they managed to bring things back, which is, I mean, completely great for them. But at this time and moment, seems like an aggressive push coming down, already down towards Fish. Utility used to back off this players, but Aura already waiting the head. And crosshair placement is good, but Ultier is better. And Ultier, I mean, already getting a tick down. Just 1 more shot in order to get that Rolling Thunder.
Just like that, the spike will go down. 4 players remaining for the side of University of Houston Scarlet. They're going to be going again into their tried and tested post-plant positions. One of them is very tagged up, but I think that there is some backup available. And once again, this crossfire being held down towards main, it's going to make things really, really difficult right now. It is going to be just Melanie desperately trying to stay alive here. However, though, the push out is impeccable, and just like that, it is going to fall apart completely. Altier with 3 on that round, being able to just get those 2 kills. I think it helped that one of the players they were up against only had a Sheriff to work with, but fact of the matter is that they're going to not only get the round for their team with that final kill, but they're also going to be able to have multiple ultimates online right now, despite the full buy kicking in for both these teams once again. For the side of Powerpuff Girls, they have the null command as well as that run it back, which can prove to be really pivotal on a retake. Also, only 2 away from that Rolling Thunder. But, you know, my eyes right now are on University of Houston Scarlet because they have so much to work with here. Only 2 away from the lockdown. They have that Showstopper. They have that Rolling Thunder. And I think that that's a lot of ultimates that the side of Powerpuff Girls really have to bait out if they want to try and have a successful retake coming in.
Yeah, so much utilizing these moments as well. Honestly, at this point, they could just pop a Razor. back anybody off. Nobody's going to want to peek that one, but seeming like not going to actually use this Rolling Thunder to their advantage. Instead, saving it up. Ult here. Slowly working for the one teammate getting taken down. Orchid wants to be able to get some of that vengeance, but I mean, in the situation that they're in now, they're over towards B. There's nothing they can do here. Binku's going to have to fight it by themselves.
That was an absolutely nasty shot from Ara. The showstopper is going to be invested, but Orchid won't find anything with it and also gets taken down super low. It was just a distraction though, as Alida manages to sneak up on this particular site along with Altier. They are holding the angle. Do spot the shoulders of Nezumi, and it's going to be Altier who gets that kill after all. Last two players still here. Altier on a roll as they find yet one more. It's all down to just a KO. Last spotted was on that B side, but they're going to A side, but they're going to expect a possible rotation coming through, so you can see them already holding the angle. Ara in a 1v3 situation, 38 HP left. Of course, to be fair, one of the players is super low as well, but with them being the only player left alive, it might not make sense to go for the null command, and the right call here might just to be safe considering how bad the economy is for the team right now.
Better safe than sorry. Or we're still going to try for any type of potential victory, because if they lose this round, it might just be game over. Not even playing the time. Orchid finding out Aura the moment they tried to throw some of that utility. Timing definitely on the side of Orchid there, because 1 health, literally a classic away from just getting down.
Yeah, it looked really scary there, but Ara almost getting the clutch off, however, not quite able to pull it off in the last minute. And talking about that round, let's just talk about Leah's kill there. They might have lost the round, but the fact that Leah was able to take down Raven, take the smokes off side before the execute came through, that was such a huge run because they had to commit the showstopper to try and get some space onto side and create that distraction. They managed to get the Raze ults offline, but right now, 3 major ultimates, I would add, are still going to be online for University of Houston Scarlet. Remember, this is the map that they achieved a 13-0 on before, previously against another team, so they definitely have the practice to deal with it. And Powerpuff Girls, they are looking increasingly at a loss to try and deal with these tactics coming in from the side of Scarlet here.
And the only thing they need to do, push themselves up, try to avoid any potential early picks coming through. Already knowing that there's so many players surrounding down towards A's. Honestly, looking for this rotation from Scarlet.
Pretty good call too, considering the 3 players were playing that aggressively down in A main. They've gotten the message, they've gotten the notification that the A side is not really open for business here. However, for the side of the defense, they do have a little bit of a read themselves. 2 players already having rotated over. The Nightfall not quite going to be able to catch anyone on site, but it will give away the game that this is going to be where the execute is coming. But armed with only sheriffs through the smoke, I'm not sure how much exactly they can do. Utility combination really good at buying time and getting the kill as well, as Orchid's paint shows and the Seas together managed to overpower Melanie completely.
Yeah, overpowering, having the Rolling Thunder just in case things go awry here for Houston. Still so many players sitting just behind that generator. Seeing it. Oh yeah, they know Leah's there. Nice from Pauline. The teamwork is going to be big. Then you got a 4v2. You know, lots of your players are kind of left standing, trying to get themselves somewhere. Maybe a Vandal. And a Vandal is picked up with 27 health left the moment they peek. Nice from Leah. In a 1v1 situation, some of that damage already being taken down from that Molly. And they're looking backside. They're looking everywhere to make sure, hey, where is this? What can I do in this moment? And all Alita got to do is just peek it.
Yeah, I like how Alita, they did this last map as well, and this time around again. You know, they're happy to let the rest of the team take the fight on site, buy some time. And Alita, a lot of the time you just see them just go towards main and like, I have my nano swarms, I'm your last line of defense, I'm gonna just keep the spike from being diffused, and they do exactly that. We saw this on Pearl as well, but on Fracture, increasingly prevalent. And right now, with that lockdown online, I feel like we are gonna be seeing a pretty quick B-side hit coming through because of how effective that particular ultimate is in just locking it down. Not really much on the site that they can counter it with either. They do have that Rolling Thunder available, but with the buff coming through to the Killjoy lockdown, it's like impossible to break with the Aftershock. So unless they directly push it head on and fight for that space, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, okay. Houston just keeps throwing everything and anything at this team. For Powerpuff Girls, Nozomi trying to pick out some fights, gets the one, but no heals available, and that's one of the biggest things where You know, nobody's there. No Sage, no Sky, no nothing. So you gotta try to fight with that 5 health, see what you can get. Binko takes advantage of the situation, puts themselves upwards. And everybody already working in. Getting a flash down towards at least tower here, but everybody's taken down by the side of Houston. Nobody left alive, and that 6-1 is looking dangerous.
I think that was a little bit of an unfortunate flash there from Ara. Did manage to blind the opponents, but also caught two of their own teams. So despite that just bought so much more time for the Crossfire to really be super effective. And again, it's going to be a timeout called right now by the side of the defense. Like you mentioned, 1-6, not a really good score. I know that Fracture tends to be a little bit attacker-sided if you look at the statistics, but all things considered, you want to have at least 4 or 5 rounds on this defensive half to feel comfortable to try and make that comeback. And 1-6 right now, they are just falling apart here. You know, if you look at how they're playing on this defense on Fracture, as a rule, you want to try and get a little bit aggressive. As a team, try and like pincer one of these players, try to get that early pick or information at the very least, and then fall back. But so far, they're just playing super passively. And the fact is, on their executes for the side of University of Houston Scarlet, they're always able to find that first pick and just get the spike down and settle back into post plants. And there's nothing that from the side of Powerpuff Girls that really seems to be disrupting that kind of flow. So I think that's making things even more difficult for them.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like you said, disrupting the flow, just honestly really putting down everything that they have in their arsenal to make sure that they can secure a win here, which is the smartest thing that they can do. Because look at this already, right? They used 2 ultimates going down into that round. Now they're able to collect as many as they want to here for Houston again, because they got 3 ready and prepared for the perfect moment. So if they need it, if they need to rip it out, they will. But we've had that Rolling Thunder for a while now, and they're kind of just waiting for the perfect moment, which I feel like is also, you know, a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have to use it, you don't have to use it. That's about it. Orchid also already has that showstopper online again. Last time it was a little bit of a Rosa ult. This time, let's see if they can get more impact. But, you know, if you can hit shots like that, you don't even need to use your ultimate. That is going to be the case. Right now, Nozomi, the only player on site, trying to anchor it, armed with only a Sheriff. It's going to be Binko catching them off guard. And once again, the spike plant will go down. The numbers advantage not exactly towards these players. Alida watching the flank as well to make things even more difficult. 2 players are going to be walking right into their crosshairs. The sound cue will give it away. Alida getting that first, but has some backup available as well from Binko, and it's all down to just a breach here. What can they find? And the answer to that is not going to be anything. As with 3 on the round, Binko extend the lead of University of Houston to 7-1. Things are looking super bad right now, I would say, for the side of Powerpuff Girls. They really have to dig in deep and come back here.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? They haven't been able to win anything, and their economy is completely shattered. They lose this one again, and that's another 2 rounds into the hands of Houston. They've already surpassed, you know, taking the lead towards that second half. They're set up for this half, and they're set up for the second half as well. If they manage to get even more, honestly, they're just going to run away with this whole entire game. But we're going to have to see how they deal with this situation, right? We got a Viper's Pit. Surprised that they actually set it down so deep and far into A, because it seems like everybody moving down towards B. A weak read, but it's okay, because let's see how they take this back.
Yeah, for once, the numbers advantage isn't too bad right now. The defender lockdown being invested as well to counter it. It is going to be the orbital strike from the Brimstone. The spike still hasn't gone down though. That's going to be a lot of sound cues that are heard out right now. Pauline finding the timing along with Nezomi getting crucial kills right now. Showstopper is going to be active for Orchid. Again, though, it's going to be a Roselle not finding much value, and with the spike dropped like that, it's going to make retrieving it even more difficult. Pauline holding the line down, taking down their counterpart, still trying to get those kills. Orchid, though, manages to trade it out, and it's all up to just a raise here. A 1v3 situation. Spike still dropped, though I don't think PPG are quite aware of it. Right now, Orchid is going to have so much work to do here. Does get the position of one of these players, but by breaking the turret, does give it away. The swing is good, the double peek is amazing, and finally, it is going to be Powerpuff Girls getting around on the board here, and it all came down to just them fighting tooth and nail for that site.
Yeah, putting everything, almost everything that they had into that round as well, which, no, yeah, they actually did put everything into that round now that I think about it, seeing everything kind of just come down to it, but it was either using those ultimates or losing out on that economy and possibly giving up those 2 rounds. So honestly, the best call on their part for Powerpuff Girls.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was a really, really good hold there coming out of them, and that's exactly what you need to see more of. You saw how they were willing to take. It's not like they're lacking in any other way when it comes down to aim. All they have to do is really take those fights and put themselves in a good position to do so. Again, though, it is going to be the side of University of Houston Scarlet, my bad, looking at this B side for their take, making a little bit of noise around the orb, but not quite able to bait out a peek out of the Powerpuff Girls side. And it just seems like they're trying to fake it, and Leah is able to sniff it out and get that Brimstone out once again.
Yeah, sniffing out the situation. Slowly moving up towards A. Leah taking that first pick. So, I mean, now hearing that there's more players starting to wrap around, they're going to fight this, but unfortunately not the best call. But they can redeem themselves. Powerpuff Girls, we've seen them do it before.
There you go. That's the Rolling Thunder finally being invested, and off the back of that, it is going to be Orchid running a farming simulator, finding 2 kills, knows the position of the Phoenix as well right now. Last 2 players for the side of Powerpuff Girls, desperately trying to make this work out, but Orchid will not be denied. 4 kills on the round, 2 off the Rolling Thunder, 2 off just being able to play aim labs in game while we're at it. And you know, I usually don't like to call people out like this, but if this is a duelist, if I ever saw one in a game, wow.
Now, Orchid has been putting up the numbers, even throughout the Pearl game, right? Getting that ace to really close things out down in Pearl, and now at this point, really just locking in those 4Ks. I wouldn't be surprised if I see an ace at some point as well. Orchid is locked down on that duelist role, and they're not afraid to peek. They're not afraid to take those fights, and honestly, it kind of shows as to why Houston is so strong and how they're going to be such a hard team to beat.
16-6 right now. Orchid is just pumping it up right now. Again, they have that lockdown available, but they're feeling themselves. They don't feel the need to invest it. They just know that they can possibly get onto side for free right now. Altier and Orchid between them just ripping apart the defense right now. Killjoy getting down. That's going to mean the utility is no longer valid as well. Not much to work with either for the remaining players. They're just hoping that somebody's going to be walking into these corners, and Pauline is going to be the first to fall, caught in the open just like that. The last 2 players coming through arcade. This time around, there's going to be nobody waiting for it, but again, they're aware of the possibility here. Altier, the first line of contact, flash out, tries to swing off of it, able to get that kill, and it's all down to just a KO. Ara has been able to do so much before in the past, but this time around, it's going to be a flawless for the side of University of Houston. 9-2, only 1 away from getting double digits in the first half. Wow.
Oh man, that 10-2 is going to look super rough. I got to be real with you, because if they win that pistol round leading up into that match point, they, like, what else can you say, really? at that point, it is down in the books, but, you know, Houston already running out with that first map win. The pressure really does have to be on for Powerpuff Girls here.
Yeah, Orchid already has that ultimate back online again. It seems like just 1 away from that show. Sorry, it does have that showstopper online. This is the 3rd showstopper of the half for this player here, just proving how much they've been able to just single-handedly frag out and have impact by themselves. Everything you want from your duelist, I guess. The lockdown is going to be invested towards that drop area. Leah not quite in the range of it, but still, again, this angle before hasn't worked out great for them, so they've struggled a little bit. The Aftershock is committed to try and break the lockdown, but with that buff coming in, it's not going to be happening anymore. Leah, though, able to find that first kill. The two-player push from Pauline and Leah, really, really impactful as they find 2 of their own, and suddenly numbers advantages in the favor of Powerpuff Girls once again.
Yeah, trying to take into some of those advantages, but unfortunately Orchid goes down their main duelist fragger, and you know what happens when that happens. You got to rely on everyone else, and it's going to be hard to, especially when the other duelist is starting to pop off here, so... Yeah, 9-3. At least they didn't take it to that double digit. And honestly, it works out best for Powerpuff Girls to go like this.
Yeah, it definitely helps them quite a bit. Like you mentioned, every single round is important, but, you know, talking about important rounds, this pistol is going to be pivotal right now for the side of Powerpuff Girls if they want to try and make this comeback here. Because 11-3, it's still possible to come back from it, but 9-5 is more easier of a scoreline to really try and deal with. They do have quite a bit of utility to work with if they can get the spike down. They have those Viper snake bites for the post plant, the nano swarms as well on the Killjoy, and even that fragments on the KO, assuming they don't use it to try and get into side in the first place. They also have a lot of utility that they can use to get onto side as well. That Viper wall can be invested early on, and they can use the Phoenix wall in turn to try and get in. But either way, they are looking towards this A execute early on. The turret being put on as well as that concussion is going to give away some information to Orchid that there is some presence here. However, though, it just seems like a little bit of a default coming out right now so far from the attackers.
Yeah, I do want to say really quick, though, before we continue on through this game, you can fast track your Valorant game with PC Game Pass members will unlock all current agents 20% match XP boost given to Battle Pass. So event pass and active agent contract progress, plus get day one access to every new agent as they're released. Join now at gamepass.com and get your first month for $1. And speaking of dollars, right? We're also speaking of who's going to be able to win this to bring up their economy just a bit. And it seems like so far, right, that 1-to-1 ratio that we got going on in terms of eliminations here for both sides is looking pretty even here.
For sure. However, though, for the side of University of Houston, they definitely have a little bit of an advantage considering that they're just able to run the clock down. They've already managed to burn over like just about a minute, and they know that this is going to be where the execute is possibly coming with 30 seconds left. The Viper Wall goes up as well. The concussion manages to push Raven off, and they manage to make their sight based off of that right now. But again, they don't want to wait even for them to get the plant down. They're just trying to like push forward as much as possible. It is going to be the Boombot, in fact, finding the first kill on this particular retake. The Painches as well, forcing Nozomi out of that position, getting that kill to make things even worse. And Orchid with 3 on the round already is looking for more. It's all down to just the Viper here. Has the snake bite to try and work with. However, it won't fall on the spike, and just like that, it is going to be the double digits striking right now for the side of University of Houston Scarlet. And once again, it is going to be Orchid with that 3K to start things off on the retake. This player is, if there was an award for MVP, I think that unless something miraculous happens for the side of PPG, it is going to be Orchid walking away with it tonight.
I mean, it could be 21-7. That's absolutely insane in my opinion.
3.0
if I'm being real with you. Yeah. And not to mention winning out to be able to go into this bye round is huge for this team fundamentally and overall in terms of being able to win this game. So seeing as slowly working up towards that B side, you got so much killjoy utility but completely demolished by that suppression, allowing this free entry to come in.
At the very least, they should be able to get that spike plant down, so a little bit more in the economy, definitely helpful. That turret doing quite a bit of work, though, in the process, as it's going to be Melanie on site alone. Doesn't have the spike either, so can't quite plant it yet. Pauline is finally going to be able to join them, and the flank is already in from Binko right now. 2 players ready to push up. Ultier getting 2 kills as well, 3rd on the round. It's all down to just 1 player, and the entire firing squad descends on poor Ara there, not able to find anything. And as expected, it is going to be round number 11 clicking in for the side of University of Houston Scarlet. It's interesting that the attackers there, Powerpuff Girls, didn't choose to force up, but I think they'd rather go into this full buy with those rifles and that advantage heading into this particular one. But, you know, talking about their attack again, they seem to be facing the same problem that they did on Pearl. They just seem to not have enough coordination. Like, you saw how long I believe it was Melanie who went onto site there, was stuck isolated, took a lot of damage from the turret as well. Nobody really coordinating with them, making things really difficult.
Alright, I'm kind of liking this. I'm liking the aggressive push coming out. They know that they're playing with these Spectres, so they got to play these close ranges. The only thing they can do is pick these spikes themselves. Nice from Raven to come around towards that back, and this is big. Are we going to see the potential to bring it into that match point this early on into the anti-eco? Honestly, I see it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just that the fact that they were able to take not 1 but 2 players down from the side of Powerpuff Girls there is just huge right now. And again, just being able to plant the spike, they get it down, but at what cost? Already losing 1 player to just that utility dump. Orchid on fire right now, getting 2, and it's all done just Leah to prevent this from getting to match point. 1v5 to clutch out, gets the first. The spike is still being diffused right now. They managed to get 2 kills before finally being shut down, but the round nevertheless will go in favor of University of Houston. They're at match and series point here. Only 1 away from 2-0ing their opponents. And while on Pearl they looked a little bit shaky, on Fracture they look completely in control. I can entirely understand how this team got a 13-0 last time they played this. They just looked so flawless. Of course, Orchid is going to be that tip of the spear, 23-8 now. But the rest of the team as well, they are so good at setting Orchid up, whether it's the concussions from their breach, the stim beacons from the Brimstone, or just the Haunt and the other utility coming out of Binko. They're so good at being able to set Orchid up for these engagements. And right now, it's going to be the reserve gas in the tank for the side of Powerpuff Girls, just to buy made of whatever they can scrape together. They're staring down the barrel of a gun here, and things do not look that great.
No, not yet. Oh, that's going to be unfortunate. Ultier had the Rolling Thunder to use within this round to make sure to push further. Unfortunately, with that going down, I mean, you got to know that some of these players are going down B, especially with that pick that they just received here. But again, patience is the name of the game here for Houston. They're going to keep themselves well centered.
Yeah, they might have lost a player early on, and they saw a lot of people outside A, but now it's going to be Orchid getting some information on this B side instead of a lead on the opposite side, able to make that rifle sing and take down the duelist. So that's definitely going to be a huge pick. Things back down to a 4v4. Once again, just the way the side of University of Houston are able to run down this clock, it's huge right now. For the side of PPG, they do have that lockdown available if they want to force their way onto a site. It seems like they are considering that possibility. Nozomi has that position down towards drop here, and off the back of that, they should be able to at least get that spike down and try to play for post plant. So far though, oh, that's such a bad peek. Unfortunately for Nozomi, they're going to be caught off guard there, and Raven will get that kill. 3v4, and we're looking at a retake.
Planted.
So many seconds to be able to get themselves back on. I mean, this is it for them, right? Houston. All they need is one good moment to make things count. But all Powerpuff Girls needs is that same exact potential to be able to make things work. Yep, turned around towards the back. Surprised they couldn't get it. Raven is making it happen. And at the end of the day, it does go over to Houston. They win going to that 13-3. That second map, honestly, oh man, Raven, I gotta be real with you. That's a bit harsh.
Yeah, 13-3. Well, the best thing I can say is, hey, it's not a 13-0, but yeah, it seemed like the side of Powerpuff Girls were really struggling. And anybody who watched that series can say understand exactly why University of Houston Scarlet is arguably the team with the perfect record right now. They've looked unstoppable throughout this particular tournament here. And talking about games and tournaments, just a reminder that Riot Games is on Battle Pass. You can play legendary titles from Riot Games with premium benefits for PC Game Pass members. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure Valorant just released a new agent, so you're going to be able to get that one unlocked with that Game Pass, and also get an XP boost on your as a bonus, so you can unlock champions in other games, Little Legends, XP boost, like I mentioned, and more. You can join right now at GamePass.com and get your first month for only $1. But while Game Pass is nice to think about, back to this particular game, what was like your highlight moment of the Gompers?
I gotta be real with you, it definitely was Orchid. Orchid was such a big player with honestly tons and tons of potential leading out of the collegiate scene as well. I think this player can go very far distances because their duelist play is immaculate, honestly. And this is going to be a big player of the team that will consistently frag out for this team as well and allow these consistent wins. So, I mean, Orchid has done absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm glad you talked about Orchid. Like, of course, those fantastic numbers and just being able to create that space on both of these maps, on both that Jet and the Raze, is exactly what you want from a duelist, like you mentioned. Another player that really stood out for me personally was Binko on that fade on both of these maps. And I really liked how they were using their utility, because a lot of the times, they were able to set up Orchid with some high information plays with that Haunt, or just being able to clear out a lot of those pesky angles with that Prowler. And just in general, being able to frag out right behind. Like, even if Orchid went down, Binko was able to get those multi-frags consistently time and time again to be able to help speed University of Houston Scarlet along their way. I think that it was a really good game. Kudos to the side of Powerpuff Girls, but I see why Houston is just such a powerhouse to deal with. I think that we are going to be having an interview shortly, but we're going to be having a bit of a break first. So we'll see the rest of you back soon as we talk more about this game and break it down and get an interview with one of the players.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game. Game Pass has PC Games. Nirvana awaits.
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad. Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Paidia Cup. I'm Zach, and with me here today is Gompers. We just caught the best of three between two really insane teams, but it was University of Houston Scarlet coming back out on top. And we have an interview tuned for you with one of their members. But before we jump right into it, remember this is the Paidia Cup, the Valorant matchmaking season pass, sponsored by Xbox. This is a 9-week long season hosted by Esports U that allows women Valorant teams to compete with other teams who are online and ready to play. All teams who play in 5 or more matches by the end of the season will compete in a double elimination final bracket for a shot at securing a spot in a show match during the CECC finals weekend between May 5th and 7th. The matchmaking season is between February 14th and April 11th, so you still have time to join up and compete. You can just do so at Paidia.com. And yeah, we saw a match go down today, like we mentioned, between the side of University of Houston Scarlet, where they pulled off a 2-0 against the side of Powerpuff Girls. I believe that we have one of their players, Raven, coming in for an interview today with me and Gomper, so let's take it.
All right. Hi,
Hello.
Raven. Hi. Oh my God, you're so beautiful. What the heck? Anyway,
Thank you.
so I was wondering, right, in terms of like the team and everything going on there. So you guys have been dominating throughout, the bracket in general and just playing against all of these teams. So I'm wondering, if so, how often do you scrim? What is the team dynamic like? More so, is it very hardworking, and what is going on behind the scenes more so?
So we usually do scrim 2 to 3 times a week, and then we have VOD review day and server time day. So we are scrimming pretty often, and when we do scrim, we usually try to take the VOD reviews in the same week so we can have like good retention on what we learned in the scrims and VOD reviews.
Okay,
Yeah.
and talking about your practices and stuff. Do you guys like work a lot on team coordination? Because you guys look super coordinated and in sync with each other. Like, do you actively work on that, or is it just practice from playing together for a while?
We do try to work on like our comms and working together and getting ready to play off of each other and each other up for success in the rounds. So when we do scrim, and something doesn't work, we do take pauses to try to figure out what we can do better and how, we needed to play that differently and just like how to work as a team together so that it's all very fluid.
All right. Well, I mean, it's very different because Powerpuff Girls, when I interviewed them, they said, "Oh, we don't scrim," and whatnot, and you guys scrim, and we can see as to where that lied, where you guys really did take that victory home. But do you have anything you want to say? I guess more so to Powerpuff Girls, or even just viewers at home. Anybody you want to give that shout out to, more so.
I just appreciate everyone supporting us. I'm sure you guys can see people in the chat, but we appreciate all of our friends and family that watch us and stuff. And GG's to Powerpuff Girls. Like, we were definitely coming into this match ready to expect a bigger fight from them just because our games last time was really close. So we came into this match a little bit more prepared to play them, but it was a good game against them. And we're really glad we got to, play today and rematched with them. It was really fun.
All right. And is there anyone on your team that you like to highlight in particular today for just being a really good teammate or just popping off like Orchid? Sorry if I up there a bit, but anyone in
No.
particular that you'd like to like
I
highlight
was
there?
going to name drop Orchid because she does a crazy job in IGLing and as a duelist and like entering, and she does a great job in fragging and staying composed and still being able to shot call, and I do like respect that out of Orchid, so I'm thankful for her as our IGL.
All right. Congratulations again, and I hope that your next games go just as well. At least for you guys. I don't know about how your opponent team would feel about that, but you guys were fantastic today. So keep up the good work, and I hope to cast more of your games because it was really just a pleasure breaking it down.
Thank you so much.
Wow, she was so pretty. I'm sorry.
yeah, she was. But yeah, I feel like everybody that comes, for some reason, everybody that comes on here is gorgeous, beautiful, whatnot. But honestly, it was interesting to hear that the IGL was the duelist that was getting aces and fragging out and also doing all of this work to get into the site, which you think to yourself, that's a lot of responsibility, but to be able to do all of that makes you such a valuable player.
Yeah, exactly. Like Orchid was consistently like on top of things, getting those entries, like you mentioned, creating that space, and the fact that they were able to IGL as well while doing all of the. But it's also, I think, a testament to the rest of the team as well. The fact that they're able to Raven mentioned, they're really good at the comms. They worked on those. It was really clear. Like, yeah, Orchid is like, yeah, I'm gonna enter. I'm gonna like try to satchel in, get a pick, and you see all the utility coming out, and as well as the players right behind them. Like a lot of the times, like I think this was the biggest differentiator between Powerpuff Girls and University of Houston Scarlet. Like a lot of rounds, you saw Melanie being able to get onto site, but they were just stuck isolated and they would get bombed down by utility or by people double peeking them and all that stuff. But Orchid, they always had that backup plan. Very, very few rounds you saw them go down right off the bat without a trade. And I just think that overall coordination was what really shone through today in when we were watching the side of University of Houston play.
Yeah, I mean, I have to completely agree with you. I'm pretty sure that's it. I mean, for right now, but I just wanted to give a quick thank you. Obviously, I say this every time, but to production, behind the scenes, and Xbox, of course, and Paidia for not only allowing us to come on here, but also allowing me to troll from time to time, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much for that. Yeah, I mean, but Zach, do you have anything you want to say?
Oh no, thank you for having me. It was a blast, and I'm always down for a good old Gompers troll. I've seen enough of them over the last few months, but it's finally nice to do it on broadcast with you. But I think that is going to be it for the night. Just a reminder, you can check out our socials at Paidia Gaming as well as Esports U. I'm Zach, and with me here is Gompers. You can see our Twitter handles as well up there, so drop us a little bit of love. And most importantly, thank you everybody for tuning in and supporting these fantastic teams. Have a great night, everyone.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big
Breaking news.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup here in Boise, Idaho. The Western Regional Qualifier has been up and running all day long. We've got a great team of people scattered out throughout the building that are ready to bring you all the action of the content. We're going to jump over to the player pit with Septilence and get a hear on what's going on over there.
Hello, everybody. My name is Septilence, and not every great game can happen on stream, so a little bit of them happen here in the player pit. We've got UCLA versus UNLV in the lower bracket map 5 control happening right now. Whichever team loses this, unfortunately, goes home this weekend. Is all on the line right here. Capture the energy and the excitement of how much this can mean to these players.
Thank you so much, Septilence. It looks like great things are going on over there, and a lot of us have been spending all day long here in the building, so we want to take a look outside. We're now going to jump over to Septilence with the weather. Thank you so much, Septilence. I, like many other people here at CECC West, have been inside since about 8 o'clock this morning. It was nice when I was out there, but as of right now, I have no clue what the weather's like. Back to you on the desk, Septilence. All right. I guess that's the weather from Septilence. We've got a couple more reporters scattered out around the building. The first one going to be out on stage, getting a great feel for the competitors and the competitive nature that builds at an in-person event like this. Let's take a look at what Septilence has going on stage. Here on the main stage, we have Hawaii versus Oregon in our first streamed Valorant matchup of the weekend. These players, only some are going to get to play on stage, but when you're up there, it creates a whole new world of nerves, dangers, and new opportunities to take down your opponent. Thank you so much, Septilence, for going out and getting that information of what's happening on stage and letting us know which players and teams are having a good or bad time. So this event's all about at the end of the day is the players that are going to walk away with that first place slot. We're going to jump out to Septilence in the audience, who, if the rumors are true, is about to get some breaking news.
It has been chaos here today, Septilence. It has been a very busy day for these players, and Wave Riders from Hawaii are keeping it a very close game on stage, and things are This just in breaking news. We see the University of Hawaii Overwatch team goes 0-2 in pools, and unfortunately, I don't think is going to be able to make it into the bracket. Now that's some crazy breaking news.
Some of the anchors here are a little more well-versed in our job, and others maybe are a little rustier, a little shakier. We're going to throw it over to one of our first-time broadcasters and get a feel about what he's got and his thoughts on this weekend. From what I understand, we have a correspondent somewhere outside. Apparently, he's running a little bit late. Maybe let's jump over to him and see if he's on his way.
They said look for the Septulence news van. I'm gonna be so late. What time is? Oh, my coffee! Oh, come on! Oh, man!
Now, collegiate esports is often a place where legends are forged as these players go head-to-head until there is the best of the best left standing. Now, we've gotten a rumor that a pro player has entered the building, and we've got a correspondent with a little more information on that. Septulence, take it away.
You know, I didn't think it was gonna be easy, but it was a lot harder than I expected. When you arrive to a somebody named Septulence tournament, you don't think there's gonna be a full bracket, but a win is a win, you know what I mean? I'm pretty excited to be taking this baby home.
Now, our team of correspondents was spread throughout the building, but due to the fact there's only so many of us, we could bring you just a taste of what the CECC has to offer. Now, remember, the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup is in Arlington, Texas later this year, and if you want to keep an eye on that, be sure to follow Esports U on all of their social media, all of their channels, including Twitch and Twitter, to stay up to date with what we have to offer. Thank you so much for joining me and my correspondents, and we'll see you in the next one.
Okay, CECC West, Septulence is in the audience, Septulence is in the pit, Septulence is outside, Septulence is lost, Septulence is sleeping. We gotta get more people on this team. That's crazy. Oh, wow.
Largest event of all of these, the massive, nope, I hate it. Oh my God. Okay. Thin and not, nope, I hate it. Sorry. Commissioner, nope.
Screwed it up.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC Top 8 Plays of the Week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing two things. One, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, wow, Septulence really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself, it's a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. But in a final moment of success, Malone clears it from one coast to another and finds an open goal, giving Wake Forest the lead once again.
These Champ 3 and Champ 2 is doing. I mean, seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the one. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience coming.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
An Illusion delivers with efficiency. 3 in a row. No time left, even if they had the chance at orbital strike out.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into
it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running. We have another exciting group of matchups right here in college esports. But before we get to tonight's evening of matchups, let's take a look at what we saw this weekend as we had our CECC West Regional and what we saw on the Friday action before we left. So Friday, we saw the NJC AAE conference with some Overwatch 2. It was Blinn College versus State Tech College. Blink College had a phenomenal showing, dominating and leading with a 3-0 victory over State Tech. After that, we saw the ECC Overwatch 2 Round 4, where it was Southern New Hampshire versus Malloy College. Southern New Hampshire showed up, dominated, and really in the last week of the ECC, wound up winning against Malloy 3-1. That was a very good match there, but Southern New Hampshire wound up getting the better of the two. Over to the ECAC League of Legends for Week 5. James Madison University versus Ohio Northern University. James Madison, they really showed up. It was a great matchup, and as they go through the games there, it was game 1, game 2. James Madison wound up coming out on top here. Oh, excuse me. No, it was Ohio Northern who extended their record 1 week longer. So the ECAC League of Legends Week 5 wound up coming out to Ohio Northern, taking away that victory. But now we go into Saturday. We don't usually have events on Saturday, but this week was a special one. We headed out to Boise State University to visit Doc Haskell for the CECC West Regional Qualifier, Day 1. We had a lot of teams at Boise, but only one spot, heads to Arlington, was available for each of the 4 games that we compete in. Which schools were going to show up, dominate, and be able to qualify and gain that bid to CECC Arlington? We got our first look at Boise State, and they were dominating as they speed ran through UNLV and UCLA to secure their spot in the top 4 and head to Sunday. Rocket League had that was an Overwatch. Rocket League had some banger matches as we witnessed UCLA defeat Arizona, but went to war against Weber State. Weber State was down 0-2, but that's where their comfort zone took over as game 5. And in overtime, they managed to complete the reverse sweep. Weber, woo! We also got to witness Boise State's Rocket League team as their player Dirtho proved himself to be a animal and also got themselves into the playoffs where they quickly made it to the top 4 along with Weber State. Dirtho was on point from start to finish. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate only had 5 teams competing, but it was super competitive nonetheless. Coming out of the round robin as the first seed wasn't the hometown favorites who fell to the 3 seed, but it was UC Riverside that took out Boise in a nail-biter final match of the day to wind up qualifying for that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate spot. The Wave Riders of UH Premier were able to take a convincing 2-0 win against OSU. They are a self-funded team from UH, which is amazing. They had the rematch later that night in a nail-biter series that ended with the Wave Riders coming out on top again. Boise's Valorant team also had a stressful time as they fell to Arizona State before having to send GCU home to take the last spot of the top 4 in Valorant. Next, we head over to the Sunday, which was the finals of the CECC West Regional Qualifier Day 2, and it shook out something like this. It was Championship Sunday, where the remaining 4 teams duke it out with the first place advancing and claiming a bid for CECC Arlington. We witnessed Overwatch, where in the semis, both Boise and UCSD made quick work of their opponents, beating them out in 3-0 fashion. It was neck to neck between the two, but still ended up as a 3-0 win for the home team in Boise. The crowd went wild. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was next. That did not have Boise in the finals. Remember, this was a virtual event, but Boise wound up falling to Sac State in the semis, and it was UC Riverside that took home the title in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Just like Saturday, Rocket League had the matches to watch as both semifinals ended up in reverse sweeps, but Boise and Grand Canyon University made sure that history would not repeat itself. Boise was able to claim their second title of the day as they swept Rocket League 4-0 against Grand Canyon. Boise were looking for their third title of the day, but the Valorant Finals was against the team they lost to in the groups, Arizona State. And it seemed like it wouldn't be the Boise title sweep as Arizona took out their opponents and booked that final ticket in Valorant, for the West bid at least, to CECC Arlington. So that closed out the CECC West Regional. We had 4 teams move on. Boise took home 2 spots in Overwatch and Rocket League. We saw Riverside take Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and then we saw Arizona State take Valorant. And that's how we got to this evening. We saw Paidia earlier, and now we have Valorant. That'll be coming up right after this, 8 p.m. EST. It's for the ECAC conference, and it will be commentated by none other than my brother Orbital and Hail Monkey Man. This pair is going to be fantastic. Make sure to catch that Valorant game right after you listen to me ramble. Next up at 10 p.m. EST is going to be Overwatch 2 from the Mountain West Conference. This is still a big conference here as they have a championship coming up, and those Mountain West bids will align into the CECC Arlington. And that 10 p.m. matchup, best of 5 maps, of course, will be commentated by none other than Hawaiian's own Clutch Key and Twin Salty. So without further ado, baby, woo, 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 yeah. We are about to see college esports, middle of the week, the best of the week, right here on Esports U Live. Without further ado, enjoy Orbital and Hail Monkey Man for some ECAC Valorant action. Casters, over to you, baby.
Welcome, everyone. I lack buttons, so I can't quite pop off as much as Hype Polly can, but you guys can still get excited for tonight. It's Valorant time here at Esports U, and we've got some ECAC action between some big teams, but right now, I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Orbital, and Orbital, we go into this, it's a couple of undefeated teams, it's over the midway mark of the season, we're on that downhill stretch where all these teams are either in their best form or maybe just trying to find some form at all.
I like to think of it as they have had some time to become a snowball, and it's now just trying to avalanche their way down. These are all top teams, and again, this is a group that has about 49 different teams in it. So it's a very, very large conference, and they only have 8 weeks to play. Now, again, the top 50% do make it into playoffs, and I know that sounds like a lot, but if you really think about it, that also means that you can very easily find yourself on the chopping block. It can come very, very quickly, and at the same time, there's a lot of room for adjustments. It means if you lose a single game or a single series, you can easily drop from an upper echelon spot in the playoffs down to facing one of the top teams later on. And so it's very, very dangerous. So again, with undefeated records, it means that you want to keep that up moving into the rest of the season.
Yeah, and I think this one is going to be maybe even a rematch or maybe a forthcoming a partial match that could happen in the playoffs all over again. But a tale of 2 slightly different seasons. You have Barron, Penn State University's satellite campus, over for their Valorant Blue team at 10-0 in games, 5-0 in total record. And then Adelphi University, the Panthers, that are also 5-0, but they've dropped a couple of games. So I like teams that kind of fight through the quagmire of all of these best of 3s. And as you, of course, see our bands just down below. Thank you so much to our awesome production. You get to see that we start off just a little bit differently. Instead of running away from something that was a little bit new, now this time we actually do have the Nittany Lions that are picking Split to start things off. I am excited to see how these teams do come at this attack because, like we were talking about, it went away. It came back. It's a little bit more cut 45 degrees instead of 90 degrees. And this one will be exciting, especially because we're guaranteed that, as well as Icebox. But before we cool off over there, we get Split. So I want to know your insights, or maybe just, does this one feel better in its newer form to you, Orbital?
No, I'm so mad. Wow. I'm still so mad. Pearl, Fracture, and Lotus. We're not allowed to play those maps. Come on. You can do better. Split, though, is an old hand map, and of course, everyone really does enjoy it or hates it, one or the other. I personally always liked it because, again, it felt like one of those very nice sniper homes. Straight up A main into screens. It's just a nasty sightway that can bring a lot of pain if you're not careful, and also the high heaven angles that you can hold. I really did enjoy those in the past. A site was always very fun to watch, and it was one of those that, you know, brought some enjoyable moments, in my opinion. But again, it's an old map. Teams are, again, relearning it, if you will, and getting back into the swing of things and hoping to enjoy it as much. But yes, in terms of how this map will play out, it's a little bit more stock standards, a little bit more 50-50 instead of how, I almost want to say blatant, some of those previous seasons were. It was very difficult, but you can look at, I'm very, very excited to see what these two teams can lay down here on Split.
Yeah, that everyone kind of complained. They're like, hey, all right, it's too difficult to go into. It's too difficult for the attackers to find themselves moving forward. Well, guess what? They made it a little bit easier. They were able to, I guess with the downward economy, get rid of half of Cafe, and then you got rid of half of the Overwatch into the Heaven over there as well. So A is a little bit more accommodatable. B, much the same way, and the angles get cut off, but that does open up space for the change-ups. We've seen Cypher make this his home, but also Cypher become a meme on it. That was back in the day. This is the now. Sentinels abound are changing up. Killjoy again, which will be picked over by Fun for the Panthers, will come in. So this is going to be already a difference of what you do with your Sentinels. And going for mega defense, Koof on the Cypher, and Tycoon, who, you know, you looked for a scouting report for, is on that Sage to really cut off those lanes in mid.
All right, I was taking a look at that harbor that Doran was sitting on, and I was like, I don't think with what you got locked in, we're gonna have that one. You do need a little bit of a fighter in there, and you're gonna hover over the Raze. I do appreciate this one. Raze has always been one of those fun ones, you know, one of the original highlight reel maniacs, if you will, with the satchels running in there. It was so much fun. But agreed, there was going to be a little bit of a touch and go, but the Cypher being locked in along with the Sage. If you go with the Sky as well, that's a lot of backup that you have in your back pocket, and this is... okay, so they do lock this in. They don't have a whole lot of upfront smoke utility. Yes, you do have the excuse me, the Brimstone in there. It's going to be kind of nice, but it still feels a bit lacking. However, they're not lacking in the heal department. Like, that is a little bit of overkill, I think.
This is a lot of, if you look at what Brimstone has to do from a defensive standpoint, he has a lot of hard walls in front of him that can make for proximity smoking, because you don't have that full kind of universal smoke. You don't have the Omen that can be able to throw it across map. You don't have the same with the Astra, and the Astra is sitting in the hands of the Panthers as they're going to be making onto their press. I think that'll be a great position for them to use, especially to contain and post-plant hold with that Cosmic Divide. But we got a Sky on each side, so the blinds are going to be a little switched up. And in case anyone was curious, we are a week away from Gecko. Yes, everyone's newest, favorite, most wholesome agent ever being used. That's not happening tonight. That'll be happening next week. And I'm so excited for us to be able to see him orbital. That's going to be a game changer right there.
I am absolutely grabbing a Wingman plushie as soon as possible. Like, I don't care what anyone says. That plushie is mine on site. I'm going to try and be the first 100 that they release, I'm sure, and then, you know, sold off on just about every resale website possible. I'm excited. That agent looks like so much fun. I'm still going to run Harbor. Don't get me wrong. Harbor is my pride and joy of agents that I really do like, just with the utility kit. But, I mean, it's so cute. Gecko is by far the cutest I've seen so far. Right now, though, we are getting the opening PSV just launching into a tirade. Doran locking in a 2K. That Frenzy's freaking volume, making a paint shell kill as well. Doran locking in those 3.
I like that outward step by Fun, but they are getting gunned down as the defense was met with an immediate pounce by the Panthers, but they're able to fend them off and back. I loved the use of those paint shells up in outside heaven, and then moving over to ramp, trying to be able to immediately take that duel. They came in from all sides and be able to shut them down. Also, I had forgotten that this buypack was here in the shop. I really need to go get that before the Oni katana and all that is gone, because that looks so rad. Like, it really does.
Looks beautiful is what it
So
is.
nice.
It looks glorious right there. You know, I'm not much of a skins fan usually. Oh, Avo even heard us. Thank you so much. I'm not much of a skins fan, but that might be one I have to go pick in as well. Right now though, I'm gonna stay here and just watch this game, and Tycoon just kind of rolls on through, takes a 2K.
Quickly gets on top of the wall where they know some immediate swings are happening, and Coop is going to try and assist as they can. Go and grab a Spectre as well, and this seems to be the point of entry that they at least want to tease and want to force a lot of contention and focus to by Behrend. And as they do isolate them, you do actually have at least that audio cue that you have the Sky coming right back around, but Avo cannot fend off a full tirade and torrent of classic shots, so this becomes a 2v3 with very little HP in their back pocket. Not much really in that Astra. They're actually going to get a couple of dinks, and Koof does find a spray down and a nice little bang through into Season and Fun. And so they will die here in the sewer, but I'm sure they'll be fighting another day. The first 2 go over to the Nittany Lions. That one just, you know, typical splits. You get caught out mid, can't really progress, especially because an extra wall was just erected by the Sage.
How many people have this sword? That's Koof and Avo both have this skin on them. I'm like, how many people bought that? Oh, Doran has it too? Like, did all of them just go? I think all of them locked in. That's three players of PSV that we have. I mean, are we gonna see a 4th? Do we see? Okay, weapon. Oh my gosh. All of them got
Everyone
it.
got
I love it, but still, like, they're just calling me poor right now. Jeez.
Shots is at least flexing the opposite one, but that's going to be Shots that takes down Avo outside of mailroom. Create a one-way. The wall goes down, and Tycoon rather, with the judge. You did hear the tailwind pop off. No one was able to move past him. You have the toxic screen right in front, and now Tycoon has actually made a few COD jumps to go into the mailroom steps, but been able to progress. And now they're invading, but Duran is going to keep them at a distance as they will drop season.
Duran feeling good here on this ramp, but definitely saw him come out, and Weapon T said, easy, easy does it. Nice call there, but again, Adelphi saying, we are on B. No chance at all. 2v4 with the lurker behind. We'll see what they can do if they're able to pull this off. Jets trying to burn the Jets here. Only able to take one, but Koof is able to find another on the back end, so 1v2, much more doable. You're going to swap out for that Vandal. Going to try and spray down, but you can't get the kill. Weapon T says, cross all your T's and take that dub. One round to Adelphi. And it's 2-1 as we hit the fourth.
T making sure other people's are getting dot in the eyes from their bullets. Quick headshot. That's the tough re-entry from your CT side spawn, because you come in through there and then it's just basically crossfire no matter where you go, unless they are set up into corner and then back over into garage. It's pretty much a guessing game because you have one up in rafters that can be moving over the window in heaven. Really tough re-entry, but we do have a real rifle round here. Avo will have a judge, so it looks like they're going to be holding a very close cross shot, and there is going to be a great throw. Hey, Viper's got an arm on her, man. Got able to get that poison orb all the way down, so it looks like they could at least tease that they want to press up, and that poison orb does draw a few eyes, but there is a slow press, shots on top of, I guess, the notice board here, seeing if anyone will pop out inside mailroom or otherwise.
I mean, they're taking it slow, right? They're ensuring to play it slow. And again, Adelphi did lose a few more members they probably would have liked, but Shots was ready for it. Avo taken out against this wall and opens up an opportunity. Again, spacing out towards B and waiting for the rest of PSV to walk through. Koof, though, finds one T. And now Tycoon has a beautiful flank, drops 3, and says, that's all I really need. The judge does work. And PSV say thank you very much.
Judge dropped the gavel. Everyone's getting a life sentence of watching them get that multi-kill from the grave. And wow, what a play. They just kind of wait and wait and wait and hear the herd of footsteps moving up the steps and then chase them down. And why not throw just an absolute salvo of bullets at them? The judge just, hey, just auto-click central. It is a very punishing weapon. 6 and 2 and 3. They have the revive online. There is a showstopper by Duran. But on the opposite side, you have the Bladestorm that may get used into this eco round. Yes, it is. And Season has the Cosmic Divide if they want to post-plant hold. Doubt it gets used here. Blades at the ready for shots. They do fall in that first real rifle round.
They'll go ahead and play with the save here and play with a lot of respect again, chasing up this min. And they've done this, I think, 2 times now, both times with low weaponry in hand. So they'll play it nice and slow, but PSB, they're just saying, hey, we're good. You don't have to rush anything. You're the ones that have to chase in to us if you want to take that chance. B main, though, is going to be called out here, and this is going to be the first time they go on the outside. Adelphi saying this might be our chance, but Koof gonna go ahead, toss out a little bit of a cage, and does not find anything. So hold on just for a little bit longer. AU playing this one very slow.
The Viper is hanging out in mid, and a few others kind of down at the opposite end. Oh, quick Bladestorm shots. Shots able to at least get one. Season will drop in. Tycoon follows up. Oh, what a blank straight into the skull. There was so little projection of where they were going to go because you had that middle hold, and I know that mid control, especially if you think of maps like Ascent, if you think of just anywhere where you want to have open corridors and really kind of cut down lanes for the defense to have to rotate over to your attack, then this one is just marquee, hey, we can control here, we dictate pace of this map. But I liked the swing over to B. They were on an eco buy, so they really didn't have the weaponry to kind of go and force a duel from distance, which is why they didn't want it to force that. And they quickly got cut down in the moment when they did. But you have the same thing. You have Spike floating in mid for the the options to go east and west, wherever they might be able to go, but they haven't been able to win these gunfights right now, and already they're calling out there's at least a couple, multiples hanging out long A.
I do give them credit, though. On that last round, they moved as a squad, which is very important, right? No matter what, even on a save, you got to move as a squad. You got to move as a team, even if you're lurking in this 2-3 position. But for right now, as you said, they do have weapons hot, so they should be able to make some magic happen. Main thing is winning those early gun duels and winning them on your own advantage. You can see a couple smokes landing in the poison, holding out on that Trailblazer. So Jets saying, I mean, you can't really smoke me out here. Going to be defending a Lone B site that is completely empty. Look at the flank, though. Adelphi, deep spread in there from Vent as well as Main. And saying, we're going to take a chance here on this A site if someone pokes their head. In heaven, this could be a dangerous, dangerous spot. And there they go. Chase up. Don't find anyone just yet. There it is. Shots. Finds Doron.
This has been a deep infiltration all the way up into ropes as well. You do have Weapon Team that's having to deal with him now getting rid of this tripwire. They hear the audible intel, and they do actually put the alarm bot down, but they're being tracked in from all sides. You have one outside column. They're both inside heaven, and now they have to make this re-attack. They're going to put that Cosmic Divide out. Maybe no. Samaritan is able to grab another, and Season finishes off Jets. So as they drop out from heaven, they're able to just basically go skeet shooting as they fly out. So job well done to AU Panthers. Looking like they'll maybe be all of a weapon short depending on how they want to buy. Weapon T is 1 point short of their ult, and they'll have that. Maybe a Cosmic Divide on the ready, but online you got 4 to 5 just short, or a few short of being able to get to that neural theft. But this could be one that you see a big repel by the likes of Baron. They really could be able to just extend this to a 5-2 here in a hurry. Especially because I think I just saw an op.
Yeah, you didn't just see an op. You ever heard a gong go off inside of Valorant? That's what that is. The operator calling out and saying, you gotta play here. Shots those, saying, hey, Koof, you down for the count. It's a KO off field. Tycoon saying, I want a chance as well. Slowing orb goes out. Tycoon just trying to bait him out as much as possible. It's very rare that you actually see an op in the hands of a Sage, but when you're holding down Heaven, might as well. You know, that's where the healer's going to go. Revive coming through, but Shots is ready once again. Takes out Coop as soon as they revive, so it's still a 3v4.
I love that push up by Weapon T. They put the snake bite all the way up into stairs, and that forced them to not be able to get full use of that Pathfinder. They recognize that they're there. They have to be able to swing a guiding light, and that was all of a fearful tactic. But now this attack is kind of stunted. The Seekers are waiting out. You do have another blind, and they're having to hop back. Samaritan, dang blind. They nearly have a lineup, but they get lined down by Tycoon with that operator. Very close quarters combat. Another one will fall. Duran, having been able to make the swing, can't get his shots with 3. Oh my goodness, the pop shot on that op as Tycoon is defending everyone. The spike is in front. They got 20 seconds to keep it held down.
Can't really hold it down, but instead they're going to try and trade it out. No op in hand. Instead is the Phantom. I'm going to try and put the Ghost to use. Make the Ethereal work for them. Plant goes down. Another set of seconds left. Tycoon, where do you look? Waiting for that 1v1. Oh, you do spray and get registration, but I'm not sure if you can keep looking at side. Season's like, what the heck, really? Oh my gosh, again, taking it slow, but Season with enough HP. 5 is plenty to stay alive and finish him off. 3-4 as Adelphi fight back.
They knew that both those players had escaped, and there was only one good place to hide based on the crossfire that was needed. They could jack in the box their way just from behind the double stack box outside, because they were looking straight up and they were like, all right, if he's gonna pop down, if he's gonna look over and try to be able to get to my jet, I can get him from right here. And that's such a good counter play and read out of Tycoon to be able to go through, like, you know what, I know they're right there, let me take these shots. And so they couldn't quite complete the maneuver, but the thought process was there, and that's Panthers able to find another one.
Definitely gonna try their hardest. Adelphi, though, saying we still got it. We still got plenty in the tank. You know it. But Koof, though, last bullet out of that set. Goes ahead and takes that kill. Jets able to find Weapon T, and PSV saying we got this. It's a 3v2. We're feeling confident around that. Quite honestly, I feel they shouldn't be in this much control, right? They shouldn't have the weaponry. They do have enough. Let's see what they can do here.
I've got your trail.
Push them down out in mid. The Seekers are going to be expended just to be able to put a little bit of extra pressure. We're going to follow them straight into the fray. And honestly, they had the weapon differential and were better from it. The Guiding Light will be pushed out as well as they'll be following up. Season doesn't want to get sprayed from both sides, but you do have both defenders for Bayern in the same corridor. They're going to push the Molly out, so they have to go in front of it. Don't delay. They're looking for the wall bang, and they keep continuing that spray. Coop gets boofed by Seasons, gets a 3K, and we're tied at 4. Now, that one was kind of a light buy by Bayern because it had been the Panthers that took the last few. So they're in an interesting situation. They didn't full save to make sure that they could go full buy now. We're going to see some Sheriffs and Light Shields, and they're going to be in that kind of static draw for a while, but there's still plenty of economy for Season. They may actually have shots, though, going with just purely the Bladestorm into this round.
They could, and I think you're exactly right. They're going to. They have so much to work with. They're not worried at all.
Get out of my way.
Main thing is for PSB, you are working with the budget here, and Shots is like, yeah, I know you're working on a budget, and budget means I get the knives out. Dashes up, chases one though, but doesn't see Doron on the other side. The free kill for Doron. No weapon though. That'll be Weapon T taking a kill back. Tycoon lights him up though. The Sheriff bringing home a kill as well.
Tycoon writing a haiku. If I was any good at poems, I would try to be able to craft one myself, but you're just going to pretend I said something really prolific and cool. Right now, this spike will be rotating all the way from attacker side spawn, and they've seen that a wall is hanging out in mid because there is a lack of tripping the tripwires out onto site A. They may start thinking from Bayern that this push has transcended over to B, so they will start having Tycoon move over from CT, but they also have to keep this one locked down because Avo is hanging out there, calling out. They see him in mailroom, and they'll have to take a few slower steps to take bullets to the body. Now the options are there. Do they press in through the nebula? No. It's time to be able to go find your mail, and they're looking for the coupons in it to be able to get themselves onto site.
Ooh.
It will be Jets that falls. Doppelganger Syndrome as Samaritan is able to get them.
I mean, Samaritan getting the perfect swing as well, clearing out that backside of B and saying easy. Right now, 2v3 with only a couple shares in hand. Let's see what they can do. I think Koof does have that stinger, but now it's only the stinger alive, and it has been nerfed, and you're dropping down from a high height. The Cypher not able to do work, and Koof is down. Adelphi able to make it work with 4 in a row. 5-4 right now here in game 1.
That one was the big save by Baron. That made it a tiny bit more expensive, but you did see Shots not buy into it. It was Season that had 5K in their back pocket. Pretty much, I think it was 3 that survived from Adelphi, so they're in a great position right now to be able to take on this rifle round. And as we have 3 remaining and going to the 10th, Tycoon right now 13-6, holding down the fort for the Nittany Lions, but Season doing the same thing at 10-5. Right now the highlight player, I want to see how they continue to contend because they put some stars down in the middle. That's a very conditioned position. Ooh. But they actually win this duel straight up as Duran will drop on ramp.
Beautiful shot. You had that option, you took it, and gave your team the advantage. Right now, it is PSB just going, how the heck do we kind of fight this one back? It feels like we're losing out on early gunfights. It feels like we're getting shut down at our initial fights and our initial choices. Have any options here, but Tycoon does. Inside event said, give me that kill. Weapon T is now down for the count. 4v4. As PSB are trying to figure out where this plant is going to go. Trailblazer will snuff him out inside of the garage. Beautiful job by Jets.
Pathfinder does see multiple, sees 2. You're going to see the Cosmic Divide come out. They're going to try and keep Heaven very contentious. Fun gets rid of Jets, and you do have the Orbital Strike ready to go if they're going to guess when the default plant will come through. Everyone from backside column, you have 1 in CT, and you have Avo who's going to take away, so they don't get it for free. Shots will drop Avo after they use their ultimate, but that's all of a delay tactic at this point. Koof has been able to get onto site. Oh, and taking away the sight lines of Shots. Their eyes completely off the mark. You have 1 outside the box, maybe a third on the way. They have to be able to get around it, and you do have the Seekers, so they're just looking for this 1v2 to complete, but they're going to get caught in this crossfire. They
the bait.
Practice shot.
Coop went for it. I appreciate the attempt at baiting out with a single shot. Knew someone was on Heaven's side and said, please fall for it. But it drew the attention of 2, not 1. You do end up falling, but you made it expensive. Right now, AU, they are stacking up Econ on 1 to 2 to 3 members. But you can see Weapon T and Fun dipping a little bit lower. Yes, they're still going to have full rifles later on anyway, but feels good that you at least took a few out. But right now, Adelphi looking so strong and confident. 5 rounds in a row as we have this round and next in the first half.
I love this site control, this post-plant site control that we've gotten, especially because now you have the Viper's Pit. If you really want to use it, they can save it for this round or next. Tycoon sets his wall a little bit too far and won't be able to get a jump start on top of it. Pain or make any sort of level into mid. That early brick, if anyone has gone now across wall, they're kind of stuck unless they want to get seen going back into mailroom, but you have numbers in long main A. Tycoon is going to get zesty with it. Will they see anyone move? And no, they're very, very deep. Season, the timing, double swing. You have a lot of shots from the judge. It just takes keep clicking, and eventually something sticks.
Oh, they seasoned it. They seasoned with salt and pepper, and that ain't enough. Tycoon able to find shots, and shots is going to fall. In the corner is Tycoon, and it's Tycoon that's worth falling. Fun sucks all the fun out of those kills. PSB is rocking with 3 alive, watching as members on AU fall 1 by 1 in the back corner. The judge roars, even with 5 shots, not able to take him down, but the burn will finish it off. Avo says you don't even get the plant as PSB keep it close and look to tie things up in the first half.
They're getting so close, and this is so good for Bayern as they're able to at least recover. Tycoon 15 and 8, but that one, Avo was able to find some great value, just kind of following behind him, get the buddy system going, and you will have 2 judges in hands because why not? You have one for Duran and another one for Jets, and then everyone else just equipped to the 9. We haven't seen a lockdown used as of yet, and that may be for creating some space. These tight wall kind of separations are tough to use. You actually have the setup by Duran. Goes all the way through. Basically, Titanfall 2 sprints up into mid, but Fun ruins the fun of Avo. Tycoon does the same with a wall bang on the season into this 3v3. It started with a blast from the first second.
You know, I still give a lot of credit, though. Going for that chance and having a blast with it worked to perfection. You get 1, it's down to a 3v3. And yes, the lockdown hasn't really been used by Adelphi, but the first time it was actually used, it was just kind of tossed to the wind. It was in the earlier stages, I believe. So now trying to find that perfect opportunity, trying to find that time needed to really cut off the line of sights and cut out the sight as we see right now. So it is going to be a play. Now Tycoon is looking to try and back into back B, but you know you're going to be spotted. I feel like that's a very obvious place to play. And Samaritan finds Coof. It's now down to a 3v1. With the lockdown not tagging anyone, it was all a bait. As PSBs say, hey, we don't have to. We just took out one of the 2 last members, and because of that, we know the other site is free. A site going to be planted down on.
30 seconds left.
And Sage is going to give it their best. Back here in screens. Are you able to pull off? You have to run through the smoke, but Weapon T said, not today. My poison stings just a bit better. 7-5 as Adelphi round into the second half with a 2-round lead.
I love that macro game that we just got to see. Really using that Killjoy lockdown as one big bait. You have to still respect it, and they kind of telegraphed exactly what they thought a player would go and do. Get behind the sign out in backside corner site of site B. And when they saw the shots and then they stopped, Tycoon had to move over there saying, okay, all right, nothing is going this direction, but I have to be here. And then they held down mid. Koof dropped from that then 2-1 swing so they could go get that plant on the opposite end. So, you know, great spread using your personnel to its advantage. We go into our pistol rounds in here. Last time around, Panthers weren't able to get it. Let's see if they can bounce back into it from the defensive half. And you already have the projected top screen. They're going to take away that rope side entry, and now they're just moving on through y'all the util in the world.
Oh. The util's going to sting back as Fun takes out Coop with the Nano Swarm. The Swarm eating away at those legs, but on top, Tycoon going to give it their best shot. As it is, Adelphi coming out with some heat. 5v2. They're showing their stuff here. Shots, though. Missing a couple before landing that final. And it's a flawless pistol round for Adelphi University. Very, very well done.
I was a little concerned about, you know, moving out of smoke and then hitting them from a temple. But again, we've talked about in the past, Orbital, that it's so much harder to hit someone that doesn't even know you're there and isn't counter-strafing against you. They're just wildly moving around. You're like, stop, just stop moving, please. And they finally get that shot to hit. So if we look into the last, what, 6, 7, last 8 rounds, obviously this opener is a pistol, but the last 7 of 8 from the last half to this first half have gone to the Panthers. They are in a great position of control. This Marshall shot, oh, it doesn't quite land.
You know what? It's enough to scare him. You can see him there. The rest of PSV just going, I don't know if I want to take this one. Let's play this a little bit smart. Up on Heaven, though. Weapon T is ready to go. And PSV are a little bit lost, right? This is, again, that round that you're expected to lose, but you still want to try and do some damage. You don't want to let it go super easily. So you're going to cheat on this side. Tycoon knows that Weapon T is there. Just going to spray through the wall. The Sheriff has to be reloaded and continuing that action. Tycoon really letting their presence be known here as the camera. There it is. I was wondering what was going to go down with that camera. Finally taken out there. PSV, though, still locked inside of this A main corridor. Because of that, there has been no movement since the start of this round.
You have one long lurk. One long lurk. There's been so many decoy shots here by Tycoon. He's just trying to be able to... Oh, they are exposed. No, leg too thick on the Sage as Tycoon will be dropped in corner. They'd moved all the way up into it, but then a little bit of a Mission Impossible syndrome. And there's going to be a nice fat dink by Avo, able to get rid of Weapon T so they can upgrade and get a Spectre in hand. And ultimately, that long lurk does not pay off. You still have Spike into this 2v4 all the way up A main, but you have 2 on site. They're going to meet them very quickly. 2 seconds remaining. You do have a fast shooting Marshall, and they are able to find their shots going duck hunting as they take down the Nittany Lions. Now, you have to bounce back into this third round, the second half.
This is looking a bit dicey. Monkey Man, this is starting to look a bit dicey, and you can see it there. Tycoon, as the Sage, is leading the charge with 16 frags for the team. And you know, usually I would say that's awesome, but when you are the only one really having that kind of score, it does worry me a little bit, right? Doron has not had the optimal moments that you would hope a Raze does. Brimstone also having the same issues, and then of course Sky sitting at the bottom just trying their best to keep up. It's a little bit of a problem, so right now, it is Adelphi going ahead, walking forward. They know they have the weapon advantage, and that's a call out. Weapon T goes, hey, I found everyone. Please help, help. They're going to lose their life for that spot. Tycoon going to up the wall. Avo said shots. You got nothing. And it is Koof taking control of the B side.
Get this post-plant control fun. That can press up beyond the guiding line. They're actually going to make a fat spray of it down. Samaritan facing a 2v3 again. In tradition, this is the one that you have the greatest disadvantage of if you have your opponent with the buy-in, but that's a great kill. They find another one. It's a one-on-one. Gonna take down Tycoon from distance. That's Samaritan, and they have just enough time to get this one over and done with. So also, as a quick note, the current team markers, they are opposite, equal but opposite. So Bayron is currently on defense. Adelphi is on offense. Yeah, just saw that. So, you know, apologizing, correcting myself. Our rosters as we see them, slightly opposite, but making sure to get that one fixed up for you guys.
You know,
I see you, Colton.
You know, I feel like that's also on us. We probably should have known this, right?
Yeah.
Like this, we probably should have known this. We apologize to both teams. Me and Monkey Man are having a bit too much fun here, and the teams have been giving us a good show as well. So, you know what?
Yep.
We are taking a look at Adelphi, currently down 5, and it is their end kicking butt at 10 rounds, and of course a little bit of a boombot action, giving us the 4. Once again, moving into the 16th round. Is AU going, okay, how the heck do we play this?
They've got everyone collected in mid. It is it's a holdout right now. It's a whole situation. You're going to have the stun that's going to go out from that star. But Tycoon's just trying to be able to take on this corner attack. Jets is able to take down shots, and then Tycoon finds one quickly as they swing the corner onto Fun, but that is returned to Cinder, and the spike is in fact down. It will be within sight of one. You put the wall up as well. Give yourself a more protected corridor. They gotta come on out. That's a triple swing. They've been able to put down 2. They find another one just before they're dropped, and Tycoon gets a 3rd. It's a one-on-1 again. They're gonna get a res to be able to swing and turn the tables.
Oh my gosh. The fact that Tycoon is able to pull that off after watching your teammates die, that is big. With this plan, it's going to help out. And the dink as well. Tycoon definitely earns that thrifty round. Well done to Adelphi. Keeping it spicy here in game 1.
All right. So, keeping it close, keeping it good. And Tycoon from Adelphi, 22 and 12 right now. This team being just glued together. And of course, sometimes we just see it from a good old Sage. Like, what's the best kind of, like, if a player is a demon and they want to keep their team on the field for longer, first, give them the ability to heal others or themselves. Second, allow them to raise you from the dead, either to be bait or to just simply swing the numbers against your opponent. And this one is going to be more or less a save. They're going to get very aggressive out in mid, so get ready for the melee.
You know, I love a good gunfight. I love a good gunfight, especially when everyone gets everything. And we're down to Koof going, what the heck just happened? It's a bloody brawl with Koof finishing it off. And you'll take that. Adelphi, go to town. And PSP, they took a chance. I give them huge props for trying to fight that one off. Again, it was a save round. They weren't going to be doing anything on end. And they're able to take forward. They stuffed the economy of Adelphi. And they play it well. So PSP, they completed their objective.
Yeah, they really did. Get out there, make that wow, that was a party. They were like, all right, cool. Enough of this waiting. Let's go and fight, guys. This is COD lobbies. We're in the middle of Rust. Let's just make it happen. Get onto shipment. I just want to get some fire going down. You got the orbital strike to clear out the backside of column. You're gonna actually have the tailwind to get their jet out of harm's way. Is there anyone still on site? Yes, but they will be crossfired by Samaritan, who gets 2 for their price after Avo's able to find them. The neural theft will be able to get a ping, and now the plant is going forward. Secondary ping coming online. They'll be able to see him again. They know where everyone's starting to try and get this post-plant retake.
Of course, with the information, you do have to work with the information. That's a big question, right? You know where they are, but you can't get the kills. And fun and shots. You know, those 2 words tend to go together when you're getting round wins like this. PSP maintain their lead. And we'll move to 11 and 7. 2 rounds away from taking game number 1.
This is a group that's honestly a little bit, well, you know, we were talking about before, and we were living in the land of the what is happening. Baron had not dropped and still has not, or is yet to drop this spring semester a map in league play for ECAC. So I was like, okay, hey, Adelphi's coming out big, and they still have a chance to be able to run it back. They do have a weird kind of buy. This one seems very disjointed. You don't have full ultimates. Maybe you'd be able to go and get the ult orb for Duran if they want to be able to get the showstopper, because they otherwise have all of a stinger. You put out the snakebite early to keep those sniping lanes. Maybe double swing. Oh, shots will just ruin Tycoon, and that is a big piece off the field.
It also feels bad, right? Getting sniped out like that when you just went to go peek. You weren't trying to do anything crazy, and your head just gets ripped off. You're like, gosh, dang it. It's a well done fight. It's a well done shot, and right now you can see it's a very, very deep spread from PSP. A site completely uncontested, and that's because they're just holding down the long site. So Adelphi really don't have a choice in where they want to go, and because of that, Shots is able to round them out nicely. Jets able to find one on Shots, but it's still 4v3. Season's gonna find Avo, and that's a spray from Weapon T, the one that we expected in mid. All down to 1 here as Doran is gonna try their best. Picked up Phantom though. He can't do much. Fun ruins the fun of Doran, and it is now game point. PSV looking great here in game 1.
This was Baron PSU's pick of this map. I love when teams really evolve their concepts to kind of go into maps that either are slightly newer, slightly more modified, or just simply aren't what other squads are ready for. We actually don't even get to Ascent until map 3, if we even get there. If tradition stays for the spring semester, it's going to be the Nittany Lions that are going to keep us from getting there. So I want to see how this one all rounds out. You have all of 1 ultimate online for Adelphi, and that's in the showstopper, and they immediately rip it, but so is their heart. And another one is fine. 4 shots. shots, they will drop down. And so now this becomes a 4-on-3 straight off the first 5 seconds.
Shots tried so hard, but don't worry. The Good Samaritan will finish things off. Trailblazer goes out. They're going to go ahead and find a bit of information. Doesn't get the pounce, but it's enough. The information is gathered, and the last two here stuck in A main. Get a chance on ramp. But I mean, you can only do so much. Weapon T just wait to be a menace to society as you do take one. And Avo's just like, bro, what can I do? Avo swings on one, able to get a headshot. Gets a second headshot, but Samaritan was ready, and that'll be 13-7. PSV close it out very nicely. We apologize for disrespecting their name like that. They were the ones in decent control after the first opening rounds.
You know what? I don't think they're gonna mind. They still get the the 13-7, be able to get that one done inside of 20 rounds. And honestly, look, if casters are throwing shade on accident or otherwise, then they're just gonna start to pop off. And at the very end, I like the final stand that we got to see with the Sheriff, trying to be able to see what shots they can hit. But ultimately, it was done and dusted by the end of it. There was such a big amount of early control for mid, because that really this map, as it has always been, it's still been kind of tough to make it through those very narrow corridors to get in and out of sight, but that allows you so many options. Both teams did quite well, but it's Barrett that was just demons with it, as they have been this entire season. And I mean, shout out to Samaritan. I think they went, what, 21-9? They were looking like a demon themselves out there off of an initiator. That's something that you want to see, because I've been told so many times, yeah, initiators are made to die. No, that Sky lived forever.
It's, you know, the witch doctor style. It's like, listen, you're terrified of them. They can take the life as easily as they give life, and that's what you do, right? It's, you got to take care of business. And again, it felt like in the early stages, yes, Adelphi had a little bit of a role. They had some fun moments. They were able to find kind of that wrap around the pincer maneuvers. PSP, it took a little bit, you know, it took a couple of rounds. They had to shake off a little bit of the rust, but as soon as they got into the swing of things, as soon as they started kind of working in tandem and you saw them, there was a shift where noticeably their angles got a lot cleaner, their gunfights got a lot cleaner, and the number of times that they would dance around certain, as you said, in mid and even in the heaven positions, they were on point, whether on the attack or defense. And as we said, you know, the high ground wins, and the famous words of a few people I think we all know. It was important, and they played it well. So PSP, very nicely done in this game one.
Well, we may get to see even more of those threats of, don't try it, don't try it. I have the high ground coming up here soon, as map number 2 will, in fact, be the opposite of a volcano. It's going to be an icebox, and you're going to get to see it right after this.
Muskingum and St. Francis was insanely close. Only 3 players in a round, and there were 1 player left on both sides, both down to their final stock. Things were looking pretty strong for St. Francis. Their Luigi only at 40%, but it was up to Splat to do anything but.
There. Just keep him off stage with that Zare. Oh,
If
that
block
spot
didn't-
right here
if
for
that-
Teo.
If that block didn't disappear,
Oh,
no way.
Oh, just steps on the
pressure plate.
A tale as old as time, Pace White versus Pace Gold, and Pace White's morale was through the roof as they won a fight, but little did they know, this was Lofi's world, and they wouldn't be living in it for much longer.
Going in with the blade.
Uh-oh, blade is out. It's hacked. It doesn't matter, though. Slashes away for 2. Looking for a 3rd. Looking for 4. Won't get it just yet on the blade. However, the slash and dash works out. Lofi's got 3. Looking for everybody else on this team. It's a white.
The Inkling versus Ganondorf matchup is not very good for Ganondorf, but let's be honest, which matchups are? In this clip we're going to be watching as JD from Fisher learns the hard way that you never really want to meet an Inkling off stage.
Sooner if you don't find that kill confirm or that kill or a bomb off stage like that.
That bomb angle.
Guarding is so good today.
Yeah, that bomb angle was beautiful.
Week 4 of ECAC Rocket League was absolutely insane. CMU and FC were tied up 0-0, but it was Gand who told FC they shall not pass game number 2.
Side of FC, they've only got 1 player for a moment there. They're trying to recollect, they're trying to reposition, but how do you position around a pinpoint accurate shot like this? Gand goes crossbar down for the first goal.
Adams in reverse, backed the defense off with that.
Whenever I'm on the mic for Valorant, you'll often hear the line, check your corners, repeated over and over and over again. And even with me not on the mic to tell them, I have a feeling this team may have learned that lesson.
Nah, he's got to take the shot.
Take it.
Oh yeah, sounds of teammates running on through, and come on, dive! The 4K on a completely unaware trio. And it's 11-0 right now.
And those are the top 8 moments we thought deserved just a little bit more time in the spotlight of week number 4 here at ECAC. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're interested in what ECAC has going on, we got something happening nearly every day of the week. So check us out right here. Editor, it's a challenge for you. Wink, wink. And folks, this has been all from me. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy this, and we've got plenty of weeks down the line. Can't wait to see what comes of them.
https://twitter.com/septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going back into more of this Esports U action. It's collegiate Valorant, which means we never know what we're doing, but we never know what they're doing, which means we all know it's a big mystery, and we get to be part of the mystery train. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Orbital, and you know what? There was a couple key points we left behind in that previous one. I think it was because we were looking at individual performances amongst the teams. I mean, what really stands out to you as something that maybe Adelphi can bring forward into this next match as we head over into Icebox?
I mean, even the teams were saying it before, and I had the pleasure of sitting down and talking with kind of their captains here, but for the side of Adelphi, there was one standout player that really took all of our attention away, and it was Tycoon, right? Tycoon had a phenomenal game. It was 24-16-7. Now, that score might not sound amazing, but I think it honestly is. 24 bomb here in 20 rounds. That's great. But a 350 average combat score, that is ridiculous to hang on to. And the fact is, you ruled the entire lobby. You were at the top the entire time. It went Tycoon, and then everyone on PSV, and then the rest of the team of Adelphi. So Tycoon stood out by and far, and it really is to the rest of the team of Adelphi to kind of step up at this time. What I hope to see is Adelphi not so much averaging these out. I don't want to see, well, I would like to see Tycoon be able to step up even further, but I don't want to see them have to, right? That's always what I like to say. I like star players. I don't like when the star player has to do everything the entire time. So I want to see the rest of Adelphi step forward and fill the shoes that are currently there.
And we are going to be heading over to Icebox, so maybe, just maybe, Tycoon will be choosing the Ice Queen of Sage again, but we'll get to see how that kind of sums up. This one's a bit of a different concept. You do have Killjoy that is at least already being floated. She's been very, very good systematically as a Sentinel across the board ever since Chamber decided to go and retire after being, you know, nerfed so hard. So that has presented some great control. Same thing for Viper, which is going to be your mainstay. I do wonder if we're going to keep the differential here on the Duelist. Shots on the Jet was just so good. 6 first bloods in that 20 round span between the first and second halves. Duran was able to find some moments of brilliance as well on the Raze, but this one's also going to have like a slight initiator diff. You're going to see Tycoon, who's actually moving into that initiator position instead of just being the mommy of the group, trying to be able to keep all the kids corralled. They're going to go and find that information and trying to open up those lanes for them to go on the attack.
Yeah, as much as you might see role exclusive players in, you know, VCT and everything like that, here in Collegiate, I feel there are map specialists, and I might get a lot of flack for saying that, but I do feel in Collegiate there are players that just feel more comfortable on specific maps, whether it be due to solo queue or anything like that. We do see a Sova coming out here for Samaritan, so that's going to be a lot of fun to play with. Same with, Jets swapped out. Well, that's sad. But there are certain players that do just enjoy a map better, and I saw it before, and I really wish, there were some moments that we get to see even more so, where there are players that are just like, yo, I played this map one too many times with Sova or Viper or Killjoy, and you just know the perfect angles to set up for. I love it. And, seeing these map specials come out and then seeing these players just kind of roll the map over on its back, I enjoyed it a lot. Now, again, will we actually get to see that here? I'm not too sure. But for right now, I do know Adelphi are going to try and chase that first game win that they have. And for the side of PSP, they're going to be trying to chase for the 2-0 and continue an undefeated streak.
Yeah, there's nothing better than finishing off regular league play and just being perfect. I like a little bit of extra dirt on my shoes, being reminded that I need to try better, especially if it's best of type series play. But there are some teams that are like, nah, we're the best. Nope, we're not going to let that happen. So the attack, as it was before, it's going to be the likes of Adelphi hanging out onto the attacking side. Or rather to the defending side, and for Beirut, I'm not gonna make this mistake again. They will be on that oppressed attack, and I do wonder how tight of corridors we will be seeing, because this again, it's about that entry. What can your Sovas see? We actually still see Tycoon still on that sentinel position. They're gonna be on that Killjoy, but it's Weapon T. That was, I believe they were on the Viper before, so we have seen that slight little change up.
I mean, I'm telling you, right? It all depends on the players who feels most comfortable with those lineups. And, sometimes those lineups it's a lot of knowledge to have to play with, right? And you got to learn every single map. You got to line up that crosshair. I think I saw a lineup once for a Sova that played off a specific weapon skin. They lined it off the weapon skin itself, and I found one of the comments very funny. They said, I've never had a Sova lineup call me poor before. And that was probably the funniest comment I ever heard. But, again, it's if you're comfortable with it. So right now, PSV gets a great plant. They walk away on this B site, and I feel this is, the most standard here. But the wall goes up, and now they got to chase around. That's Samaritan around the side of yellow, and they are going to get that swap in. Tycoon, though, going to spray down 2. Samaritan from the angle, though, cleans it up. Bayron, say, give us that round. Taking it very nicely, only losing 2.
I love the idea because we do have countering sages now. We didn't really get to see too much of it there, but it looked like they were trying to break the bricks of that wall, get to the bomb, and then reset a new wall in front of it. Because it's pistol rounds, just one of your weakest weapon arsenal rounds. So just be able to take that space away from Baron. But before that could be enacted, so many bricks were broken between both walls going up and down. So the first one will go over. You do identify that there's at least one. You have to throw your dart even into that bird just cawing at you.
I love it. Sova's like, oh gosh, I'm blinded. Send out the dart quickly. I might see something for a little bit, but I'll try it. I'll try it. It's great. I love it. But because of that blind, PSP are saying we're not going to take that chance, and this is one of the times that we see them being very, very cautious. And it's surprising because it is a round 1. You have the gun advantage. I don't think Adelphi would be feeling up to trying to take that massive chance of buying into a round 2 once they lost round 1. So you have that advantage, but the respect being given by Baron is very admirable. Of course, once you get that first frag, you know that you can move your way in. So, how many people are you going to catch on this site? So far, it's only 1. They go ahead, dash on top, and Tycoon is able to find 1. That's their 3rd pistol kill in 2 rounds, and maybe that's why they're being so respectful.
Received a quick heal, and Tycoon will stay alive. That's pretty much been the main person to keep alive. They are able to get another one, but they are cleared out again as the wallbang comes through by shots. Wonderful cam movement that we've seen, honestly, from our observers as Avo is trying to be able to get back in through screens. And now they have to take on the maze. They get a nice dink, but they will sink down. And this is all of Shorty, a swing and a dream. Neither one will hit. All of them will be left behind. So 2 rounds in a row. I liked the patience that you were talking about and that we got to see in full spread honesty from like some Baron. They got onto site, and I loved the fake out. They went to the ropes up on Nest and then just immediately left off of it to make everyone look up if there was anyone there. Weapon T got the clear, and then Mission Impossible across that lateral rope. So Now it comes into the buy-up for Adelphi. This is one that usually Bayern is set to not have a great advantage in. But we've seen them be pretty good before. They dropped the third one in the first half of the first game. Let's see if they can move through here. It looks like they're at least going to think about going into kitchen.
I mean, if you're thinking about it, what you're trying to do is cut off that sight line, right? You're trying to shorten that sight line so you give the SMGs a bit better chance at getting those snap kills. And I mean, you're going to see it here. Right now, Jets saying, I hear one at least. How many are actually there? Weapon T finds it. Are you kidding me? With the ghost, not even one of the specters. It's a ghost that got the frag. A beautiful opportunity for PSV right now. If you get another one, but Tycoon was ready. Tycoon launches on two headshots, if you will. Shots and fun. That one's going to feel pretty bad. Now down into a 4v3 after that first split.
Tycoon's going to get squeezed from both sides, though, as you do have one really pinching forward, and they do get found. Season is able to get rid of the counter killjoy. They will weapon upgrade, and now they're looking for that one from distance. As Coop gets a couple of hoops down in the dome. Season's still around, though, and they are going to roam. Season do have Spike. Do they expect this one? Nope. The weight of the world will drop on their shoulders. Sometimes it makes it crumble. That one is a win, but well, like we always see into these third rounds, you have that weapon advantage, and it's made oh so expensive. So there's going to be Spectres, there's going to be Bulldogs. Tycoon is exploring their options as they do have the weight of the world really on their shoulders. 6 and 3. The rest of their squad is kind of keeping up as they have the lockdown available. I want to see what this one turns into because Bayern really wants to press the advantage here.
They want to have the best opportunity to get an extensive lead, right? On Icebox, I feel their composition does lend itself to, you know, a bit more aggressive play. They have the information, they have the shock pulse, they have a lot of the swarms across as well. Weapon T thinking the same and really picking up on what you're saying, Monkey Man. They're just like, yeah, let's go for those kills. Oh, Doron looks at just the wrong time and has no idea that Season just took a swing peek. What an exchange of unfortunate moments. But Weapon T still gets Doron, so that's 2 given to the Sage. Weapon T is like, I got 8 HP and a dream. Give me a third.
Weapon equip buff apparently too strong. They do see the scan. One is going to be over in screens. They're looking to get this plant, but they're also just looking to get these kills. Fun drops after being given their Viper counterpart Samaritan waiting on the plant to go through, and they may be playing with some of these lineups here as well. The wall will be separating from screens and otherwise, and they do get a weapon upgrade. They may play for cheap if they can, and Tycoon is being given all the extra heals possible. They're just gonna go in. Person possessed. See if they can be able to find these corners. There's great crossfire, and that's a 4K for Weapon T. That one just was never gonna pan out. It was very telegraphed, but they're like, you know, it's not our advantage. Let's just go in there and see what we can find.
You know what? Respect an A for effort, but my gosh, we're PSP ready for it. Weapon T, game number 1, had an okay score, 12, 15, and 6. This time around said, nah, give me a little bit of glory here. Let me continue on and let me have the spotlight. 7-3 so far. And now again, weapons hot for the side of AU. Adelphi gonna rock with that one Marshall and then a couple Vandals. So it's gonna be a big test for them. If they're able to turn it around here, that'd be great, but you know, not as heavy a punch with their weapons on hand. There's the Marshall shot. Information given. AU going, hey, we got at least 1 or 2 here on the B side.
Old Drone is gonna tag him. So Jets now has to run away, or at least stay out of line of sight for the time being. They have 2 Marshalls with a triplicate of Vandals. So kind of a mixed arsenal right now. They know inside of the Nittany lines that they've been able to push back the Panthers around this corner, but they're going to be looking at these sight lines. Thank you so much for the laser sights because they showcase that they are holding on to the angle, but the swing is there for shots instead. He gets 2. Tycoon and Jets are off the board, and B is free.
These calm rotates from Baron are, I'm not sure how else to say it, but Adelphi are just caught off guard with how smooth it is a lot of the time. Look at that. They have no idea that Shots is in the backside here. It's crazy to me. Shots has continuously done that. And, oh, that's mean, Shots. That's mean. A few more bullets. You're going to have the knives out. Right click for the ace. Make it happen. Shots playing with their food.
playing with their food, chasing down their food. It could be organic, it could be fatty. They don't care. They're eating plenty as Shots now drives themselves to the top of the KD stack at 7-2, just now surpassing over Weapon T. I honestly didn't even know they had popped their Blade Storm. They didn't even need to because the first 4 were grabbed via Vandal, but guarantee yourself a kill, get the right click, and get all 5 knives straight into the heart of your opponent. And so now AU, Adelphi, they are reeling backwards as Baron are just picking them apart. This one, a rough eco again as they're stuck in this situation where they're in this cyclical buy. Fun finds Tycoon, and I mean, not to say it's a one-man team, but it is often very, very difficult for this Panther squad to do much without Tycoon on the field.
Weapon T saying the same thing, like, hey, look, we're doing okay. Let's keep it up, healing up the teammates, giving that moral support, and then some, even getting a frag on their own. And they have no fear. Look at that. Weapon T said, Coop, sit down. You may have hit me, but I took your head. Beautifully done. And now Jets. Jets, you walked into the wrong side, buddy. Doron, seeing a little bit of hair peeking up, but 3 swing. You're able to take shots out, but Season adding a bit more spice to this game. 5-1 is the current score. As Baron are looking too good with it.
Feel bad because Doron saw the top knot of that ponytail and was like, look, this wallbang should work, right? Right off the floor into rafters. That should be fine. Marshall didn't quite agree. So they didn't get the first one. They did get a nice hard swing into that triple swing, but it's 5-1 right now. This cat fight has Baron looking great form. Huge bank. It will be a rifle round. You have a few ultimates online. The lockdown, the revive, and the seekers on one half. Opposite of them, much the same. Save for that being a Viper pit. They get on the site, they can fully control it. They've really not suffered from these sight lines. They've just been seeing them for free. They do hand off the spike. So just looking to see if anyone early peeks them. It looks like Adelphi is trying to play for life right now. They have not really won that first contact. They have to win these early duels. So many first bloods have gone over to Baron.
And for the defensive, I gotta agree. It's okay to play a little bit safer. It's okay to play for your life and to keep yourselves alive. I mean, heck, if you're gonna do that, might as well just give the site and try for a retake. I actually don't hate that sometimes, right? If you are feeling like you're losing the initial fights because you are playing to PSV's tempo, might as well just give site and then be able to force on your own terms. For right now, though, PSV are also playing it very controlled. They really haven't seen anyone, so they're worried. You can see in the backside, the Jet saying, all right, I gotta keep eyes, shots going. Hey, there has to be a flank. Instead, they're gonna lock down that lockdown, and Doron and Jets waited perfectly. Is this Adelphi's chance? Is this their moment? Samaritan says, not without a fight. It's not 2v4 though. Massive opening for AU.
20 seconds. They do not have a wall. They have a talk screen they could put down. They in fact did, and that'll take it away. There's going to be a sentry that will identify Samaritan. Samaritan has to wait on the swing. They get the Viper's Pit out. That's going to be a late usage, and the spike is on the outside of it. You have 9 seconds and a dream. Doron is able to get another one. Gotta wonder about the decision making to put that Viper Pit in. Maybe that's just full confidence, thinking they'll get it back anyway, but that is the second round win for the Panthers. They forced Baron to play a little bit calmer, a little bit stalled back into B main, and ultimately that played against them. This is a team that they haven't had to rush. A couple times we saw them, do that on split, but they've played with like a continuous, frequent tempo. Nothing too fast, nothing too slow, and that was the first time that they're like, okay, we got put on our heels a little bit too long there.
I gotta agree. At the same time, the lockdown feels like it almost gave it away because AU were like, hey, we know that ulti's up. We know they're gonna try and enter in with that. And so they swung at the right time, so definitely caught PSB off guard. Now waiting for an option here. PSB still have the Hunter Seer as well as the Resurrection. On the flip side, it's Resurrection and Seekers, so a bit more utility piece. PSB are going to give it their best shot. Fun on the other side. Takes out Koof as a Viper on Viper action. Leaves one alive. PSB looking for a bit more. The defaults work out in wonders, but Avo able to get the... Oh! No! Revive to death. Fun takes the 2K on that back end. Doron finally getting some revenge, but it's a 4v2 and a very demoralizing set of kills. 2v1, you know what better? Doron, come on, make it happen. The revive didn't work, but this cleanup could. Fun. 120 with shield included. Is Doron going to be able to pull it off?
Have to wait for some level of intel. That could be a fake plant. Doron is opposite corner. Oh, they get caught in the temple. Yes, they do! Even suffering the revive collateral damage against him on that shot on A. The spike snuck its way to B. And then to this 1v1, making the wide swing to peek into mid. Oh my goodness. Doron is able to just get themselves enough. That's 2 in a row for the Panthers. That was a little bit of serendipity, but hey, you know what? Sometimes you just take that.
I think that's Doron stepping up, right? That's just Doron like, yo, we can't let this round end like this. Avo got the revive and then immediately got deep with the collat. And Adelphi are just like, nah, we spent too much to lose this round, and PSP are like, all right, you earned that one. Now we got to look to fight back, and they're fighting back with Bargain Bin. You can hear a couple shots with that rifle going off and being real happy about it, but shots saying, I can't buy too much.
You have this patience game playing up into maze. Koof better be ready. They aren't seeing that they're there, but they were very ready. Yeah. The Weapon T has snuck their way over that lateral rope a few different times, but Shots aims to play buddy system for the Vandal. That is a great way to do it, because if you're playing off of a Sheriff, you just don't have the arsenal, the firepower to contend. Doron is going to get this audible intel. See if they come through mid. Oh, they swing just a little bit early, and they have to spray and pray. With the paint shells coming out, they're going to try and defend themselves, and they will get a nice bit of HP in their back pocket as this has been, this transcendence from A to B has been recognized. Jets is just waiting. All those shots are being put to the opposite end, and everyone is dropping. It's a candy cane of colors right now in the kill feed, and Shots is all of a sudden left alone after that rotation.
What is this, Monkey Man? This is like deja vu from game number 1. Are we sure we didn't swap the names again? Are we sure the names didn't get changed up again? Like, this is almost round for round exactly how game 1 went. It was PSP that went down 1-4, and of course there's one extra round, but it feels like it's not the exact same. PSP, they ran up an early lead, and now AU trying to take it back. I mean, they got to be proud of themselves, and for right now, PSP, I wouldn't even be surprised if you decide to take a time out. I honestly kind of wish you did. Take a little bit of time, kind of figure out, maybe you're playing a little bit too over-aggressive, maybe you're getting a little bit too antsy. Because right now, this is a crucial time. You don't want to give Adelphi the chance to overtake you in the rounds. And you can see it, with guns out, PSP are chasing into this A site, all 5 with the turret behind to give a little bit of intel. They are full stacking on this A site, and so far, going to be playing a little bit slow with those walls ready to make a play.
I love that Sentry as an anti-lurk, but that does keep your Killjoy from being able to press on the site. They need to play a little bit more intermediary anyway. That's going to be a snake fight that comes through into mid, and you actually get the wall coming out as well to try and take away those 2 corners. The slow is there, and then Shots and fun in the lives of Koof and more. Tycoon is able to grab them, and they have to bunny hop into the swarm grenade to get themselves safe. Tycoon being maxed out on their HP bar. They're still made vulnerable, and that's 1 HP for Samaritan as they're looking to get this plant off sub 50 seconds. It's a 4-on-3. There's quite a few paint shells, and that'll be Duran that finally finds their fall, but they get Samaritan on the same end, and that's Tycoon that has to be the difference maker in this 1-on-2.
Oh, can't find it too much longer, but you made it expensive. That felt so bad. 1 HP, and you see a paint shell coming over, but you gotta finish the plant. It's do or die moment, so Samaritan doing their due diligence. And PSP shutting down that streak of rounds. Right now, looking to push themselves up a little bit further. Highest they can get is 8. They'll settle for 7 if they can. And of course, if you win this round, if PSP able to win this round, it would lock out at least some of the members' economy on the Adelphi side. So you can see it. 4 ultis are up and available. Viper's Pit, Resurrection, Bladestorm, and Huzzard's Fury. These are all amazing ultimates that you can use if you get a quick plant down.
Oh my goodness, shots going to the top rope, and they maintain their tailwind to not be a pinata to be popped. They get out of harm's way after just basically assassinating someone from upper B lane. So wow, defense of Adelphi suffering an early loss, but it's all of the nerviness of these plays from Baron. Koof, full ADS, Tycoon swings on Weapon T, who has been very impactful, and Koof makes sure to play for life, goes outside of rafters. Well, they see Fun on top of mid. Tycoon is just waiting for them. Look how slowly Fun says, nope, just gonna get out of here quietly. But again, Shot's just waiting for anyone to come and duel him.
This is one of those times that I would agree that playing it slow is nice. They have the ultis, and they're waiting for Shots to find more frags. Right? You can see around the corner, and oh, Samaritan takes a slow swing out, and Doron was not ready. You find the opportunity abound, and again, like I said, you played a little bit slower. PSP say, we're not playing and waiting for time. We are specifically slowly hunting for kills. They make it happen, they get the play, and now they get full advantage of this B-side and back angle. Of course, with the lockdown, Tycoon gonna slow him down. Hunter Series should come out by PSP. They want to make it happen. Yes, there it is. Tycoon, though, finds Fun. Lockdown not destroyed just yet, and in that time frame, PSP lose 2 members. Samaritan gonna have to do a lot of makeup work, but Diffuse already went down, and it is done. Adelphi make the play and are able to round it out 5-6.
At that point, I was very, very curious if we're going to see an extension of that duel against Shots, because the defuse already come through. You're not going to get any more creds, any bonus creds after a win to that, and so don't lose your gun. We were talking about, well, actually, you just made a big mention that, hey, their eco didn't look great. They weren't able to really maintain guns in hand. You're going to have all of 1 Guardian. I think that's the best possible outcome that we see from that season, opposite of them on the attack of Baron. This is a very deja vu-like moment, just all over again, how close these are. We can see a 6-6 or a 5-7, but it was Baron that basically ran away with it at the end of the first half in our first game, and then completely did into the second half. Gotta see what that turnabout from attack to defense is gonna be for both these squads, but we got a minute 20 left here in this entire first half. Baron has to be able to press up. It looks like they are going for full 5-stack play on A.
Well, they tried this last time and it worked to fairly decent extent, and I mean, if you're able to lay it out, you end at 7-5, the exact same score that you had in game number 1. That might be a time to tell. Right now, up on top, Tycoon said, not today. Weapon T taking out Shots, was able to trade one back. But Samaritan, rounding about the corner, they are going to chase into the B site, and Shots is going to take a very slow walk back, wants to play with enough noise to cause some problems, but the information is given. Take a look at that B connection. It is going to be through Orange. AU saying, hey, we found you. Attacker lockdown still being in play. Going to give enough time to get the plant down. Here we go. Retake defense for PSP. Retake attempt by Adelphi.
Step back by Fun. They have a very hard corner for anyone to press through, but it's going to be the showstopper. They're looking for the Viper. They have to be able to get one off. They get rid of Season. That is not the pit owner, but at least the pit renter. They have someone in the tight corner. Fun gets rid of Jets, and Duran waiting on it. This is a pure defuse. They can be able to get all the way down if they want to. They swing hard around that corner, and they're now looking for a spray. Oh, they're getting caught, and they do get the defuse off. We go 6-6. Avo gets a little bit of extra insult to injury as they find him lurking there. I love these positions, really being passive, forcing them to come to you, especially to find that Viper. But you've also given up so much space, and when they've gotten that with all the guns in hand, it was AU that was unafraid to go for that defuse and take that round.
Remember what we always say, Monkey Man? What do we always say? Pros don't fake. If you're gonna defuse, you get a fuse, and that's now caught Baron twice. I just want to point that out. That is now twice that has caught him out. There is no faking this, and Adelphi with a right changeup at the right moment are able to tie up the first half. We are right back down to 0. 7 rounds is what these teams need to take the game. 7 rounds for Baron on this defense would secure the 2-0.
This is a team that has not suffered a loss yet, map-wise or series-wise, on the season. Lots of damage coming out. The attack for the Panthers, they don't drop anyone, but they drop a little bit of extra HP. The heal will come through, and they're going to get to full. This is a 5v5 retake. All of one brick broken in that less than solid wall. Tycoon is going to come from an outside flank in mid. Are they ready for that? Because everyone is just focusing down. You get a share shot or several that go down lane, and now everyone's getting dropped as Duran is able to get another wall bang. And this is just season left by themselves. Make it a 3K. You get to join your friends in the waiting lobby going to the next round, and that is a flawless to start the second half for the Panthers.
All right. Panthers coming alive with a little bit of life here. They said the last 2 rounds bolstered their spirits, and now they're off to a pistol start, really giving back to PSB. And I wonder if this will continue again in the second round. They have that advantage. They have the guns available, and Avo rocking with that Marshall. Once again, gonna hold down their own angle side. PSB not even buying up shares. This is a full-on save, saying we can't buy anything. No one got a kill, so there's no reason to chance. And they're gonna force. So again, the 50-50 call out says A is gonna be the rush. Instead, it's a B-side push. And the information is given. That's why you can see this hard chase. But out in mid, you can see the entirety of PSB going, all right, here we go.
This is gonna be a melee. They know that everyone is coming through. Tycoon has to hold this corner, and everyone is coming through this backside area. You have the Bulldog online. You have the Guiding Light. They have to swing away, and they actually will be able to find a second one, and everyone is dropping. They're getting mopped up. Season left in a one-on-many, and they may be able to find a couple shots, but that's another flawless round. Last map, Adelphi started strong, but it was Baron with the Nittany Lions that were able to just come up and be great. They went 7-5 in that first half and then took that one ultimately in a 6-2 round difference into the second. This time around, the Panthers are so strong. Tycoon at 20 and 9. Everyone, well, at least following off up from them, Duran has been so impactful off this raise. I think this is a much better playground for them to work off of than it was on splits. And now we got to see if Baron can be able to work from this defensive posture. They do have the weapon advantage here. They're actually going to see if anyone gets baited from just not taking on the Pathfinder. Oh!
Well, of course, Duran says not today. Fun is shut down. And AU taking a massive chunk saying, hey, listen, we are going to fight at a much faster pace, so you better be ready for it. Shots, though, is ready. Launches a tirade against 2. Jess and Avo annihilated where they stand in and behind the box. And now Season going to find Duran. And this is much more of a round 3 that we were expecting. Third round of the half. But Tycoon says it's not going to be easy. Takes out 2. Samaritan going to finish off Coop. And there goes the defuse. Tycoon going, hey, this slow is causing me a couple problems. And Weapon T decides to defend off. It is going to be the defusal with 3 left alive. PSB saying, listen, you might have gotten 2 before, but that's where it stops. The first 3 rounds of the half have been played, and now we get back into Valorant.
That was a very, very thoughtful wall. Instead of putting a horizontal wall, you put brick after brick after brick after brick in front of your teammate, and there's no way to be able to shoot that single one at the end of that line. With the slow, it kept them all the way off site from being able to see the diffuser, and they had great coverage from all sides. So good job by Baron. They take the weapon round they want. But look opposite of that. We only have 3 rifles. Otherwise, because it was expensive, and Fun gets very, very cheeky. Walks straight into the fray. It's going to be Jess that does find them. We're going to a 4v4. They've loved going to B at this point. The alarm bot designates that they are still pushing. So now they're going to be cooking. But I think they actually may have put that wall just a little bit too close. I don't know if they can get that plant.
Yeah, I think they realized it themselves, so they have to back away. And you can see them knocking it down right now. They're like, crap, well, we got to do it. We got to do a little bit of work here. Again, a little bit of a slow orb just to chase him down. And now, AU say we burned a little bit of time, but it doesn't matter. We're all still doing okay. 4v4. Nothing to work with. We'll get the revive off. Doran's coming back. And now take a look. It's a split. 3-1 is going to be the call by PSB. Or at least it was, just to check that kind of mid-play. Up goes the wall. Nanoswarm to slow them down, not give PSB the time all day. Koof, though, allowing the team to walk around, and Weapon T takes advantage, and look at the cleanup! Cleanup by PSB as they wipe 4 off the map. Tycoon saying, oh man, I'm gonna try my best. But it was so well done. The attacker lockdown used at the very end as well. And it's a null ulti PSB gained so much from that round.
Yep, that, oh my goodness. The utility was keeping them from getting to the bomb. There was not going to be some ninja defuse. No one was going to find it secretly in the back end, much like the Panthers had a couple times at the end of the first half. This time, you had to go and get that fight. I liked the idea of that lockdown being used because they could have detained them towards the end of that detonation, but they didn't use it in a timely fashion, and they just give up. It's, again, that passive positioning. You welcome people to come to you. If you can stagger your util and force them into fight into it, we still see B as a main thoroughfare for success or even failure. They're going to win that one straight up. Oh, they're getting popped in the sky. That's 3 for fun. They're the one having fun. No one else. No fun police for no one else.
I love it so much. Whenever it comes to pistol rounds, teams get silly, right? Teams get so silly, and I love it. That was just skeet shooting at its finest there. Oh, I love it. You know, Adelphi knew that they weren't really going to win the round, so they're like, okay, we got to try something. We got to be cheeky, and sometimes that can work. I give them credit. If that's able to surprise the opponent, it is a nasty one. But I would have said try it inside of A, where it's a little bit more closed off and not so open. Still, though, it was so much fun to watch them try. Of course, that is the round done, and now they get to get back to a gun round. They're like, hey, look, it's not too bad. We are tied at 8 and 8. I mean, giving a round up like that, that's not going to kill anything. This is where it counts, though. If you lose this one, if AU are not able to capitalize and they're not able to find a nice entrance into the site, they will be down and be the first ones down in double digits. Shots, though, able to find one. Not much more than that.
Yeah, they had the tailwind activated, but the immediate return of that firefight is going to get them down to a 4v4. It has been, I think, the last 3 or so rounds that have all gone over to site B. So, not too surprised that this one has at least moved over to A. We've not seen major rotations as of yet by the Panthers. They're going to try and clear that corner with the snake bite, see if anyone's hanging out in it, but that actually just kind of limits their options of pressing up. They, in fact, start sneaking this spike away, but look how deep Tycoon has infiltrated. They have just a Guardian, and they may get caught between this crossfire as they're going to swing out to Fun. Oh, but Koof gets them before they even have to support them. They're not going to upgrade their weapon, and Season was right next to their buddy as they dropped to the floor. So again, looks like B is going to be the target point here. They're going to put that wall up, and they're going to get that plant off.
Nope, they're not, because that was a good call on the Nanoswarm. Slow them down a little bit more. And the second one, so instead of trying to use that to flush out AU, PSV are using it to stall, to allow for a rotate to come through, just burn a little bit more time. But now the teammates are in position. Take a look at how far back they are, and Samaritan was ready. Again, this is what the Nanoswarms have allowed for a Season. Winning round on the back end and mid. I'm not sure if you really want to wait for that. Viper Spit does go down, but Season able to find Avo. And now, you got to play in. This is 3v2. PSV have found the opportunity. Looking for a bit more. There's a little bit of a shock pull. You knock him down to 1, and Koof is down. So welcome to pain. But the timer's ticking down. They got to find this last kill. But Doron is hanging on. Samaritan's able to find it. And there's plenty of time. PSV play that so perfectly down to a T. You bait out the plant. You slow down the plant. You force time for PSV to rotate. And then you take care of business.
Killjoy too strong. Those swarms too strong. I love it though. They're not even really too strong. Look at the ultimate economy right now. Everything online for Baron. They really could inflict some damage and pain. They hit double digits, which already is, you know, emotional damage. It's psychological because you just see it running away from you now as 4 in a row. You have an op online as well in the hands of Shots. Real rifle round, but light shields abound, and all you have is a showstopper. Duran. Are they going to do that double satchel pop? Immediately you're going to be meeting with Fun opposite of them if they go into that duel. But how does this default kind of pan out? They're looking for options, looking for a kill, looking for a tag, and they do get one. Fun drops to the floor. So away we go. And you actually get the Seekers. They're going to try and clear out some space.
Well, let's see what they do here again. Adelphi have not had an opportunity, but look at that swarm. They get the kill. Season gets 2! With the help of the Hunters here, disaster strikes for Adelphi. They went for a quick plant, but this has been PSB. They've identified that AU are going for these plants on B, and they eat them up like candy.
Up in T, They set up a wall. They're immediately going for the defuse. They don't have they have just tight enough of an
No,
angle
they don't
because the
care.
Blade
Oh
Storm
my God.
able to just go full Kakashi on him from the top rope as Tycoon drops, and you have 2 surviving. They have to keep a hold of their weapons. It's 8-11 right now. I love that oversight view because we got not only to see how they took advantage of the default planting position with that Hunter's Fury, but because of the swarm grenades that have always been in that spot. I don't know why they keep trying to plant default to site B, because you're always going to get knocked around by some electric technology, and then that's what ultimately ends up because of the Hunter's Fury. That was so good. Baron is running a clinic on how to defend, and it's the Panthers that have yet to learn.
I mean, that was also just PSP matching the chaos and the forwardness. Doran, though, says, if you want forward, I got forward. Season able to find one, but looking for a little bit more. Quick plan again by Ava, but Samaritan was ready. And again, this is a round that they are not slated to win on the side of Adelphi. Weapon T drawing through 2. Looking for one more. Samaritan able to scout him out underneath. And Ava's going to defend for their life, but the defense cannot hold. PSB now on match point. One more round to claim the series.
Indy Lions, Baron, the Satellite, School have not dropped a map as of yet in the spring semester. Trying to stay perfect on the season, reach 6-0, 10-0 in series and game records. They are all of a single round away. The Panthers themselves of Adelphi University, they have not dropped a series, and a couple of games have had their losses. That's why I was actually very excited to see a 6-6 at the end of it, but look at that 6-round streak. All of one big fight away from finishing this one off. They need to find those swarm grenades, and they need to get them off site if they want to be able to make these default plants where they can. You have the talk screen. This is pretty much telegraphed where they're going to go. They're just bringing the fight straight to Baron. They're just going to try and do it one better.
Well, you know what? It's a little bit of insanity, but insanity is all they got left. Fawn is going to lock out Doran. Tycoon is going to find 2. Season finds 2 in return. It's down to a 3v2. Jets able to trade it to a 2v2. And the op shot draws out the last one. Season finds the 3K, and it is done. Game over, series over. AU went for speed, and PSP blew past them 13-8.
There was a lot of great shots. Most of them were taken by Baron. And they take this one 13-8. A little one later than they did in map number 1, but this one ultimately gets done 2-0 tonight for Baron University. As you know what, I loved the potential we saw it out of Adelphi a couple different times. It seemed like they were, like you're saying, just looping through that insanity cycle, not quite changing up the game plan. I wanted to see a little bit more on A. Honestly, B seemed open and free, and maybe they were just trying to play with that space. Maybe they felt like Duran was a bit more comfortable with the movement styles that you can get out of Raze, but ultimately that it was just being read. And so no adaptation means you end up dying. So it's congrats over to the I guess to just the performance we see out of Baron. If it keeps coming at him, don't fix what ain't broke, because it's Adelphi that was broke and they didn't have to fix anything they were doing.
What I will say is, yes, they went to B almost every single round at the end, but you have to identify there was a distinct change, and that was with the pacing of how they attacked that site. Once they realized PSB were playing at they were adapting to the method that Adelphi were setting down. They were adapting to the slower pace. They were adapting to the default setups. Adelphi said, screw it. You know what? We got to change something. Did you see the pace at which they picked up those last 4 rounds? They said, screw it. We're not waiting. We are chasing, and I love it. It did throw PSB for a while. That's why we saw it go down to, 1 member left on each side, 2 members left on each side. But PSB, again, speed is their key. They know how to play fast, and as soon as they identified, hey, things are picking up pace, we'll roll right with it. So, as you said at the beginning of the series, these are 2 teams that were undefeated moving into this in series score. Because of that, there is a chance they could play in the playoffs if we do see both these teams continue on forward. But PSB looking so dang clean here tonight, they keep their undefeated game record going as well.
Yep, it will be the Baron going to 6-0, and it will be Adelphi going to 5-1, and they'll be ending at 10-4 with 12-0 against them. But otherwise, yeah, playoffs are just around the corner. You got a couple weeks left here on Esports. You is going to be trying to find an interview with an awesome collegiate candidate from, of course, the side of Baron, and we'll be right back if we got it right after this break.
close to 32 hours. Like, I have to like hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like, this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is
No,
it them?
not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, all right. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place? That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
It's not a Samus.
Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see.
The Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah.
It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your KD?
We're looking at 10-6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do we think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco! Oh my god, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
Welcome everybody here to the top 5 plays of the week from Esports. You, Clutchkey, here to help you bring those 5 plays, and we got one from each game lined up. Let's start with play number 5, and this one takes us to Rocket League, where the Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech and the SUNY Poly Wildcats squaring off. But for the Bulldogs, they show us why the saying goes, teamwork makes the dream work, with insane passes and a goal to end it.
The options have to go and recover defensively because that's a big long clear. And, well, the long clear can either catalyze an offense or bring into situations like this. Jazz leaps up for the shot, knocks it home.
Now, the Wildcats were able to take a game off the Bulldogs, but in the end, Louisiana Tech would go on to win the series 4-1. Coming in at number 4 is from League of Legends, and it's the Army West Point Black Knights and the Lethbridge College Kodiaks playing in a USA versus Canada game on the Rift. But down 2 people mid-game. It was looking kind of like the Black Knights had a challenging fight coming up in top lane. But then again, the Army isn't called tough for nothing.
2v4, by the way. Now a 3v1 into another 3v1. This is Army West Point just doing the duty list, right? That is almost a full ace. Yeah, the minions will help him out. That is an ace.
Now that was in game number 1, and Army West Point would go on to win the entire series 2-0. Let's go to number 3 now in Overwatch 2 action, where the Great Danes of Albany and the Bulls of South Florida squaring off. First map on Oasis, and things started to look good for South Florida to flip the point. Unfortunately for them, one player was hitting shots, and one player was showing why Doomfist has Doom in his name.
Welcome back, everyone. We have an awesome interview with one of our winning players from Barron University. It is going to be the likes of Weapon T that is joining us in the booth, as their school was able to absolutely just dominate going into that second map, but taking a 2-0 win. Weapon T, thank you so much for joining us. How's the team feeling? You guys are still undefeated, like undefeated. You're 6-0, 12-0 in maps. It feels like you guys got a good thing going over there in Barron.
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good. Came into this match thinking that we were going to have some struggles on split. We've been practicing a good bit, but it seems that it kind of worked in our favor today. So kind of lucky for that, I guess.
Of course. And I mean, breaking it down, you guys came out with some, in game 1, it was a little bit rocky. As you were saying, you're still practicing split, and it showed. What was one of the ways that you kind of bounced back from that? Because going down 1-4 at the start can have a little bit of effect on the mental. Were you guys not worried at all? You guys were like, that's chill, that's okay.
We really just tried to slow it down and figure out where people were positioned on the map and just kind of draw out those picks. And that's where we kind of, I think, do our best is getting picks and then exploding off of that. And then it just comes down to winning gunfights.
Of course, we even saw. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Hale.
No, go.
I apologize.
No, you're good. Good. Go.
Alrighty. The other question that I wanted to ask is, we saw it specifically on Icebox, is you guys did get it got a little bit feisty at the end, and I just want to ask, were you guys prepared for the B insanity that came out? Because it seems like you guys adapt very, very quickly. Were you expecting those types of rushes, and were you excited for it to happen?
We definitely were expecting it because we don't play Icebox like ever. We usually ban it. So we usually kind of just say if they're rushing it, kind of play retake and just adapt to it as much as possible, as quickly as possible, so we don't bleed those rounds.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you just have to be the people that are insane or the ones that can be a little bit less sane than the other ones. So, but you guys get it done. You're able to take down the likes of Delphi. And I want to know, any big shout outs to any of your fans, friends, maybe even to your program coaches? What's some of the people that really you would give some love to right now that have really kind of marked the way for what this team is successful for right now?
Shout out to the team, really. Just shout out to Samaritan, Jordan, or Season, and Fun. And our manager, Scott. We get it done together as a team, and it's working right now, so just got to keep it rolling.
Hey, we'd love to see it. Hey, let's go, Scott. Shout out to managers doing some work out there. All right, but again, congratulations, Weapon T. You guys go 2-0. You're 6-0. You're 12-0. If there is anything else, it's an O on the other side. It's nothing but W's for you right now, my friend, and enjoy and your win, and have a great night, man.
Thank you, you too.
Orbital. It was insanity because it got over and over and over again. But some teams, they recognize that a little bit faster. It was, in fact, Barron that did it. And this team looks like they're primed to have a great remaining 2 weeks to the regular season here for the ECAC. But that's all we have right now, at least for Valorant time. I mean, what do you think? Delphi should be able to bounce back, right?
I think so, and we saw glimmers at the end. There were no pauses throughout this entire series. I want to point that out. Normally, to get a type of mental change or a game change pattern, you have to take a timeout. You have to sit there, okay, we got to talk about what we're going to do next. How do we want to aggress on this? Are we seeing any connections? There was nothing. The team changed on a dime. If they can control that type of adaptation and maybe even brush up on those just straight up gun duels, we could see Adelphi continue onwards because with their current record, they are 5-1. I do foresee them making it into the playoffs, and they will have a second chance. I expect them to bounce back much harder and make it look good.
Yeah, I want to see some timeouts, but otherwise there is no timeout except for this short break. Up next, we've got the Mountain West Overwatch 2 Round 4 that's going to be coming at you. It's going to be Air Force Academy and Colorado State University. The casters are going to be Clutch Key and Twin Salty. You're not going to want to miss it, but maybe go grab a snack for now. We're taking a short break right about now.
Albany would go ahead and take that game and take on the sweep as they would defeat South Florida 3-0. 2 spots left on the countdown, and coming in at number 2 is Super Smash Bros. Sauce from the Fisher Falcons taking on Neo Joe from the St. Thomas Aquinas Spartans. It's Mario taking on the Pokemon Trainer with the Squirtle out, but don't let Sauce start cooking or they could lay the smackdown on you.
Sauce, there's a couple of Mario players kind of making waves right now, but it's about what Sauce is doing right now to Neo Joe. He's saucing him up. Oh my mercy, what a forward air.
Fisher would go ahead and take that fight, take that win, and take the series 2-0. And the number 1 play belonging to Valorant. The Demon Deacons of Wake Forest have a 1-0 lead up on the Bryan Bulldogs, heading to Icebox. But Wake Forest down 6-4. Spike planted on B, and it's a 1v3 situation favoring the Bulldogs. Luckily for the Demon Deacons, this is one of the rounds that Conrad decided to play the hero.
Are they just going to lead this? Are they playing for Hunter's Fury potentially? They are. And there's the shot from Aimbot, though. This is going to be extremely dangerous. He's going to be able to find him. Does he have time?
Now that match would go on to map number 3, and Conrad would also get an ace on that last map, but it wasn't enough as Brian would win the series 2-1.
They're going to have just a little bit more than that, a second and a half, I think.
And that's it for the top 5 of the week from Esports U. We'll see you back out there for even more games. And until next time, this is Clutchkey from Esports U signing off.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And, us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. you can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences, Mike. That's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously, always seeing the collegiate esports space elevate. Coming from a competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CC23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think
we're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Two teams lined up here. Air Force taking on Colorado State. The Falcons and the Rams playing against each other for the battle in Colorado. We welcome you inside of the booth here. Clutch Key alongside Twin Salty. And what a game we got here. In fact, two teams very close in record, although on the opposite side of the spectrum. We'll talk about that in a second. But Rams and Air Force going on right now. The Falcons 0-3 in their endeavor. Colorado State 0-2 as they had one of the buys very early on in this round. So quite to say, records very close, but both teams looking for their first win here tonight.
Both teams wanting to get a little bit of a bounce back in their season. As you said, neither team has a win so far. Granted, when you have Boise State in this conference, it is a little bit tough. But I am very excited to see if these two teams, which one of them will be able to get that first win of the season on the board. And I want to see one of these teams take a big leap with that big patch that came in earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of changes across the board.
Yeah, lots of changes across the board, and let's talk about those because, I mean, there were a lot of interesting ones that kind of maybe will shift the meta per se, maybe a little bit, but, I mean, you have different things. Obviously, one of the bigger ones, Arisa's Terra Surge hacked, now hackable by Sombra, another big one as well that I noticed at the very least. The weekly challenges. No, I'm just joking. But anyways, the immortality field for Baptiste, the threshold minimum now goes from 10% to 25%, which I think is big. Annihilation while in Nemesis form, if you use it while in Nemesis form, refreshes the bonus armor you get for Annihilation as well. And then the Bob, instead of kind of targeting whoever's nearest now, it prefers now to shoot at enemy targets that Ash damages her with the rifle instead. So maybe more target priority with the Ash instead. So there's a lot of different things going on. I want to know your take on which is the most interesting in terms of patch notes here.
I think, honestly, the combination of the Ash buff with Bob and also Sojourn's hitbox got increased at the torso level by 20%. So she's not impossible to hit anymore if you are an Ash, if you're a soldier. So honestly, I could see just a lot of teams, if they're using Sojourn in the past, just put Ash in place, try her out. She's very similar in that kit, and with the Bob buff, it could be, the one slight change that these teams need to try and, pull that trigger. And we may see more Sombra, which is very weird to say because she got into the ground a few patches ago. And now all of a sudden with this little buff, obviously it's very selective on it, but she's already been kind of creeping back into it. So it might be more of a countermeasure, but we could see the Sombra more later on, depending on what each of these teams want to run. But honestly, Arisa was already getting to dead. I think that was maybe the nail in the coffin, at least for now, with that and the Ramatra and the log buffs.
I still think Hog isn't great, but we may see more teams try and run it, especially over to Well if we do get there. But for now, we'll be over to Lighthouse for round number 1, and Air Force will be sticking it out on the Arista, at least teasing it for now.
Yeah, Death Trap on the Reiner. We saw them a couple of days ago on the Orisa. All the Death Trap opting for Reinhardt this time around. Set map to start is Helios. Thinking about the map pool later on as well, but taking a look at what both sides are bringing up, looking like the Metro start here and maybe change that out. Or maybe keep it with it.
Yeah, that's going to keep it. That's going to try and get the point early and set up the start.
If they would team can set up the point faster, looks like Death Trap is going to go right for it. Actually, both teams are going to strangle right for this point here. So it's going to be turrets ablaze and teleporters ablaze here. We'll find out who gets it first. But the spinning spear takes down Otter. Doesn't matter though. The rest of the team avenges Otter's death. And so it's a 3-for-2 trade. Just the Mercy who's going to fall off the map. And a quick fight here, despite the start for Smiley Face. Colorado State that flips first.
Evidence of my success.
They're able to get the boop kill, but they leave themselves so isolated. Finn just put down all those turrets and just burns them down completely. Vintage Knight already swapping off of that Symmetra. No use now trying to push into that Sim. Going over to the Bastion to try and give them a little more shield break for Death Trap.
See them push right in here, and they're going to pressure this Reinhardt oh so low for the shield at the very least, but backs right off. Vintage Knight falling a little bit low as well, but support's keeping him up for now as Vintage Knight having to back off, getting to regroup for a little while, but really no entry points here for the Falcons of Air Force as of right now, but they're going to try to force this around the corner, but the Symmetra just doing so much damage, and now Deal's found a headshot onto FIA, so it's going to be a little bit more of a backup situation. They really have no chance to enter in. The Reinhardt's going to charge right in with little to no worries. The Shatter gets everybody down. Good night, Air Force. Colorado State wins it on the Shatter.
Why? Even just the Simulate as well. Just a little bit of styling. Like, yeah, we don't need it, but why not throw it down? Air Force making another swap. Fia going over to the Junk. A little more just randomness going into their attack now. Again, more shield break for Death Trap. Colorado State now in a decent spot. You know, Navo and Dio can just compare these two and combine these two walls for an extremely fast loading Deadeye.
Yeah, so Fia's gonna Fia's onto the Junk right now. See if that forces any more damage out. It's gonna need to be a lot of damage. Meanwhile, this Arisa's a lot of trouble. Gets charged in by the Reinhardt of Death Trap. He's already 50% already to another all Smiley Face 80% to their first. So Theo's got a Deadeye ready to go. Application Matrix is the same token. Death Trap falls a little bit low. It has to charge, and it's going to force the Orisa off the map. Captures that charge right away, so a good move for them. No more Orisa. Via goes down at the very same token. 92% and rolling. We'll see if Air Force can force this one in, but losing in Ana at the same token. The artillery strike not going to do anything for them, and it's only the Mercy that's going to try to contest this point, but little to no avail. So it's a clean point, not a speck of dust, as the Rams of Colorado State are up 1-0.
The Rams looking so clean right now. Neither support even used their ultimates during that entire round because they didn't need to. They never felt pressured enough to have to use it. I think Navy would have used it late on if they did not die early in that last fight, but still a statement here from Colorado State, making sure they start off this map and this series on the right footing. And now Air Force needing to make a few of those swaps. Sim out of spawn again. I would love to see them just pressure down Dio a little bit more. It seemed like they were kind of just free to roam around wherever they pleased and never really had any pressure on them. And I think the Winston from Smiley Face could be the answer.
Let's see if there's an answer here for Air Force. Falcons needed to win this fight and win this map to force it to go to Well. And they're going to go on to the Reaper instead, maybe trying to see if they can get backline. But Don't Fix is not broken except for Finish, who's going to go on to the Widowmaker instead as his first staple here on Ruins. So we'll see if they can push right in. Meanwhile, they're going to stick with the Symmetra for Air Force here, seeing if they can get any damage. And now the Winston's going to jump right onto the Widowmaker. Is there enough healing to save this Widowmaker? Yes, there is for right now. So the Winston has to jump out. Is there enough damage on the Winston? Falls down to half health, but is able to fall back, and good healing to get him back up. Dio, though, cannot miss right now. Headshots are rolling for the Cassidy right now as they get the Zenyatta down, but the Widowmaker trade that out. So the DPS for DPS at the current moment. Now it's going to be the Winston that has to get away, but Dio again just going on the prowl. Will fight down for the Symmetra of Vintage Knight. Finish will switch on over from the Widowmaker to the Symmetra, but it's not before CSU. It's going to be able to cap the point first yet again.
Air Force are going to have a lot of issues here just with their current healing composition. They have to play these fights extremely fast. They do not have a lot of sustain with it just being 2 solo healers. They can only heal once at a time. So, especially when Smiley Face goes in for these dives, there's no support to go in with them.
Oh, the Mercies gets hooked onto the magnetic grenade. That's the Symmetra. Symmetra gets away for right now, but the Mercy's in a lot of trouble. Vintage Knight able to win the mirror battle against Finish for right now. So here's a go button, if you will, but the Winston's in a lot of trouble. Has to back away, and now with the Reaper coming right in, Fia's got them a little bit pressured, but an Earth Shatter is available for Death Trap. See if they decide to use it. Swing away. The hammer only kills the turret at the current moment. Now looking to see if they've got any opportunity to play this out. Valkyrie is used by Space Wizard. Are they going to be able to find anything here? There's a Deadeye, but it's not going to find anything. No skulls available, so the Mercy's going to get away scot-free. So the fight continues on. Immortality Field having to be used very early on by Navio, and that might be good news here if you're Air Force. Falcons have a go button, especially with no Immortality Field. But now Dio still hitting shots. Full-time Projector was out, but Vintage Knight peeks ahead of it. Air Force does get the peek ahead and does get the flip onto the point. Is it going to be enough, though, is the question as the fight continues on. Full-time Projector out. At the same token, Transcendence is going to be used by Phoenix to keep this team alive for right now. There's a pin and a magnetic grenade. Space Wizard, no luck there whatsoever. In Colorado State, despite letting the point flip, it's going to be able to let this flip right back to them.
Played the patient game, just doing we don't have to feed to keep this point going. Just wait for the reinforcements to arrive, and you will be able to flip this back. The Rams charge in, take it back. Fia does have the Death Blossom for Air Force. It is their lone ultimate going into this fight. The only issue is, yes, you have the Immortality Field with the recent buffs and Sound Barrier for the Rams. And that is quite a critical stagger here. Now, Rams have to wait even longer for this potentially final fight.
Yeah, so Space Wizard down. Earth Shatter is used, finds nothing.
What?
Finds 0, nada, nilch, but he may not even need it to find anything too. Dio and Death Trap still going off. Death Blossom on the back line, finds at least one onto Navio, but is taking out my Finish right away. So no more ultimates on the board for Colorado or for Air Force as of right now. Fia used there, so now they're going to go for the Pharmacy maybe a little bit here, but Dio, the way they're hitting shots, I don't know. We'll see if that work pans out for them, but it's 95%. The Winston's going to have to touch here and keep alive for a couple of moments, but Mercy's down yet again, so Space Wizard down for the count at the current moment. Overtime clock will start to bleed out. Deadeye's going to be available, but it's going to find 2 for Dio, and Air Force, no hope left to go. It's just the Reaper and no Death Blossom either, which means it's going to be a fight win for Colorado State. 99-0, 99-24, and the Rams are off and running with a 1-0 lead in the game.
Just a perfect map from the Rams. Did Dio ever die? Like, that is my honest question.
I did not see it.
I don't even think Dio died once. And he honestly was just running around, didn't have to worry about it because he knew that Navio was honestly just on them 24/7 with the heals. They knew exactly what their team was able to do. What a nice shatter there as well from Death Trap. Get a nice little 4K in your pocket. But that is Colorado State saying, hey, we may be 0-2, but man, we are still fighting here in the Mountain West, and that is how you start off a series.
Yeah, and a good start for the Rams at Colorado State. Again, both teams searching for their first win. But if you're CSU, you're liking the way that looks thus far. So let's take a look at the next map coming up here, and I believe it's Hybrid that's going to come up. So for these guys, I mean, for Air Force at the very least, down a little bit 0-2. So for Hybrid, I mean, what are you picking? Maybe a little less close range per se on the Hybrid side, at least going into the street phase, obviously. The first control point you can't really control, but maybe King's Row is going to be it because it's Scrims Row, obviously.
Yeah, in a way, I hope it's not Scrims Row because of how well the Rams just ran on this Rhine comp, which especially with the buffs recently, if you just put the May in there instead, that could definitely ruin a lot of the plans that the Air Force Academy may have. I would like Pariso because they've showed the dive already. Why not go to a map that is definitely leaning towards that? I know Numbani has had some map issues that a lot of teams haven't been able to practice it recently. So I don't know. I would say personally Pariso, just because you've been wanting to run the dive and you need to put more pressure honestly on the entire backline, because the few times that Smiley Face did dive in, the peel was so great. And it was only them diving. That was the big thing. It was only them. Sometimes, Fia was around to try and help with the dive, but honestly, it was a one-man dive, so it was so easy for the Rams to be like, okay, we can just seal everybody up and force them to jump on out.
Yeah, and so right now again for the Air Force Falcons, we'll get to see what they decide to pull out here. Again, scoreline at the current moment 1-0 in favor of the Rams. 100-0 on Elios on the Lighthouse, and then go to the Ruins 124. By the way, rest of the update as well. Boise State, your only undefeated team left in the standings as of right now, 3-0 at the current moment. UNLV 2-1. New Mexico also tied with them at 2-1 right now. Fresno State, Utah State at 1-1, but that's only as of today. So we will get to see what they are going to do later on, at least for the standings-wise. But we do know that there's at least only one undefeated team left, and that is Boise State, the Broncos at 3-0. So again, next map coming up here is going to be hybrid. But for like you were saying, Paraiso is a map potential as well, and I don't know if we have Numbani here as well. We'll get to see if Numbani's in this hybrid map pool, and in fact, it's not. It's only 3 maps: Eichenwald, Kings Row, and Midtown. Rightfully so, Kings Row will always be in a rotation, so only 3, so we will not get to see Paraiso at the very least for right now, but Eichenwald and Midtown are your only 2 options. I mean, if you're Air Force, what are you picking at that point? If it has to be Kings Row, maybe it is Kings Row, but I mean, Midtown and Eichenwald, is that even a question?
Oh, God, there's no winning because Rush can be played on almost all those maps, if not all of them. If you want to play more of a poke, I think Midtown's probably your better bet, just because the dive can work on that, and Bridge is still so crucial on the defensive side on that map. But they may just pick Kings Row out of comfort, if I had to guess, just because, as you said, it's Screams Row. Everybody plays it. Everybody has their own interpretation of it.
Oh,
We've
no.
played it so many times, but it is Eichenwald. Okay.
I think we lost Twin Salty there for a second, but oh, there he is. He's back.
On Castle, but yeah, there we go. I don't know. My internet is just, I don't know. It's a little Air Force dive recently, and it's getting there.
Oh, well,
hey,
I mean,
it was a one-man dive from Smiley Face. Granted, they have the tools. A few of those, when they took point, it was actually a good dive. Fia was there, and Mercy flew in with them. We just need more of that consistency from the Falcons.
Yeah, the question will be consistency. I mean, hey, it's not like they didn't get percentages either. They did get 24% in the end on the Ruins. So, I mean, there are spotlights here, but for the Falcons, they're going to need to change up a little bit perspective, as, again, Eichenwald will be your next map coming up here in just a couple of moments. But, I mean, really, if you're Air Force, right, you're running for the dive, you're running for right at CSU, the question is what they're going to run to go right at the Rams. And assuming that they switch sides, Air Force will be on the attacking side, and yes, they are. So CSU will be on the defense side first, as, again, loser picks map, winner takes sides. Always been the default rule here. But for CSU, they are deciding that maybe not a little bit more down below. Instead, they're going to go in the air with a pharmacy combination from the looks of it.
I don't mind it, I honestly don't mind it. And I like that they're also trying to go with the Kiriko as well. It helps a little bit more with keeping Smiley Face alive, and looking what Colorado State is running, with them also running the pharmacy. A lot of it might just be which Farah can control a little bit more of the air, and will deal our Vintage Knight be able to contest the opposite Farah more.
Let's see, 3 minutes, and the gates are unlocked, doors are unlocked here, so Colorado State, it looks like Air Force is maybe taking a little bit of a different path. In fact, everybody went around, and now they're just going to rush right in. In fact, somebody's already on the point to contest this, and it's going to be the Winston diving right in, followed up with the Kiriko to try to heal that team up. Soldier is available here for Air Force, but Colorado State looking to see if they can push right around. And you can see the difference in the farms right now, 30% here, and it's going to be a little bit more with Finish. Takes down Via, so nothing doing here in the air, in the skies, unless there's a res that's going to come up for the Mercy, who dares not to at the current moment, especially with that far just barraging down damage, already halfway to an ult. Deal's found a kill onto Smiley Face, and Deal is going to find 2 arrows, 2 kills, and it's going to force back the Falcons as the CSU puts up the fence.
They've already realized maybe the far will not work as much as you wanted to. Fia now going over to the Soldier, just trying to more counter out. Finn on this far end. Vintage Knight actually going to make the swap as well over to the Ash. So I don't mind this here from the Air Force. Nice little quick adaptation, realizing what you're doing is not working. But Phoenix on the Kiriko at least kept Smiley Face alive during a lot of these dives. And again, a step in the right direction. Now it's got to get this opening pick.
Let's see if they can get an opening pick. Haven't found one just yet, but still 90 seconds gone, 2.5 to go. Smiley Face will dive into the back line, and we've seen Smiley Face do before, at least in the first round. But again, the Mercy caught out
just to be left for Den. And again, Dio's got 2 arrows, making a third with the storm arrows, and it's more kills coming up here for the Rams. Colorado State sends them back to spawn. Oh, no, I thought he would get one more.
Yeah, not able to sneak that one in. They're just able to get back to base. But yeah, Air Force, at this point, you're just trying to build some of these ults. I think you play this next fight pretty safe. Maybe use the Kitsune Rush. Try and draw out a few Rams ults.
They're going to have the Rocket Barrage from the side, and this is going to get a triple kill. Finish decides to finish the fight already from the get-go. Finish does kill themselves, but I mean, you have a Mercy there, and you're in open area, so well, the Sigma not looking to it. Sigma's just running around there, running around the far, but a triple kill. Hey, good start here for good start for CSU. 90 seconds left on the board.
And just the one ultimate used as well. It's like, all right, one ultimate, 3 kills. You can't complain too much. And Air Force hoping to force out a lot of ultimates. Only get the one out. So no, at this point, you're going to have to use ults to try and force out even more from the Rams.
Well, Vintage Knight, there's a pick on the deal. That's a big one. The Resurrection may not be available either because now Vintage Knight is hitting shots. That's 2 kills onto one of the supports, one of the DPSs as well. The Protection 2-2, they're in time to make sure that Kiriko doesn't take any further damage. So a great one for them. Now the bomb's going to come into play, and here comes the Bob special, where as long as you hit something that from the rifle, you're going to be able to get at least Bob aiming for it at the same token. But is it going to be enough? No, the res is out, so that's Death Trap going down now, but it's just the Pharmacy combination, and the bomb is gone. Dio is back and finds a headshot onto Vintage Knight. They were able to turn this all the way back around, and Dio's found more kills, and CSU, despite giving up a tick, is going to send them right back.
They are able to sneak the second tick in, but I think, yeah, Dio, what in the world is he made of at this point? Just comes back, able to get a few others, able to get a final one as she wants to make sure she is showing up in the kill. But now 30 seconds left. Air Force only got 1 fight left. Death Trap is on this Doomfist, which could honestly be more of a counter to Fia's ultimate than they initially expected. Smiley Face also has that Primal Rage if they need to stall, but a lot of it now went back in the favor of the Rams.
Yeah, Finish also has that rocket, is about to have that Rocket Barrage in the same token. Here comes the Tactical Visor looking up in the air. It's going to find absolutely nothing, so half the time wasted already. Nothing doing, and Dio's going to find Fia in the back line. There's the Rocket Barrage out from Finish. Not going to find a single thing as the Immortality Field was out. But it's still looking like a fight win here, at least for Air Force or for CSU. As Dio again still hitting shots, and the DPS is doing work, especially Dio. The arrows just finding their target. Dragon Strike's going to come down the middle. It's going to at least find Fia. Storm arrows there to clean up house, and 86.6% for Air Force, but not much else. Colorado State puts up the goose egg on Air Force for right now, and their attack coming up.
What a nice little comeback there from Colorado State. Credit to Air Force. Did look better this map than they did last. Able to get 86% on that capture point. But obviously, with the team playing as well as Colorado State, you're definitely wanting to at least get that point cap, get a little bit of cart progress on this map. So it will be a very tough defense nonetheless here for Air Force Academy. And again, Dio is staying alive, but I want to shout out Navio and Otter. They just keep everybody alive all the time. It just seemed like they would not die, even with the Gravitic Flux. Both of them taken up, and neither of them die. So that was huge for just the staggers later on. They were able to keep everybody up when Dio was on the way back, and also later getting Finn res. So a great defense there from Colorado State. Air Force now trying out the Ramatra and the Bastion and May. They're just playing extremely close and trying to just single out a single member of the Rams.
Yeah, the first time we're going to get to see the Ramatra out here at the same token. So, and the May as well. The May changed really only onto the Blizzard, where the cast time goes from half a second to 0.4 of a second instead. So just a little bit of quick cast, but that's about it. Meanwhile, Colorado State bringing out what should be our first look at Lucio and Genji, which would be really weird to say that it's a first look at Lucio in quite a little while.
Yeah, we honestly haven't seen him that much other than in Rhine comps once in a great while, but nice to see him slowly creeping back into the meta, especially with Bap being potentially back in meta. We could see more of him even more.
Yeah, Bap Lucio was very strong back when that was a thing. I believe back in Brit before Overwatch 1 came to an end to transition to Overwatch 2, so see if that comes back in the meta. Meanwhile, the Dio is probably going to counter this Bastion for a little while, but the Ramatra doing a lot of damage here, and Dio falls low, which means he has to back off, but Ramatra not backing off, and that's really bad. Finish also now getting the headshot onto Phoenix, so it's a 5v4 situation to start this one off already. Good punch from Death Trap, and Death Trap again somehow staying alive. And that's a huge dynamite from Finish at the same time, getting 3 teammates of Colorado State, or rather from Air Force, burning away. So now that's the first pick available. Will Colorado State be able to take this right here, right now? That answer looking like yes, and it absolutely will be. It's a wipe from Colorado State, and the Rams very quickly in 56 seconds able to get 86.6% and is able to win the map and is on match point coming up.
They just keep on rolling through, and there's nothing the Falcons have been able to do so far. And even play the games given it to Dio. This should be the recontest, you would assume. Yep. Yeah. Able to take out Fia, able to take out, I believe, somebody shortly after with the Storm Arrows as well. He's just, yeah, nobody's looking at him. Oh, Vintage just doesn't even see him. And at that point, everybody else is trying to kill the supports in the back. He can't keep getting away with this, Keegan.
No.
This is getting absurd.
Yeah, no, there's just 6 health and just does not die. A punch, a wind, if you will, a breeze away from just laying out. But again, I mean, Dio making that comeback, rightfully deserved play of the game there. So for at least for Air Force at the current moment, down 0-2 in a situation now where you're picking Escort coming up here, and we haven't seen, let's be real, we haven't seen an Escort map just yet because we didn't get to see that first point being capped of Eichenwald. So really haven't seen a street space as of right now. But in this map pool, 4 maps, Route 66, Gibraltar, Dorado, Circuit Royale. Yes, Savannah not in it, but that Savannah was recently released as of a couple of days ago, at least, or a couple of weeks, I should say. But Route 66, Gibraltar, Watchpoint Gibraltar, Dorado, Circuit Royale on the board right now. And for at the very least, I mean, what do you think out of these 4 maps for Air Force are you picking here, especially when you're sitting at a loss or staring at a loss right now, down 0-2?
I wouldn't go Circuit only because Dio is playing extremely well. So at that point, that sounds like you were writing your own death warrant. At that point, it's like, oh, you put Dio on a sniper map? It's probably not the greatest choice in the world. So at that point, you got Dorado, Gibraltar, Route 66. I would honestly say probably Dorado, because you can run almost anything on that map depending on what you're wanting to run. Watchpoint is definitely more dive heavy, and it is not a map a lot of teams play because it wasn't in the initial season 1 or 2 competitive map pool either. So it's not like you got a lot of practice there. So if you practice in scrims, great, but if not, you really don't have any practice on it. And at that point, you get to run more of the Winston. So I would say probably Dorado, because even on the defense, you can run the Sim if they want to try and pull that back out, trying to put the turrets underneath bridge. So there is a few possibilities here for Air Force, and I don't want to be super negative because honestly, Vintage hit a few shots, especially later on. They are the reason why that fight where they got the first tick, and I think eventually the second tick, they're the reason why that fight opened up the way it did, because they struggled to get that opening pick, and Vintage got 2 right away. So I think you put more resources into Vintage, whether you give them a Mercy Pocket or whatever, I think they could turn this around.
Well, let's see if they can, because again, staring at match point is Colorado State right now, and Dio been hitting shots. So I would assume that, yeah, again, Circuit Royale probably not going to be the pick, but you're looking at the other picks in Dorado. Again, you can make anything. I guess the thing is you can make anything work, but maybe I'm just saying, maybe if you're going to dive heavy, maybe Gibraltar. I don't know. I mean, you've got the win.
I think it could work. My only worry is I don't think a lot of teams have practiced on it because it's barely been around.
Right.
So well, I could definitely, if they have practiced it, I think that is their best match.
Go out of the ordinary, right?
I
mean, go out of the ordinary.
True.
We saw we saw Eichenwald instead of Kings Row. I mean, go out of the ordinary at this point, right? Try to throw off their game a little bit. And like you said, not a lot of teams have practiced Gibraltar, obviously, because it hasn't been in the pool a lot. But if Gibraltar's in the pool, I mean, you could throw them off just a little bit. Who knows?
It would throw me off, that's for sure. As a team right now, I wouldn't be practicing that map very often because nobody wants to go to it. And it's not even in like half of the league pools that a lot of these teams are playing in. So, yeah, I could see it. I kind of hope they do go that direction. And I think Fia at this point, you either have to run him and you're going to run her as a constant, hey, I'm going to stick to Smiley no matter what on these dives, or you need to run it for the counter dive. It seems like half the time they're doing it for one, half the time they're doing it for the other. If they stick to one or the other, it may just help them solidify their planning going in, because in some of these fights, it just seems like they get a little split and they get a little confused on what the actual plan going into the fight is, so they go after 2 different targets, and that's how Colorado State is able to pick off one of those lone targets at the beginning of every one of these fights.
Well, let's see what they pick here in a couple of moments. Again, if you're just joining us here, Air Force taking on Colorado State, round 4 of the Mountain West, as Air Force 0-3, Colorado State 0-2. Both teams looking for their first win of the semester, I should say. But Colorado State up 2-0. Here's how we got here: Elios 100-0 on the Lighthouse. Very clean for Colorado State. But then for the Ruins, Air Force would take a first look at their percentage, getting 24%. But Ruins would go to Colorado State 100-24. Back on Eichenwald, as you just watched, Air Force getting a few highlights on at least one fight, getting at least 2 ticks, got 86.6%, but would be shut down right after that. Colorado State in 56 seconds would cap that point out. So it's 2-0, 1-0 in both of those maps. And for Colorado State, staring at match point, looking at Escort right now, and we're trying to determine what map that is that's going on in their lobbies right now. But let's talk about the patch notes. Actually, let's go see what the map is, and it's actually going to be Dorado. So you were talking about this with a little bit more of a symmetric setup maybe for Dorado, but Dorado is the pick for the Rams, or for the Falcons, excuse me. So, I mean, for the Rams, both teams are probably practiced either maybe Circuit Royale, Dorado a little bit more, but this is the map that they picked, so maybe Air Force has something up their sleeves coming up here.
I hope so. That's obviously the hope. I do think the Ash can work extremely well if they just want to keep Vintage on it. My question is, do you put her on another hit scan and try to run double hit scan? I would love maybe even the Torb if you want to throw that out, just to try and deal with some of the flank. Obviously, he has a lot of survivability. So I could see a few different things coming out here for the Falcons. I just want to see them stick to a comp that is very cohesive and just try and throw Colorado State off a little bit with some of these opening fights. And it seems more of a poke coming out from them. Fia going on to the Soldier and Smiley Face staying on that Ram, which as long as they realize they could get dove and the peel is there from the Ana with the bio nades and the sleeps, this could definitely work, especially against what Colorado State is teasing to run.
Well, let's see. I mean, Colorado State teasing to run the Sojourn from the get-go. I think we only saw the Sojourn last map. Did not see it back on Elios, but got to see it a little bit on Eichenwald. And the meanwhile, Air Force, Fear getting the defensive side. And Colorado State actually opting for the attacking side this time around. So another side swap here, but Colorado State gets the attack here for Dorado. So Air Force gets a first look at what CSU is going to pull out, and deal on the Hanzo now. It was a last-second pick for them, but out on the Hanzo yet again. The Ramatra pick out, so it's Ramatra versus Doomfist at this point. Deathtrap's going to dive right in with the punch, slides away for a couple of moments, and the Ramatra's just going to run right at Deathtrap, who has that punch empowered for a couple of moments. Now is going to try to see if they can run right at Smiley Face, but Smiley Face sealed right back up for the rest of the team, so the payload keeps advancing, nothing doing so far.
Just trying to distract Air Force right now and get them away from the high ground. It seems like they've at least got the cart all the way to bridge already.
Let's see, the Bionade is out, and that's a great punch there, but the Doomfist slept. Nothing doing for right now as the Doomfist woken up down to about a quarter of their health and no more armor either, but there's the Immortality Field out from Navio, and Deathtrap on it as well. Deals found ahead. Otter's going off for 2 kills on 1 support, 1 soldier. And so a minute on the clock in, and it looks like that 1 fight and 1 kills is all they need to cap the first point to add 2.5 to the bank.
Because of the way they forced Air Force to stall for so much time with them having to rotate all the way back from high ground, they only get the 1 fight out of it because they didn't get that initial fight that they wanted because, Deathtrap's diving every few seconds when nobody's looking at the cart. So it is the perfect start here for the Rams. Air Force now with lots of changes going. The only 2 who do not change is Via and Space Wizard. Space Wizard obviously is going to stick with Vintage Knight now to try and at least put a little more pressure on that card.
They're going to put pressure on, but they're going to go off of it for a couple of moments. So the payload still moves along at Vintage Knight for the kill onto Dio, and no mercy either available for Colorado State. So that's 1 loss. So it's a 5v4 situation now. The Doomfist try to punch the far end of the air. That'd be a very interesting sight if that landed, but nothing doing so far. Dragon Strike is going to come from the spawner, maybe to split up the team just a little bit. As will it find a kill? It probably won't, considering where they are, but Via's got a kill onto Deathtrap, which means Deathtrap no longer in this fight, and now Air Force gets a little bit of a defensive win here. CSU backs him off just a little bit.
This is such a powerful position for them as well. They have complete control of the high ground. In Colorado State's only way of challenging that high ground is Deathtrap, and they have to play so safe because they can't go too far in or they're just going to get burned out.
Rocket Barrage available for Vintage Knight. We'll see if they decide to use it in this fight. Colorado State's got 3 online. Air Force is going to have 3, maybe 4 up online here in terms of ultimates. But the Kitchen Rush and the Application Matrix both things as well. Oh, and the Firefall's also low, but just the shots from the Doomfist don't work out also well. Transcendence having to be popped a little bit early on because because the Winston was a lot of trouble. And the Rocket Barrage out and about from Vintage Knight is able to find a double kill. And Colorado State forced back. The Falcons up with the fence.
Both supports taken out with it, and Phoenix a nice little Transcendence, to make sure nobody's taken out by Death Trap late on, but also to make sure that Vintage Knight lives throughout that ultimate. Able to pick off both Otter and Navy right now. They can continue back to this high ground position. That is so nice for them. Finn, though, does have this overclock ready to go, and they could pair with Amp.
On the overpowered punch, but doesn't matter when it only hits the Winston as of right now. But then Orbit Discord, and let's talk about that because the Orbit Discord didn't get nerfed either. So Orbit Discord still a powerful ability, especially in terms of situations like this where you have to take out a Doomfist, but it doesn't matter when the Doomfist dives on your Zenyatta right away with little to no help there for Air Force at all. So Colorado State is going to be able to force back Air Force, and the Falcons now around this corner waiting for their team to regroup. Maybe got 1 fight left.
Only 1 fight here, at least on the defense. Colorado State continued to push on forward. Didn't have to use any ultimates that fight, and now have so many this fight to try and counter out Attack Visor.
They're going to try to counter out. Overclock is going to be used. Tactical Visor at the same token. Fia's going to try to see if Tactical Visor can be a little bit more of a different, and it is for right now. Navio does go down, and now it's just going to be a push-in with only 1 support left. It's just the Kiriko left online here for Colorado State, and right before it hits the second checkpoint, the Falcons again putting up some defense.
Able to hold the line just for now, only the 1 ultimate used, and it's able to be enough. Finish now. Going over to the Cassidy, trying to deal with Smiley Face just a little bit more, and Colorado State at least didn't use too much, able to get most of everybody out, and now already got that opening pick.
They get the opening pick, but Fia's traded that out right away though, so Fia and Death Trap both going down, but that's a Doomfist, that's a tank for a DPS, and you've only got 1 of 1 roll, but 2 of the other roll. There's the Tactical Visor out. Vintage Knight goes down thanks to the hand of the Application Matrix through that Tactical Visor as well. Magnetic Grenade is out, and you can't do anything about that, especially with the healing, especially if everybody else is on you. So that's a fight win here for Colorado State. Nobody else is going to be able to contest, and the Rams have another 90 on the bank.
Another 90 on board, a total of 180 seconds left. And they still, again, plenty to work with here. Kitsune Rush could be used very early. At that point, Finn could build up the Deadeye at that point. They already got high ground control. And Primal is used here from Smiley. You wonder if they're swapping. Vintage gets 2?
Yeah, Vintage gets 2, so it's a double kill trade out. Hold of the DPS is gone, so the Primal Rage may be there to just keep them in that hallway for a little while and get the picks that they need, but the door opens up for a little while here, so we'll see if they decide to play on that, but I mean, and they will, they'll dive right in. So Death Trap having to get out already. Just that Orb of Discord just also melting away that Doomfist for right now, but the Doomfist missing on the punch. Kitsune Rush is going to be used at the same token. It does find Vintage Knight though, so they're forcing him back for a little while. Meteor Strike is going to go down. Transcendence used just in the nick of time to save the Zenyatta, and will save the rest of the team at the current moment, but Death Trap staying alive courtesy of the Immortality field plus the help from the supports, but no more Transcendence either means that this is going to be a good fight here coming up for Colorado State. The Rams we're going to see if they can dive right in on to that Doomfist, or rather onto the Zenyatta for a couple of moments, but Ultimate's nowhere online for either side. Well, Bob is available. Bob is going to be used at the current token. Phoenix is able to find a kill onto Death Trap. Big news for them, and that's also Otter down as well. Application Matrix isn't going to find anything. They don't respect the window. They're going to go right in front of it, play in front of it, so Navio's got the kill, and now it's Finish that's going to find a kill as well. Tactical Visor is going to be used by Dio. It's going to find anything. It finds at least one. It finds a second. They're in the home stretch. Vintage Knight got to be a hero, and it is the hero. They backed them off.
Able to get that one pick they need, and Finn is not actually dead, but at this point, they just need to back up. Get healed up by Otter and Nemo. They hold the line yet again here. Now, Colorado State, a little more of a swap. Otter onto the Brig. Death Trap on this JQ. And Dio on the Genji. Okay, it's more of a back to a basic rushy with Dio just to try and help with this double hit scan. They'll have to wait a little bit, though, for this potentially final fight as Navio gets taken out very early.
Yeah, and look, I mean, there's no Kiriko either to cleanse anything there, so if that Rampage hits something, I mean, that could be big. The only thing you've got is the Transcendence, which, again, in the middle of a Rampage, really doesn't help you. 40 seconds on the clock. And now they're just going to back off for right now. Maybe regrouping here. No ultimates online for Colorado State. You're talking ultimates, so Air Force has 3 coming up online. Must leave that Transcendence, which could be huge. Primal Rage used yet again. That's on the stick of the magnetic grenade that is from the Cassidy, and now the Immortality Field gone, and that's gone pretty much for the rest of time until the end of this round here, until we get to the overtime at the very least. Transcendence going to be popped early from Phoenix to get themselves online. Meanwhile, the Genshin's in a lot of trouble. No healing either. Has to jump back up and has to dive right back into Deadeye's big finish finds a triple. That's both of the supports and Vintage Knight going down. The Deadeye is huge, and now it's just the rest of the team following up. Payload back into the home stretch. Dive potential here, and Dio's going to just dive right in and slash their way away. It is overtime that's going to start here. The question is anybody going to be able to touch? They used the Rampage early on thinking nobody's going to be touching, and that is the case as Colorado State is able to find their way on the heels of a triple kill Deadeye from Finish, and they go uno, dos, adios as the Rams cap all 3 points. It's Air Force time to attack.
Beautiful patience there for Colorado State. Okay, we just need to wait out the Primal Rage. You know, we had a lot of these ultimates, and Dio is the unspoken hero of that fight. They force out that Transcendence from Phoenix so early just by diving them, because at that point Phoenix is like, oh, I just need to stay alive at this point. You can't die during that fight, so they pop it early, gives them a little bit more time, and that allows Dio, Finish, the setup to finish off a few of those kills. Man, what a nice little fight there from Colorado State. I was going to say, hey, if they can build up that Rampage, it could be the fight winner. They didn't even need it. At that point, Finn and Dio able to clean it up. But again, Air Force, I think, looked the most comfortable on that defense, especially late on, than they have this series. And now I want to see them carry on the momentum here on the offense. At least, you know, win this first fight. Get it back going in your favor. Because Vintage Knight is actually playing extremely well.
Yeah, Vintage Knight hitting a lot of shots. Wish we could see the accuracy numbers, because Vintage Knight made a lot of heads roll during that last fight, especially you go back to about 90 seconds left where they were just trying to play what they could, and Vintage Knight getting kills that they wanted, especially from above the bridge, especially getting Navio down, and I believe it was the soldier down of Dio as well. So courtesy to Vintage Knight, they were able to hold on up until that overtime clock ran out. So Air Force now on the attacking side will bring out basically the same thing we saw earlier on. Now it's going to be a Scorpion here for Dio, maybe just to deny, maybe to dive a little bit more, but still on the Junker Queen, so really don't want to play up on this team, especially if that Junker Queen's just going to run right at you. So they just back away for right now, but
they don't
like,
really know how they want to go at this. It's like, okay, we can't dive the JQ, Torp Turret's also there.
Yeah, there's just really no direction as, I mean, I was trying to figure out what they were doing here, but there's really no direction as to what they want to do. It pretty much seems like it's a spread out fight, and now you left the Zenyatta all by themselves, so here's the go button, and there's the target focus coming out from the rest of the team, and Air Force is forced back.
You can tell they're like, oh, they're running JQ Torb, and it was kind of just that time, it's like, oh, okay, let's just make sure we keep cart moving, and they were trying to fight play, and as that cart continued to move on, and just everybody got a little jumbled up. No swaps will be made as of yet. Colorado State still holding on to this high ground as well. FIA, though, already 2/3 of the way to that attack visor. But again, the question remains, how do we even want to go at this? Because if you try and challenge high ground, it's just going to be Death Trap trying to damage you from all over.
Let's see, the payload still right below the archway, and it's going to stay there right now because you have Phoenix going down unless Space Wizard can get a resurrection up. Going to be a 5v4 situation and a little bit dangerous as well here for Air Force. So no resurrections, and Smiley Face just running this dive and running at the JQ really doesn't help you when that JQ has a shotgun blasting right in your face. So it's going to be another, oh, and a boop off. Can Vintage Knight save it? No, it was so, wow. I mean, if they got over the roof, it would have been saved, but that won't be the case as Honor knocks Vintage Knight off the map, and half of the time and gone. Falcons just do not have an answer.
They don't, and with them going on the ride now, I think Zen maybe isn't the call anymore. I think with the Winston it's playable, but maybe they transfer up to a Kiriko like they did earlier on just to make sure Smiley Face can stay alive. At this point, they're either going to force the fight on low ground so Smiley Face can close the gap, or they might rotate all the way around, but I have a feeling they're just going to force the fight on Cargo.
Well, here comes the Rampage, and that Rampage hits everybody. There is not a single soul not impacted by that Rampage, and it's a Junker Queen dying, but it's tanks down, and it's going to be the rest of the team following up. What a Rampage there from Death Trap as the rest of the team starts to fall, and the Falcons have to back up with 90 left.
What a beautiful Rampage from Death Trap. As you said, all 5 Falcons hit with it. there's no way they stay alive at that point. You don't have any cleanse because you don't have a Kiriko. Finn is just hitting the shots from high ground, delaying this even further and delaying the time for Death Trap to come back into this.
And they go down the middle of the lane, but no transcendence either, and finishes on 3-2 on the Dragon Strike. One more head rolling, and a minute left to go. Colorado State looking very good for their first win of the season.
Definitely looking at an incredible spot to improve to 1-2. Climbing up the standings, depending on how other games go tonight, but Air Force quite yet. 4 out of 5 ultimates at their disposal.
Oh, 4 ultimates, like you were saying, for Air Force, coming up on a 5th, actually, for that Earth Shatter. Colorado State having 3 at the moment. There's the Bob that's going to come out. It's going to be a plethora of ultimates going out. With Transcendence, it might be the big one there, but the Bob does go down, so really nothing left, and Finish is still hitting shots, especially on finishes tonight. Earth Shatter blocked. Molten Core gets 2, and it's going to be a fight win here. Air Force has to back up that they even want to have a chance, but everything utilized for Air Force, but not a single thing comes out of it.
They threw everything at the kitchen sink, and they come back with it flooding. Nothing works for Air Force, and now you are do or die time. You have nothing, and Colorado State know it. They're just going to try and push on forward, even if Death Trap maybe getting a little close.
Death Trap dies, so it's 5 seconds left to go. Somebody's got to touch at the very least. The charge right in will allow them to do that, so the overtime clock starts, and here we go. Best chance that we've seen, at least on this attacking side, from Air Force, so the Falcons have a chance to push this right in. No more turret either, and Colorado State has the Earth Shatter, but that Earth Shatter is only going to be back in a couple of moments, so back on for right now. The shield's still up here for Air Force, but now that barrier does go down. Earth Shatter is available. See if they want to use that underneath the card, which they don't right now. They know that he has it, and the Earth Shatter is there. The Earth Shatter hits 3. The charge right in. The go button available for Colorado State. The Rams are just going to run right rampant, and that's 4 kills, making a team wipe, and no chance for the Falcons. Falcons down. Rams are up for a win. Their first win of the season. Colorado State sweeping with the broom, 3-0.
Just an amazing game. They get the brooms out and they just take Air Force out of the air. Truly grounded now. 0-4 for Air Force Academy. They'll seek to try and just get some momentum back in their favor soon. But Colorado State, man. Finn, you know, we talked about a lot about Dio. Finn did extremely well that final bit, especially with, you know, the Dragons, all the shots as well. That Bob got deleted late out when you think that could be the opener for Air Force as well, and just nothing seemed to work here for Air Force tonight. We even saw it in that second to last fight. They threw everything out there that they had, all 5 ults used, and I think they got a pick, I think 1 or 2, just because of how solid Colorado State were. Yeah, I don't think they, no, because they got the picks after, because I think, yeah, because Death Trap got like extremely overzealous on trying to touch the spawn door challenge, and you got punished. But man, other than that, Colorado State, that is how you try and come back and rebound your season.
Well, yeah, they started 0-2, but they find a win. Now 1 win closer to 500 at the very least. They're now 1-2 on the record. Meanwhile, Air Force still searching for their first win as they go 0-4, fall to 0-4 at the very get-go here in round 4. By the way, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have an interview from, it looks like, the finish. So finish with a great finish at the end. We'll get to talk to them in just a couple of moments. It's Esports U in the Mountain West. We'll be right back.
Than this one, so you know, normally Paul's the host, and I don't know, I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know, let us, you know, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story, and I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us, I hope you guys trust us, and you know, and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself. Unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a free way of doing this. You know,
right.
you know, let's test it. Yeah, okay.
Right,
how do you want to throw yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandel for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axeris that actually gets a wallbang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're gonna spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, sledge option gonna be charging for Smash going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit, and Pin getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy! Dripsy connects off the backboard! What a shot! I watched it unfold slowly! You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here, 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1, oh, Spec just finds 3. What? Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side.
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth. Clutch Key alongside Twin Salty with you. And joining us in here for a little bit of an interview will be It the Finish, courtesy of Colorado State here and from CSU. And Finish, congratulations on the win. How does it feel for you guys to have your first win in the Mountain West season?
It definitely feels good. We've got a fairly new roster this semester, so finally having a win under our belts, feeling pretty good so far, and we can't wait to carry that momentum with us into the rest of the games.
For sure. You guys looked incredible tonight, especially, that Reinhardt rush. How are you guys approaching the second half of this Mountain West season with the new midseason patch that just came in earlier today?
Well, we're definitely still getting a feel for how it is in matches, but a lot of the changes, just from what we've seen, not super big game-changing ones, nothing affecting a lot of the heroes that we've been playing more. If anything, it just kind of buffed us a little bit with that Ramatra patch and other things. But we're excited to see what kind of happens with the meta, if that shifts at all a little bit, and if some heroes that have been out of rotation for a little bit get back in there.
For sure. And now you guys, as we said, improved to 1-2 on the season. You play UNLV next week, which should definitely be a great game. How are you guys looking at that game as you, depending on how other games went tonight, climbing up the rankings?
We've played UNLV in the past before, and they've always definitely been a challenge team for us. So we definitely know where it's going to be an uphill battle. But I think after the win today, and we've got another practice before our next game, I think we'll be looking good for that game. I'm super excited to play against them again.
Yeah, UNLV right now, at least for today on our schedule, going up against Utah State. We'll play them, and of course, you guys will be playing them on Friday, going up in the next match. But from Colorado State again, it's the Finnish joining us here for the last interview of the day here for us. But again, you guys going up 1-2. But I got to know, now that the patch notes have come in, is there? I mean, you guys showed a little bit of depth running around. I mean, you guys had a Junker Queen out, you guys have had a Torbjorn out as well. You guys were running all over the place a little bit, but going in, I mean, it's the first day of the patch. Are you guys like kind of looking at maybe a team composition already, maybe going into Friday's match? Is there a sneak peek of a composition you guys might be looking at running coming up?
I don't think we have anything planned quite yet. We usually kind of have our baseline comps that we have for each map, and then we kind of just tweak it as we go depending on what we're playing against. So, but we'll definitely looking to incorporate new heroes with the patch that just came out, though.
Yeah, and a lot of patch notes to go through as well. A couple of heroes tweaked as well, but we'll get to see what you guys pull out, especially in the coming weeks. But again, you guys get your first win, so congratulations on that, and thanks for joining us, and good luck the rest of the season to you guys.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. It's the Finnish joining us here from Colorado State, and again, not a bad way to get your first win, going 1-2. Only one win away from that 500 mark. So, I mean, for Colorado State, things are looking up for them so far, especially after round number 4.
Exactly. I think at this point they can take the second half of this season and just try and climb up from there. I believe they should at least be tied for a spot up in the rankings, or actually climb up depending on tiebreakers, seeing that, you know, I believe both teams ahead of them played either UNLV or Boise State. So a very good chance they could climb up, and there could be a 3-way tie at 1-2. So a great chance for them next week to continue to climb up the rankings. I'm excited, man. They got one of the best DPS duos, I think, out there right now. So can't wait to see what Dio and Finn can continue to do the rest of the season.
Yeah, Utah State and Fresno State currently sitting at 1-1. We'll get the records later on, especially when we get down to Friday. We'll find out what the record stand is going into that Friday. Good thanks goes out to our observer, Cool Scoots, as well as our producer, Colton. To you, my friend, Jesse. Fun as always, even if it wasn't a 3-0. My curse is still strong with us. But again, good fun as always. Don't forget, folks, coming up tomorrow, it is ECAC action starting at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. St. Lawrence University Saints taking on the University of Kentucky Wildcats. That game for Rocket League. Then on over to Overwatch about an hour later on, the Polar Bears of Ohio Northern taking on the Blue Hens of University of Delaware. Thanks to everybody for watching, and until tomorrow, we'll see you later, everybody. Take care.
Well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilence, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. And on the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in a passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit,
Yes.
seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey. I was a little...
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.